Final day here in Austria. What a 2 weeks it's been, and both of these international T10 series are alive going into day two. We'll have the men starting at 1 apiece. We know that the hosts have some catching up to do in the women's. They are 1-2 down. We'll start with the men's. 5 matches on the way. Let's wrap it up in style. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECI Austria, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Guten Morgen, hey, and hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to a huge day in European cricket, final day here, day 14 overall in Austria, but it's day 2 of the international weekend. We have kind of concurrent series happening at the moment with Austria taking on Sweden in men's T10 internationals. We have Austria taking on Spain in the women's T10 internationals. So it's going to be a huge day of cricket. The men play 3 times, the women play twice. Both series are alive going into a Super Sunday of action on ECN. So we are going to start with the men. They have match number 3. They're currently locked at 1 win apiece. It's Austria versus Sweden. Tyrone Peters has the 2 captains. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Sweden to call. Tail is a call, and it's a tails.
We will bowl first.
They will bowl first.
So it is Sweden that win again, and once again they want to chase. Now, that's 3 tosses out of 3 they've won, and all 3 times they wanted to bowl first. I think they just like to know what they're chasing. Now, it didn't really work too well in the first game. They just looked a little bit underdone with the bat. They were missing their kingpin, Sher Ali, who had a little finger injury that stopped him from participating with the bat in match 1. But he was back with a bang, wasn't he, in match 2, Sher Ali, with 69 as the Swedes chased 163. So don't doubt their hitting ability, and they'll fancy themselves to chase down whatever Austria are able to set. Austria, though, I wonder if they're a bit weary after the 2 weeks of competition. Of course, we had the ECS before this series over the first 12 days in Austria, but they do welcome back their regular captain, Akib Iqbal, into the lineup. I think that he'll have a lot to kind of prove, I suppose, to himself, because he didn't have the best ECS by his own account, but we know how good he is with the bat and the ball and in the field as well. So I think he's a great man to be able to come back and lead the Austrian team. Let's talk about the weather today. I can tell you it's a lot of sunshine. We haven't had a drop of rain so far in Austria, and I expect that to remain the case. Currently about 21 degrees for the first ball, should be about 31, and a nice little breeze at the moment. We know yesterday got a little bit crazy over there. In fact, we lost most of the cube, but some of it is still standing. So let's just see if the wind's as much of a factor today as it was yesterday. Most of the time it was kind of pushing left to right across the field. But yeah, just a pleasant start to the day. Let's see if it remains this way. I hope that it does. Rico Fool standing by. And look, we've got a big day, don't we, Rico? Because it's our last day together before we take a couple of weeks off, and we'll rejoin for the Euros of Cricket starting September 23. But right now it's time for match 3 in the men's ECIs, with Sweden once again sending in the home side. Let's see how that works out. The one team's going to be up after this. Let's see which team it is. Over to you, Rico, and let's get ready for the start of day 2.
Good morning, cricket lovers, and welcome back. Thank you very much to Vinny Sandy, looking very fruity this morning. I'll have to have a closer look at that shirt when he gets back. Anyway, it's going to be a great day today. We had a fantastic start to the ECIs yesterday, and today's going to be a great one. This, of course, is what we saw yesterday, of course, the match 1 between the men, and it was Austria that got a win thanks to Karanbir Singh's 53 of 18, gave them a super start, but they needed that 23 of 8 from Amir Naeem towards the end of the innings to get to that 145. And Sweden, well, remember, the big news there was Sher Ali didn't go into bat, and they missed him big time. They just weren't able to get going. Imal Zuak did very well, 32 of 13, and so did Saeed Ahmed. But it was a win for Austria, and a comfortable one of that as well by 30 runs. But we knew that Sweden, they had to come back strong, and they did. And in the second match, it was a good win from them. They chased that 163. Of course, Sher Ali, he did play, made 69 of 24, but it was that innings of Samuel Rahmani 45 of 14, a player of the match performance, which gave Sweden the win. So after the 2 matches that they played, you can see there that basically it's 1-1. And also on the points, even Stevens, it was 3 points and took away a bonus point from the other team. Of course, those bonus points only come into play if anything would happen to one of those 3 matches there today. But as you heard there from Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu, the weather is looking great. Well, it's certainly bright, it's sunny, but there is a tad of that breeze still around. But the report is the cube, well, let's just say that the infrastructure and the frame is still here. There are a few bits and pieces of it missing, but it will do the job for one more day here in Austria. Yeah, it is our last day, and of course then after that myself and Vinny will have a little bit of a break, but you will find us back ready to start the Euros of cricket there at the Cardamom Oval. But let's concentrate on today. I think it's going to be a very good match. Of course, the big news is, of course, the captain Aqib Iqbal is back, and alongside him there's somebody else that I think can be very useful in the side, Hassan Yusuf. Of course, we'll be looking to get some of his slow spin going. I'm expecting to see a big day here for Rasmus Shigwell. I think we've seen him go out, hit a few balls, score quickly, but he hasn't gone on to score big runs. And also, someone like Janan Gulzai, I wonder if he can go big as well. But of course, all eyes will always be on Karanbir Singh at the beginning of the innings. Sweden have put them in, and this is what our win predictor thinks about that. It says that Austria 61% to 39% to win. That's pretty big margin actually for 2 teams that are 1-1, and I think very similar in the style that they play. Both teams, I think, will be under instruction from their coaches and their captains that when you go out there, you just go big from the word go. Don't stick around. It's the case of don't chew up deliveries. If you're out, you're out. Somebody else will get going. And when you have a look at the batting lineup that you got there, I mean, if you, for example, look at the Austrian batting lineup, they bat all the way down. Somebody like Sahel Zadran could be your number 11. Now, he's a guy that was coming in at number 3 at times with Donnerstad and scoring big runs. So they got batting all the way down. I think it's going to be very unlikely that the likes of the team, Austria, are going to lose all their wickets. So you just got to be brave. Go out there, play your shots and try and get to a big score. And I think you need big scores. We saw that yesterday in the second match between these two. 162 wasn't enough. So what are you looking for here? You're looking for 170s, 180s? Well, we know that we did see those big scores in the European Cricket Series here, and sometimes even those weren't enough. So you just got to bear that in mind. I think runs are out there to get. You've got to go well. Well, I've talked about Karanbir Singh and Sher Ali. There he is there. He'll be very key for Sweden as well. I like the kits from Sweden. We said yesterday, myself and Vinny, that we do like that yellow stripe that goes over the front of their shirts. It's a bit like the MotoGP, I think, you know, the old kits that you used to have there. Well, I wonder if it will make them go faster. So it looks like it will be Amir Naeem once again opening the batting. I like him at the top of the order. I think he's better there. I think he's a classic example of somebody, if he gets going, he scores runs quickly. We know that already. He holds the record now on the European Cricket Network as the fastest half century. Did it in 9 balls. Right, here's the first, and it's going to be Nasir Baluch to start. And it goes straight through. Quick delivery. No surprise. Big swing there from Naeem. Naeem joined out there by Karanbir Singh, who's the non-striker. Weather, we expect the temperatures to reach once again about 32, 33 today. At the moment, currently around the 20s. So that's been hit away, and that's going to be the first boundary. That's what he's looking to do, get hold of something. And when you look at the way the field is set, there's nobody back on the leg side. It's an interesting field, actually. They've decided to go for a wide, long off. Now, that's going to change straight away. I'm actually a little surprised that they've waited for this shot to be played. And it's obvious to me, having watched a lot of Amir Naeem, that he's probably going to go more that side than outside the off. Changing the field. The offside fielder comes inside, so got a ring outside the off now. Got 6 players all in a circle on the off, and now the 2 men on the leg side are the deep fielders, mid-wicket and long on. In comes Baluch once more time. And that's going to go all the way. Arriva, kidna sona. It's shakka time, everybody. Numero 1 del dia. And that's gone big from Naeem. Gets hold of it well. Mentioned the temperatures. Wind is going to continue, as we've said here at Seabarn. There's no real way to describe it. It doesn't just blow in one direction. I mean, as I talk to you now, it's just blustering around. It's nowhere near as strong as yesterday, but it's still significant. And it will play and can play a part in how things materialise in the match. It's a good comeback. This has sort of been the way the battle between Nasir Baluch and the batters has gone. He gets one through, and so it's sort of been right. He gets one through, he wins the battle, and then the batters come back and get hold of one. It's been a little bit of that, but every so often he does get one through and takes the wicket as well. Yeah, that win. So at the moment, currently playing sort of, I would say, well bowled and really unlucky there. It's a great delivery, Yorker length. And Amar Naeem needed all of his talents and skills to block this one out. And not only does he block it out, but watch that come into him. He's darted in. But he manages to get it away for 4 as well. That's a little bit of mild swurt there for the bowler. That's a good delivery. Didn't deserve to go to the boundary, but that's the risk you take when you're having to put the 2 men back on the boundary. Doesn't quite get hold of this one. Just dragged to that long on position. A single gets taken. That takes us to the end of the over. So 15 come from it. A couple of big hits. And a lucky one there as well. So Nasir Baluch not able to get the breakthrough early on. Very good morning to everybody on the chat. Happy Sunday! As you join us for the second and final day of these international matches here. We'll see the men do battle on 3 occasions, and of course the women from Austria and Spain come back to finish off their series with 2 to play, and it's 2-1 at the moment to Spain. Austria getting that very important victory in their 3rd match yesterday. Launched, and that's going to be into the field early this morning. Lovely shot, and Amar Naeem takes the single, stays on strike. This one though is going down the leg side from the bowler. Khalid Zahid knows if he puts the ball in those areas, they will get carted away for big hits. So not the best of starts. Yeah, good morning, Rob Thompson, who was up bright and early this morning. Hello to Rob. Rahat Khan was saying hello from Canada. Well, good morning to you from Austria to Canada. I bet you it's probably a little bit chilly out there. I hope you're well. Kidna swere aloo paronta khade ke nahi? You must have. It's a Sunday. Well, aloo parontas on a Sunday is like having a full fry up for some people. Hello to Jeffrey Mobbs. And let us know if you have had a very good breakfast to start the day. And John is there. So, John, I hope you're well. Have you dragged yourself out of bed? Have you had a breakfast? Oh, that's been fired down the ground. It's almost like a straight bat pull. Pings off the middle of the bat. And that will go for 6 as well. And Shohag, it's time for you to go boom, because that was a big hit. Boom. Shakalagya, hello to Ivan B as well. I hope you all are having a wonderful Sunday. And thank you for joining us on what I think is going to be, I reckon we're going to get a spectacular finish to our series here in Austria. Hello to the champ as well from Tanzania. Great that you can join us. And it's more pain at the moment here for the bowling side, Sweden. I think the umpires probably just want to check this and see if it goes all the way. But, I mean, there's the height on that as well. I mean, is it coming down enough? I suppose it probably is. You got the batter who also is out of the crease. So, I think in terms of height, it's going to be okay. And now next, so let's follow the ball. There we go. Good pickup. I think it just comes down before the rope, just before the rope. So that's going to be 4 runs. Okay on the height. 4 runs, but not a good delivery, not a good start this from Khalid Zahid. 6, 6 and 4. And, yep, you bet. Naeem is very much hungry for more. Karambir, well, he's going to get chilly, isn't he? Stuck at the other end. To the fielder, makes the stop. Plays it into the ground. I mean, he can cut as well. That's why he's so dangerous. There's Naeem. It's not about one shot. He can play shots to all parts of the ground. A good morning to Peter as well. 4 more. Shouts to catch it, but flies through that area. Let's have a look at this. It's not the over he wants, so sometimes it just goes that way. This time he does, I would say, he gets it in the right areas, but he needs a little bit of luck, needs a little bit of suerte. Doesn't. It's malo suerte. It's another one that flies away. And Ivan saying it's a bit sad that this is the last day at this ground. It's going to miss the wonderful scenery. Yeah, but that means it always leaves us wanting more when we come back. No doubt about that. And but don't forget, the cricket does continue. I know that Nish and Charlie will be ready to bring the action from Croatia tomorrow. Get the feeling that the weather conditions might be slightly different in Croatia. I think it's getting to that time of year, you know, the autumn time, where the weather does change. That over comes to an end, and it's a magical one. 20 comes from it. 35 without loss. After 2, it's a good start from Team Austria, and they'll be happy with this. This is exactly what they would be wanting here. Well, that one's carried forward beautifully. Well, good carry through. Good start to the second over from Nasir Baluch. Yeah, Mukul just saying that should push the offside fielders to the boundary and bowl outside the off stump. Yeah, don't forget we're in the power play, so you can push 2 men back, but these guys pick the ball up so well, Mukul, that then you got no protection out on that leg side. And that's a good example of it. Fielder can't get to it. That one's going to go all the way as well. It's 6 more. And Karamir finally does get a ball to hit. After the first one, he gets whizzes past his hero. And that one is latched onto it pretty good. So once again here, I suppose he does go a little bit too straight. And with that ball coming back into him, Karambir just helps that along. And Karambir, he's one guy that I certainly would be looking to fire in that full delivery around about the off peg and get that ball to just nip back slightly. We've seen him get out to that a few times. Plays that well and well fielded, well attacked. Has to be on his toes here and attack this ball, otherwise you could find that it might get through it. So no run this time. Dot ball is big when you think about these two teams and the way how aggressive they can be with their batting. If you can stop the ball going for a run, it's a bit of gold dust. And that's the ball I'm talking about. That's the one. And that's a great comeback here from Baluch. Just have a look at this. So this is where I'm saying Karambir, where he's seen him go a few times. All right, that one, you can see it's a little bit wider, but it's that full Yorker length delivery outside the offs. And that one on the off stump has got Karambir a lot of times because his bat doesn't come straight down. The bat comes angled down. So if you can get it in that on that off stump, it's a deadly delivery to him. This one is going to fly away off the bat, but they've got that field well set here. So Mukul, I suppose that's what you're talking about a little bit there. Just get the field set for this offside field. So you can have third back, and they've still opted to get some bit of protection out there on the leg side because that's where both these batters will look to go. Good morning, Monica. Buenos días. ¿Cómo estás? Feliz domingo. And there it is again. And doesn't miss by much. And this time he bowls that to Naeem. So very good second over from Nasir Baluch. You'd expect that from him. He's a top player, top campaigner. Not only has he got a bit of pace, but you can see there that he can get the ball in the right areas as well. So the one boundary of that over, just the 7 runs come from it, which means that Austria are 42 without loss. They'll be satisfied with that. I think ideally the way conditions are, the way the pitch is played and the outfield, I think most teams are looking to be at the 50 mark after 3 to really take full advantage of the power play. Hello to Priya Thapa, who's joining us on the chat and Sports Live. Hello to Raj. Lovely to have you all with us on this Sunday morning, and to Khan as well. Good morning to you, Khan. Time for Jawid Stanagzai, who I think had a good day yesterday. That's been played away and well stopped. Throws himself at this. Just as we thought, that wind picks up again. And just to remind you all that, let's just say we're not very well protected from the wind anymore. We seem to, you know, when you sometimes park your car in some of those dodgy areas and you come back to it and everything's missing and all you're left with is, if you're lucky, just the frame. Well, that's what we got here now. We've just got the frame. We've just got the frame. The doors are gone. I suppose we're lucky we've still got the roof. But doors are gone. The windows are gone. Everything's gone. Yeah, Alex is just saying it's like the wheels or the car's on bricks because the wheels, the tyres, everything's gone. Yeah, we're a bit like that. And that one will be well hit. It's in the slot, and Aman Naeem is not going to miss out. He's on his way, isn't he, to a very quick half century. Not as quick as what we know he can go. I mean, by his standards, I suppose, or the standards that he set, you'd expect him to be around the 80 mark. But after 15, he's on 41. But this is international cricket. He's up against better bowlers, but he's just showing that he can still do it, even if he's up against the best. That's a good comeback. Dot ball, you take dot balls when you can get them. In terms of what days it is internationally, is World Literacy Day today. And every year this day comes up, and it raises awareness and concerns of literacy problems that exist within our local communities as well as globally. Hit well, and I wonder where he takes off from. I suspect this could have been 6 on impact. That's what I'm thinking here. It's a good effort. He doesn't hold on to it, but I just get the feeling that he was probably out of play when he's come. Yeah, as soon as I think he takes off, he might have taken off inside, but when he lands, his feet hit the ground. That's 6 runs. And now he's got to try and stop this one. He does well, smothers it. So these two continue to be aggressive, continue to be scoring freely. Jawid Stanagzai, I suppose not the worst of overs. They'll take 14 of it. 50 now does come up. 56 without loss. And it looks like we're going to see a bit of spin as the 12th man is running on the lid. And that, of course, is Prashant Shukla, who's the 12th for this one. So I don't think that's a bad idea. Bit of spin. But I think you know that both these batters now are really going to go after the spin bowler. They've made a start, and it's somebody we didn't see yesterday is Zakar to have a bowl. We saw him at one point in I think the second match. He was in the lineup and never actually got a bowl, and we were quite surprised about that. So Zakar Takawai is gonna come on and have a bowl with shades and all, and just wide of him. It'll be just a single. And let's see if the spin can make the difference here. Goes for it down the ground, and they'll get plenty of that as well. That's just a solid hit from Karambir, who's been look, I suppose by his standards being bogged down a little bit, you'd expect to see him right up there around about the 25 mark. He's had 7 balls, but that Maximo just accelerates him at going 2 a ball now. He moves to 14 off 7. He certainly is going to try and take on Zakar here. No doubt about it. Other batters are queuing up to come in and show their skills and talents and hitting abilities. Firmly struck, but the fielder should make the stop and does. So we'll get the single. It just needs to try and get a bit more elevation in those shots, but I suppose you've got to try and create that when you haven't got the pace on the ball. That's going to be too wide. I think that's one of those from Zako. He's hoping that the batter comes out to it and gets a wicket keeper involved. Ajay Mundra was in sensational form yesterday. Floated, miscue. That's the opportunity. Talk about Mundra. And Mundra takes the catch. Well, you mention a man, mention a player, and he comes into play, holds onto the catch, and they remove Ahmad Naeem just one short of his half century. He'll go for 49 on 20 deliveries, and it is the spin. Automatic we didn't see yesterday, who gets a ball and gets a wicket. I mean, you know they're going to be super aggressive against him, but when you just take that pace off, it can make all the difference. I tell you who else can make all the difference. Well, you mentioned his name. He comes into the cube, he frightens some batters, and they give the wicket away. It's Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, well, it's a good knock still from Naeem. That's what they want from him at the top of the order, 49 off 20. But yeah, I mean, saw Zaka in the side yesterday, the left-arm spinner, but a bit like, you know, a few people stuck on a desert island. I was thinking, where the tuck are we?
Yeah.
And there he is, and he's come up with the goods. Naeem trying to fetch that one from outside the off stump and skying it. Nice catch by Mundra. Not as easy as it looks, that one, because you're under their helmet, you kind of can lose the ball at the start, and everyone else knows where it is, but you don't. So it can be an awkward kind of catch, but Mundra is a very solid keeper. I actually think he kind of enjoys the fact it's difficult out there as well. Got a little bit of a friend here at the moment in the cube, don't we? Just want to,
Yeah, he's
one of our little bee
go
friends.
to the, what? Just go to the sunflowers, why
Pretty
don't
close
you?
to
Leave us
hitting it
alone.
from Maximo. Anyway, here's Bilal Zalmai coming in. Doesn't beat the field first up. Yeah, what a great series this is. I was also a bit surprised that Supercomputer wasn't giving Sweden a bit more of a chance, but I mean, still 60-40, I suppose. Gone. Really good keeping again. Zalmai loses his head, loses his wicket. And well, once again, it's that man, Mundra. He's got lightning hands. So the double strike for Tagawi. And after 5 overs, Austria 65 for 2.
Good bowling, clever bowling. He tried this a little bit earlier as well, but the batter at that time didn't want to play ball. But yeah, Bilal Zalmai, he's come out. You know he's going to be super aggressive. He was in great form, of course, in that second match. He scored good runs. It wasn't enough to get them to win. He scored 62 not out of 21, but he's going to go without scoring. It's the first duck of the day. And, well, he's going to get quacked off. Good morning to Derek. Buenos dias, Derek.
Morning, Derek.
And, well, that's the end of Zalmai.
Say good morning, Derek. Say good morning to all our viewers, why don't we? And yes, we are open-backed here in the cube, and I will try not to run into the wilderness today, but I've got to say it was nice to get back to nature yesterday. It's not a green screen, it is a real background. We're in Austria, we're in Vienna, and I want to say good morning to all the viewers. Also, I have promised the fans, we'll do the super fan sweep throughout the day, so we'll probably do a little bit each game.
Yeah, good idea.
When we get a moment. I know a few people would like to get allocated a team for the Euros to cheer for. Anyway, meanwhile, Karen Beer is going to go, and he's just going to go over the field of Maximo to start the 6th over. Javid Stanek, well, he's telling me he plays for Uppsala in Sweden, so I know I'm sure his teammates will be watching and cheering him. But he had a really good day yesterday, I thought. A couple of the people we hadn't seen before in a Swedish shirt. Mundra, the keeper. Uppsala man, Javid Stanek as well. It comes on again, and this time it's going to be 4 into the gap. So, well, Karen Beer, I won't say he's the forgotten man, but he didn't have too much of the strike so far. He's making up for lost time. Moves to 25.
Yeah,
he's joined at the crease, by the way, by Rasmal Shigawa.
Yeah, Rasmal, he's sort of coming at 3-4. They've moved him and Bilal. They've swapped them over a few times. I just feel that he's due a big score, Rasmal. Good player, great hit of the ball. I think he maybe just needs to change his mindset slightly. That's crunch straight back at the bowler, and Joeed, well, I think he wears this. That's hit so hard. We know Curran-Beer is a big hit of the ball. It's been crunched, and well, he protects himself there well, but he's a bit disappointed. Don't hold on to it.
That might have been end of the finger. I think he's going to have some attention here.
Yep.
Hate to see it. I mean, you're happy to save the run, but even to save the boundary, it's not worth kind of injuring. It looked like his bowling hand hits to a look. I think it was his kind of goes straight into the end of his right hand fingers, and that's kind of the worst thing you can have. You know, if you bang on your palm or something like that, you might have a few what you used to call hot spots, right? But yeah, it's not what you need. So yeah, just gonna while we've got a moment then, while we wait for Jarvid to get some attention. So what I've basically got 128 spots that I've filled, which is 4 times 32, and what we'll do, yeah. So just to let you know around about this week, so we got 128 spots that we filled. Still a few that we can fill. Maybe late comers want to come, but basically. Every country, we'll just go in order of how they are on the ECC groups kind of graphic you see all the time. We'll allocate 4 different numbers, and that's the country you get to go for. It's just a bit of fun. It's something I'm glad that the people keep
There's a lot of people.
for it.
You were saying you've had people contact you from all
I've
over
got
the place.
lurkers getting me from all over the world.
Look, want to see a
talk
bit more of
shirt?
this shirt. Yeah, I mean,
I went to pineapples to lemons. When life gives you lemons, make a shirt.
well,
like it?
I think you should have. I think bananas would have been better because you went bananas
threw me
yesterday. I mean, we finished the day off and you were pegging it over there. I never thought you were going to come back.
Threw me a big curveball with the banana yesterday as well. Anyway, Stanikzar's good, which makes me happy. And he gets one that's also drilled straight back. This time it's over his head, under the sight screen. And another boundary to Austria. On for 46 at the moment. I mean, Sweden aren't scared of too much, are they? They chased down 163 yesterday. Curran-Beer's good straight strike. Let's say
What's
Sweden.
the umpire? I love this.
Yep.
Daddy
That's it.
he gets up and gives a
It's
signal.
like a fire. Stop, drop, and roll. Definitely the stop and drop he got through there. Yeah, so Dom Andersing, the Swedish coach, I was having a good chat with him this morning. You know, he explained some of his strategies yesterday. I think it's quite clever. With how he used his players, he felt that Samuel Rahmani is a good finisher. That's why a few people said, well, how'd you bat him above Zuvak or something like that? I think as a coach, he's lucky in a way that he has several good options. Whacked. Chance gone. Well, speak of the devil, there's Sammy Rahmani right there. Takes it right in the fingertips. I think he's kind of relieved that sticks, but Rahmani comes up with a good Stanikzar with a wicket. Curran-Beer just needed about an extra 2 inches to get that over the fielder for 6. But the Maximo is robbed in Austria, 79 for 3.
Well, this one, look at the catch being taken here by Rahmani. It's like he's picking an apple from a tree. He just makes it look so simple, doesn't he? Just holds out the hand and just plucks that grizzly out of the air. So another one goes, and Curran-Beer, he just doesn't get the elevation. I was noticed that a fair bit, even with some of the shots he was playing on the leg side, he wasn't able to get under the ball. That's why a lot of those ones early on in his innings were being stopped. So he goes, and he literally got 2 new batters in there now. Rasmus Shigwell has yet to face a ball, but Kugani, he will face one, the left-hander.
Waste no time at all. Mind the windows, Tino. That's into the car park.
Well, that's almost into the camper van and making a pot of tea for itself, that Grizzly. Well, they left the door open. Big mistake. The Grizzly almost raided you.
Well, you've seen the 6 and out. Now see the out and 6. Kogiani starts with a large one, 85 for 3 after 6. Now, Samuel Rahmani's getting some attention. That catch was right in his fingertips, actually. So this is where we're at. 6 overs in, 85 for 3. Just the one wide so far, so some pretty good discipline there. That's that run rate is 14 and over or so. So, I feel within these two teams, 150's par. I said it yesterday. I know it didn't really happen for Sweden in the first innings they played, but they were missing Sher Ali, kind of threw them out of whack a little bit. Yeah, but Dumender, he said he might have a few surprises in his back pocket for the ECC as well. I mean, I love a couple of plays brought in here, Javed Stanikzar and also Ajay Mundra. I love him behind the stumps. You can see what a professional job he's done. And I think, you could get the top wicketkeepers in the world, like I often say with fielders, but put them on this surface and see how they deal with some of those second bounces. I mean, it's not a large kind of billiard table. Yeah, and I think I think he has a similar mindset to I would have as well, which is I kind of like the challenge of it. Yeah, it's one thing.
I think that's something that we got to try and plan for in the future. You know, and there's a lot of things that we'd like to see on the network. Well, that one, I wonder, his catches, it does, his 4 runs. But I think going forward, we need to put challenges out to top professional cricketers and say, right, are you up for a challenge? We're going to take you to an ECN ground that European cricketers play on, and we're gonna hit 10 balls at you along the ground and see how many you can take cleanly. And then we'll have like a league table.
Good luck getting that one past the agents. They have nothing to gain and everything to lose if that happens. Yeah, we want to take you out to a dust bowl and fire a few balls that are going to bounce 1 metre in front of you. Who's in? Down the leg side this time won't be touched. It'll be a wide. Takawi's got the classic. I think if you go on Amazon and look up finger spin sunglasses, there's a whole range you can get. Okay, goes up to this thick edge. That'll probably fly away as well. That's going to be 4 more. We know how fast this field is. So, Takawi, he's been pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I was a bit surprised. I mean, Dalmenda, like, obviously that he's managing his squad. Sometimes you've got no good options as a coach, and that's when it kind of sucks. But when you've got lots of good bats to be able to come in any situation, he's quite dynamic. Still a bit surprised Takawi didn't get a bowl yesterday, given that Austria did whap 160 and he was an option that was kind of staring him in the face.
Yeah, that was a big surprise.
She thought Hamid Mahmood, the other left arm spinner, bowled pretty well. Anyway, Kogiani 14 off 4. You know, he'll be swinging for the fences.
He's such a sweet hitter of the ball, isn't he, Kogiani? I mean, he plays a great shot over deep extra cover as well. There you go.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's proper cars. I'm really worried about that one. Oh, he's even picking the gaps in the car park. That's a couple. I'd definitely be parking across the road at the moment. 100 comes up for Austria with a massive Maximo from Kogiani. Likes this matchup, left arm spin versus left-hander.
Yeah, well, I was worried for the old classic Volvo that's in the car park there. I mean, leave the classics alone. And I know that Joanne Stiglitz, the captain of Austria, she's got an old Volvo. I think she was saying it's like a 1978 model. And I was talking about that the other day, saying what a classic it was. Still going strong, she says. It goes wide. That probably would have been a wide, but Kogiani shows his strength. I said that he's very good playing outside that extra cover area. So, and there he goes. There's the proof in the pudding. Not only can he put away the short ball on the legs, but outside off he can as well. So finish is quite expensive, does the Kuwait, but he does pick up a couple of wickets. That over goes magical, goes for 22. And the score at the end of 7, 107 for 3. So
are you ready
for that 150? Go on, let's do it.
I've had Corey Rutgers, who's already messaged me saying he wants a team. And normally I'd exclude ECN staff, but Corey is an exception. He said he wants to win sweepstakes, so I've put him in his number 116. Okay, so I'm just going to go. So the first team that are going to go are Isle of Man.
Yeah.
And the app has said 17, 27, 43, and 123. And that's not expected to mean anything to you, but I'm going to fill it in. It's Jeffrey Mobbs, Cosmic Nana, Tim Reedman, and 123 yet to allocate, but we'll put that in. One of the newbies.
Well, I think Jeffrey was on the chat.
So
Jeffrey, what do you think of that?
You're first in. Isle of Man, you've got. I'll target kind of putting away 4 teams. Next one to go is Estonia. Okay. And, okay, well, I'll wait for this ball. As this is going to be Khalid Zahid coming in the air. Outfielder coming in. Oh, it's a brilliant catch. It's actually the man going back that takes the catch, Syed Ahmed. I would have thought maybe Rahmani calls him off, but Saeed was determined. He takes a brilliant catch running back with the flight. 107 for 4.
What a catch. I mean, you've got to say, I'm watching this play in front of me and it's saying, nah, he's got to leave that alone to the fielder who's in front. But I suppose he's saying, no, it's mine, I want it. And Syed Ahmed takes a great catch. And who is it that gets out to another great catch? Razmal Shigwell. He just can't get a break at the moment.
He cannot. And Razmal, well, he'll be happy if his team keep winning. I feel like he's got that big innings around the corner, but not today. Or not this morning, I should say. Gone for 1. Great catch, though, by Syed Ahmed, because it's blowing around. If anything's blowing away from him as well.
Hey, what's happened? It's all gone dark.
Oh, yeah, he just had an umbrella. disappear.
It's coming back. One more.
You know who's back as well? Aki Bikpal is back today, captaining the side. Had the day off yesterday. Okay, I'm drawing Estonia while we wait for this field change. 15, 34, 61 and 125. Estonia has been drawn by Jules Uterbridge. It's been drawn by Lance Hall, funny, against Isle of Man, which is where he's from. So he's got 2 to cheer from. 61 is Terry Richmond, and 125 yet to be allocated. But how funny that Lance, of all the teams he could have drawn, because some people obviously still go, he'll be going for Isle of Man, that's where he's from. But his sweepstake team is against his actual team. Happened to Dave last year when he had got Cyprus against England, I remember. But anyway, okay, 2 down. Here's Khalid. Yeah, Kogiani. You know, the thing about Khalid, he's normally pretty good at hitting the Yorker. Just hasn't hit it as often as he normally would so far. And this is just a little bit length, probably thicker inside edge more than anything. Kogiani 30 off 7, off to the races.
Yeah, well, Khalid's first over did go for 20. Starts the second much better with a wicket. But after that single, Kogiani gets back on strike and he's going big. Yeah, a key big pile, of course. He was on, well, let's just say, his domestic team duty yesterday in very important matches, which they did win. So they continue on their quest to become the club that plays in the ECL.
Ready? I'm flying. I reckon I can knock off Group 1 here. So Bulgaria's next. And here come their numbers. So 4 numbers coming up. We've got 12, 16, 26 and 30. Okay. Well, this is a nice shot. And it won't be 16, but it will be 6. Nice shot from Kogiani. And once again, Zahid's giving him something to play with, and he's coming to the party. Maximal, 6 more.
Yeah, it's an interesting option to bang this one in short. I don't think he really has the pace. And one thing he doesn't have is the field set for it. And yeah, I think if you want to put that ball in, you've got to set the field first. We've talked about that several times. Just give a little nod before to your keeper, to your captain, let him know it's happening and you just put a field to it. But that just hasn't gone to plan. It's gone wrong. And Zahid goes for another boundary. And that is beautiful. Straight down the ground. Volley, volley, volley. And that is in the field behind us, where the solitary sunflower is still standing proud. What a lovely shot this is. Straight down the ground. And Kogiani turning on the style here. He's moved quickly to 42 of just 10 deliveries. What a strike rate. And at the end of 8 overs, Austria 124 for 4.
Really been smashing it, hasn't he? Hekmat Kogiani. And just gone out 124, yeah. So what are they on for? Yeah, probably 155, 160 with a big finish. Kogiani does have 350s on the network, has a high of 70. It was actually in Switzerland last year against the Zurich Crickets. It's the second club that has a cricket in their name, because we have cricketers, CC here. Yeah. Okay, ready? So I've done Bulgaria, and Bulgaria has been drawn by Sarah Dawson, Shrug of Jersey, of course. Luckily he doesn't have Jersey against him. Lily Panda has Bulgaria, and Helix has Bulgaria. Don't worry, these I'll put them up on my socials at the end of the day.
Okay, well, Helix, I think, is yet to join us, so
someone can
when
tell
he does,
Helix.
we can tell him.
Here he's got. All right, needs to be start. Quick work to the bowler, but he couldn't really get in a decent position. Said Ahmed being asked to bowl the 9th over. That's the only one he will bowl. While we're here, let's do Croatia. And then we've done Turkey, and then we've done Group 1. And Group 1's actually got 6 teams, so we're making good time here. I'll change for the left-hander. Kogiani, 42.
Taking their time to get the field right here. They've got time, so you might as well use it effectively to get that field right. Everybody sort of move around one. So interesting field here to Kogiani. They literally, I mean, all right, Share now does drop back on the boundaries. They've got a pretty straight third back.
I like the third back, actually, for the thick edge, because he swings so hard. Right, if he gets in the middle, it's going to be trouble. And that was actually a catch to Stanexay, but it was belted. I know you'd love to see the back of him, but that's probably the next best thing. Saves 3 runs.
Yeah, batter disappointed that he hasn't got it over that fielder, but that was, again, travelling. The fielder's done ever so well to, well, get hands to that. All right, you could say it's a drop chance, maybe at this level, but I see that as runs being saved.
Saeed Ahmed, 2 off 2 so far. This one finds the fielder as well. So decent start to this 9th over for Sweden with just the 3 singles well backed up there. Okay, so Croatia has gone to Kai Bay, who I haven't seen the chat this morning yet. It's gone also to Danny Hudacek. He's another one of my exceptions. I put him in Phil G in. And then David Frost, who got me on social media, and also Tom Weston, who plays for Wimbledon.
Okay, which club was, which team was that again?
That's Croatia.
Croatia. Oh, that's too high.
That is definitely an O ball. So he had everything going from this over, Saeed, and he's just lost the plot that time. Of course, if you got drawn Croatia, you'll get a really good look at them in the next 2 weeks. Remember, this is Challenger Division as well, so Challenger Division's wide open.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, hold on. I just realised that means I need twice as many shirts because we're gonna have 2 champion teams. Meanwhile, free hit time. High, I just can't make the stop. And that's going to be 4 runs, Kogiani to 47.
Yeah, I think the fielder here be disappointed, and his teammates as well, that he's not able to stop the boundary here. I just think he didn't really patrol that very well. It looked like he was a little bit slow getting to that. It's going to get past him. That's going to be another boundary. So Kogiani makes the most of the free hit.
I just realised we've doubled the budget because Jeff Maguire said he'd give it a Maximo 11 shirt to every winner. And I realised, I said, yeah, I think we'll need 4, but I just realised we'll have twice as many, right? End of the bat job here. Mundra picks it up. Oh, he doesn't quite pick it up that cleanly. So Kogiani to 48.
Yeah, and Akib Iqbali's got to go big here. Kogiani runs over and has a chat with his captain, probably saying, hey, look, I don't want you to get a single. I want the last over. Come and crunch it to the boundary. Akib Iqbal has had 3 balls. He's going a runner ball at the moment. Hasn't been able to find the boundary rope. And he won't with this one either. That's a good delivery to finish what has been, I think, probably one of the better overs in the match. I think we've seen 2 lots of 9, with 9 come of that one. And we saw the best over so far was over number 3 from Nasir Baluch. That went for 7. So good over. Not a lot happened in the 9th, Vinny.
Yeah, well, it was good. It kind of dodged the free hit, didn't it? That probably made the difference. Otherwise, it might have been 15 or something like that. But yeah, it does the job. And it's funny they bowled 4 bowlers out the first 8 over, so they've got to go different bowlers here. Okay, so here is the last. No, sorry, we've still got 2 more. We've got Turkey and Slovenia to give away, and then we're done. We've hit our target for this innings, right? So yeah, you get a good look at Croatia. So Turkey have gone to John Gray, who we'll definitely see later on. They've gone to Wayne in the chat.
Yep.
They've gone to 32 is Rob Thompson. Turkey are yours. And 54 being Phil G. All right, so Danny Hudacek and Phil G against each other. They're neighbours. 4 buys. Mundra, I don't know, he's a bit like the sun. Once a day, something weird happens. And yeah, this one just yorks him, gets through for 4 buys. Not much gets through Mundra, but have a look at it. Second bounce, low. Just didn't get the gloves all the way to the ground.
Yeah, he just needed to get a bit lower, didn't he? It was almost like the old pulley got stuck. Needed to get a little bit lower, gets past him. That's valuable runs here. They need a big finish here if they want to get to that 150. So that'll do, but they've got the right better on strike, haven't they, Austria Kogiani?
All right, Kogiani on 48. It's been a good knock. Oh, and he gets a big, filthy full toss. It's down the leg side. He misses out, but he does get the wide call. Okay, final one in Group 1, Slovenia. And you're going to see a fair bit of their team playing for Ljubljana in the ECS Croatia as well, which is coming up. And they have gone to both the Nicks, Nick and Nick I, who were next to each other, 37-38, both from the chat. And then Alex Kane, who got in touch with me on Facebook. And 94, Aaron Peter also got in touch with me on social media. There's Group 1, run and done. Anyway, getting back to the action here. And I think they're bang on the par. It's been called a wide. 151 expected, probably 152 after that, I'm guessing. Let's have a look at this call.
Nah.
That's not a wide.
Not a wide.
Having said that, bowler runs straight in front of the umpire, so probably doesn't get the benefit. Jumps across. It's another one that's going to rattle the fence. It's got all the way Maximo, and it's 50 for Kogiani, as he has been a bit of a difference maker here, hasn't he, in getting Austria probably up past the 150.
Yeah, it's been a good knock from Coggiani from the moment he came in. Remember, he had that blistering hit of his first ball that flew for a big six and nearly ended up in John Howden's camper van. Well, since then, it's just gone, oh, that's really wide. And oh, no, this could be a minimo, you know. Oh, dear, oh, dear. No, well, they're giving it as a no. I don't think it even hits the pitch here. Oh. It's so wide. So what has happened with Romani with this ball? And also, I wonder, yeah.
It's off the pitch.
Off the pitch.
And
no.
Second time. Now, the one thing with Mundra, and I'm not really critical of him because he's a superstar, but needs to get those gloves a bit down to ground level.
Yeah.
You know, just gives you a bit more surface area. I mean, that was really on Romani that time. So no ball off the pitch plus 4 buys means it's free hit time. Coggiani ready to pounce. He mishits it. Probably gets caught. Need to be looking for 2 here. They should get 2. Wasn't the greatest turn, but also fumble out there on the boundary. So that for 150 has come up. Make that 152 with 3 to come.
Coggiani gets the 2, goes back on strike, the 150 on the board. But I said the same thing yesterday when Austria got to that 162. We've seen high scores, and that doesn't mean that this game is done. Coggiani needs a few more. Well, this time it's not a free hit. This time it would count if it's taken. Oh. It's a great effort. Had to get the slide in to get there. Just couldn't get there. The wind holding that up.
Yeah.
And that is a great bit of running, but a great effort from the fielder. But you just see the wind here. The fielder, Saeed Ahmed, is coming in and he wants to get there. He dives to get there. But the wind just holds that up. Look at the way this ball it ends up almost going backwards.
I mean, Saeed knew that he had a play on it, didn't he? The way that he ran in and attacked it, but he couldn't find the Grizzly in the end. Bowled, and so Coggiani's going to have to go. Romani will get smart in the end. I always say this, you know, everyone's like, oh, why doesn't everyone just get across outside the off stump, just ramp everything?
Yeah.
It's not easy. If the bowler gets it right, full Yorker at the stumps, it's outside your pads. You're not going to catch up with it a lot of the time. So he makes an early movement. Coggiani has to tell his story walking, but what a good knock that is from him. He ends up going for 58 with 1 ball remaining. Austria 154 for 5.
Yeah, good knock, and you can see that the big D, Daniel Eckstein, the coach of Austria, he liked that. He was the first to congratulate him when he comes back. It was an impact innings, wasn't it? And it has got Austria to that 150 score. But with a ball to go, 6 would take it to 160. Remember, yesterday. And it's very valid to mention 162 was not enough yesterday. It will be a dot. They will run. They will get the bye. And that means they'll finish on 155. And even though that over had a lot of issues with it, it goes for 22 in the end. But he gets away with it because there was 2 lots of wides. There was a no ball. And 4 buys as well. It had a little bit of everything, did that last over. Well, not a lot, as I said, happened in the 9th. It all happened in that last one. 22 come from it, and Austria finish on 155 for 5.
Yeah, it's probably over par by maybe a few.
Yeah.
But Sweden, well, if they're top order fighters, you better watch out. You better not cry because the balls are going to fly. Let's have a look at the first 10 overs of the day. And Ahmed Naeem, they kept him at the top of the order. I like it. I just think he's the in-form power play batter. He cracked 49 to get Austria off to a pretty good start.
Yeah, I think he's got to go. We saw him come up a little bit lower yesterday, and I don't think that worked for them. They need that extra firepower to support Karanbir Singh at the top. And it was he got going, and it's not often that we see Karanbir standing at the non-strikers and not doing a lot. But it was good hitting from him. That was a great effort there on the boundary, but I think he's taken off from outside the field anyway. It would always have been 6. That's a good catch to remove the hard-hitting Naeem. Mundra takes the catch and removes him from 49, and then great work behind the stumps. Mundra, I think a bit of a mixed display from him.
Yeah.
He was good when called upon with the catching and the stumpings, but some of those balls that got past him, I think he'd be disappointed about those.
I think partly, you know, I don't know, maybe it's coincidence, but 10th over, I think maybe the concentration might be wavering a little bit around that, and he should be tired. I just think yeah, I mean, it's tough as well, but maybe just technically that's just a little thing to try and get a bit lower and offer a bit more service area, trying to maybe smother the ball, get the legs, get the hands behind it. But anyway, Kogiani was making the insurers pretty nervous, wasn't he? As he cracked a few into the car park, and he batted really well, got to say. Very, very smooth, kind of fearless approach. Shigawa, which can't take a trick at the moment, can't he? The former Austrian skipper, he held out for just one. Sure, we'll see him once or twice before the end of the day. But yeah, I think just the left-handedness made a bit of a difference as well for Kogiani. Yeah, I think he liked the matchup against Takawi, the left-arm spinner. They don't really didn't see an off-spin option that might have made a bit of a difference. And again, he likes the ball coming in. He likes that round the wicket kind of approach. That was his 50, brought it up, 4th on ECN. And, well, then things went a little bit awry. See there? It just got a little bit skinny there, did Mundra, and that one got away. Kogiani got castled, trying to get a little bit funkalicious. But yeah, he gets a good pat on the back, and so he should, for setting up this 150-plus score. When it's all said and done, Austria 1-5-5, and I think this game is right in the balance, knowing exactly what Sweden did yesterday. In fact, they've got such a long, strong batting order. Austria, they're going to have to bowl really well to defend this. Looking at the scorecard, 49 to Naeem at the top of the order, 29 to Karanbir, but 58 off 20 for Kogiani. Just look at that strike rate as well, 290. Scored quicker than any other batter, as well as scoring the most runs in that innings. 15 extras, only the 9 byes won't make Mundra too happy, but they end up on 1-5-5. And as far as the bowlers went, I will say that Sweden, a bit of a mixed bag for them. But I was got to say I was pretty happy to see Takawi. Yeah, Takawi getting a go. Maybe they could even think about bowling Shukla as well if they bring him back into the side.
Yeah, Shukla. I think yesterday Shukla had a bad deal. They made him bowl the second over and they laid into him. I always thought that was going to be probably tricky. I think here Zakatawi came on to bowl at the right time. He was a little bit expensive his second over, but picked up those 2 wickets. And I think some of those bowling figures there Baluch, his second over was absolutely brilliant. He's bowling with some fire at the moment. And even Saeed Ahmed, really good over from him.
Yeah, the other thing is they bowled 4 bowlers in 8 overs, which I still think strategically it's probably not the right thing to do. But anyway, it's 155 for 5. Yeah, poor Shukla bowled that 1 over yesterday. I think they almost gave him a free ride to the airport. Let's not forget he's a former player of the series. Anyway, I'm sure we'll see him back before the end of the day. We'll be back pretty shortly. But before we go to the halftime break, we're going to show you the next stop on the European Cricket Tour.
Our 2-week adventure here in Austria is coming to an end. What a beautiful country, and the cricket has been explosive and dynamic as well. It's time for you now to start to join us once again on tour on the European Cricket Network as we get ready to start our next adventure. Starting on the 9th of September, we welcome you to Croatia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us as we start the last day in Austria. We're halfway through match 1 at the moment as match 3 in the men's ECI. Austria have put on 155 against Sweden. There's the bonus points equation, although it shouldn't really come into it with fine weather expected today and it's best of 5 series. The bonus points would only really come into it should the series be tied on wins. 108 is that mark. If the Austrians were to take all the points for Sweden, okay, 156 the target. They chased down 163 successfully last night. We know what we're going to see from Sweden. We are going to see some shots, and a lot of them are going to fly over the boundary. Can Austria restrict on home turf? Here's a man that is constantly making this cube his home turf over the last 2 weeks. Rico Full.
Yeah, well, I've made this spot my own. The cube itself, well, I just think next time we need to use different materials. Something that's a bit more solid. And, yeah, well, Nish was here. When I was with Nish, Nish was saying, I've heard so much about the wind. There's been no wind, blah, 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 blah. Oh, Nish, the wind is back. If Nish, I'll tell you this now. If Nish was here yesterday, we would never have heard the end of it. I'm telling you, we would not have heard the end of it. He would have been, I reckon, spinning feathers by the end of the day. But anyway, the wind did come. It's still here now, actually, but not anywhere near as strong. But we do know that temperatures are going to go up a fair bit here today. So any bit of breeze will be appreciated. Stronger together. Well, that's our motto. And one of these two teams will have to be stronger together in this one. I really think this is going to be a good run chase. I actually feel, the feeling that I have is that Sweden they'll go out there believing that they are favourites in this match. I just think they will. They got that run chase yesterday, 163. They did it pretty comfortably. And they know that if they can get the earlier batters in, get a good power play, get that 50 on the board after 3, they'll back themselves to get the win here.
I've just got to, I've got a feeling that 40%, I think, is what it's going to give us. I'm curious what the computer's thinking here. I mean, it feels like a 50-50, but I still think 155 with, I think, higher class ground fielding standards and higher class fielding in general. Yeah, well, I'm pretty close, 39%. Maybe I am the supercomputer. All right, so Sahil Zadran's going to get us going. Zubac gets another hit at the top of the order, but he didn't even see him batting in that 163 chase yesterday. Sher Ali is his partner. Now, these two can go large. So I'm batting up the top for hooting a fair bit during the ECL. 5 versus 5. Here we go, 156 the target. Good length first up from Zadran. Gets a bit of bend on that.
This must have done a lot. If you think where the keeper ends up taking this.
I reckon it's got a bit of outswing into the wind. Let's have a look. Yeah. Really good. 9 behind the stumps for Austria.
Great start. I mean, those sort of deliveries, you sometimes think they're practically unplayable. He's get it right on the line. He's moving away. The batter to get back on that will have to do very, very well. Miscue. Get a single as it goes to Curran. Just a single. Don't mind that. That's what Austria will be saying. You know what? Singles. We don't worry about those. Even twos. What we don't want to give is boundaries. So first runs on the board in the reply. Needing 156 for a win here, Sweden.
All right. Well, I said in this new Sweden kit, he looks like the world's biggest jockey. Like he's going to go dinosaur racing. But Sher Ali is the big man, and he can hit a big ball. And he's facing up now against Sahil Zadran. If Sher clicks, this is certainly within reach. And he's going to go big first ball, up and over the fielder. Maximo, well caught, but off the field by Kogiani. And 6 to start Sher off.
That's a great shot. I mean, it's 6 runs, no doubt about it. But Kogiani, what a great catch that is. Running where he's ran from, he's ran over the boundary and he's held on to a great catch. But it just has to go down. It's like a crowd catch, really, because it has no impact. There he goes. He says, you know what? I still want the catching practice.
All right, that could be a chance, you know. It's holding out. Shigarwal's under it. And he's taken the catch, so 6 and out for Sher Ali in a big moment early. Sweden lose their opener. Sher Ali gone for 6. It's 7 for 1.
Yeah, Shigwell takes the catch, and I reckon he would have been a little bit nervous about this. We've seen him drop a few, and even this time round, when balls are going up in the end, you'd expect him to take it, but Shigwell holds on to the catch, and then he knows it's a big wicket. And here he goes, takes the catch and just says, yeah, there you go, done it, got the big man. And that's then going to give them a big boost. So Sher Ali hits 1-6 and then gets out. That went a long way up in the end. Not an easy catch if you consider the conditions as well.
Classic live by the sword, die by the sword. I even think that first one, he's throwing a bit to the universe, isn't he? He's not completely in control of it. He gets caught over the boundary first up. But I actually think it's pretty good field placing, because you know he's going to try and play that shot. And if there's a thick outside edge, that's the kind of area it's going to fly. They even had the deep point back. And generally that's into the wind, even though the wind seems to have stopped for a moment. All right, so here's Sudais, who gets the number 3 job here. Great start from Sahil. Again, working over that off-stump line. Floating slip in place. That one's going to make the keeper fly. I think that one will be a wide, but he's getting a good outswing at the moment. Just seems to be a weird kind of 2-minute, no real wind left to right period. Although we have seen some bowlers swinging into the wind. It's really going for Zadran at the moment.
Yeah, he's getting that ball to swing big, and it's a bit of late swing as well. I mean, you can see just exactly where the wicketkeeper ends up getting gloves to that one. That's Aman Naeem beyond the stumps.
Loves to throw himself around, doesn't he? This one gets wrong, that's the problem. Doesn't go. It's probably going to come in and be quite hittable, but doesn't really collect it, does he, Sudais? He'll have to settle for the single. In fact, it was off the leg. It'll be a leg by.
Yeah, it's a disappointment, really. That's the thing, I think, when you watch these two teams. They're good teams, they're high standards. You're not going to get too many loose deliveries, and I think when you do, batters have to capitalise.
Have a look after 5 balls. Sweden have gone from 40% to 30, or 39 to 30. A lot of that's the fact that Sher Ali's back in the shed. Not that they can't do it with the batting they've got. Push and run from Zuvak. Has to hustle. End of the first over. Pretty good one for Austria. They get the big fish. It's 10 for 1 after 1. Hey, you know what I'd like before I go on vacation is a golden ball. And we know that Austria have been involved in a golden ball before in men's ECI cricket. You know, it's weird. 3 of the 4 teams this weekend have been involved in golden balls, haven't they? Because Sweden and Spain in the women's have played a golden ball against each other. But 31 matches, it was only last weekend, Sunday afternoon. We're going to have a Sunday afternoon this afternoon. What do you think, Rico?
Well, it's definitely possible, of course. The scores for that golden ball here were 123 to 123. And could we see another to finish off here in Austria? A golden ball finish? Yeah, it could happen. Right, Ishak Safi, who I think has been bowling well consistently all the way through. He did the European Cricket Series. I think he bowled ever so well. He bowled well yesterday as well.
First one's full, and once that's completely well timed, Zuvak will get 4. This outfield's so fast. He's kind of clunked it off the inside half, but it got away from the field to 4 runs.
Yeah, it wasn't quite, as you said, wasn't quite timed out the middle. But he will get the boundary, and that's what they need here. Just need to, you don't want to fall too far behind. Fall too far behind, and then it's just going to have a knock-on effect all the way through the innings. And batters will come in believing that it's not possible. You don't want that. So this needs to be a pretty big over, with only 10 coming from the first.
Oh, that one didn't really get up. Oh, interesting. That's a bit of natural variation. I think when you're bowling with a new ball, I know we're talking about swing, but because it's got quite a prodigious seam, sometimes the screen gets scrambled and it hits it. Is that bit back and kept a bit low, it can make it bounce a bit more or less than you'd expect. Also, some bowlers will go the cross seam sometimes as well to try and get that variable bounce. Right, this is up and over the offside. Maximal for Imal Zuvak. Oh, Sher Ali can't stay out of the action. Never mind the broken finger. He's just going to catch that one, throw it back. It's 6 more to Sweden.
Got to believe. That's what it comes down to. Got to believe. And you got to put away those shots. It's now or never. That's the thing, because if they fall behind, you don't get back into it.
6 more.
Yeah, that's it.
The big D's out there. He has the hands on hips, because that one, I think, again, it's not quite the line to bowl to Zuvak. He's got really fast hands. He puts that one out of the park.
Yeah, goes into the field, the sunflower field. And I know I had a lot of people being on the chat and saying, what's happened to the animals? Well, it is the last day. And I think maybe the animals, they will come back and give us a good farewell as well.
Come back for like a party. It'll be like Noah's Ark, except you only got one of everything. Well, some we had 2, right? Safi, come back ball. Oh, good one.
Beaut.
Oh,
Absolute beaut, this. This is a peach. It's an absolute peach, and it would have had so many batters in trouble.
it's so rhythmic the way it came to the crease. Let's have a look at it. I mean, certainly plays it like it did heaps. Just a good area. The corridor of uncertainty.
Yeah.
I suppose you're not sure with a ball like that whether to go forward or back. You end up getting kind of caught on the crease. And even if he hits, it's not going too far. Next time he takes it on, he advances, he clips it. It's 4 more. Sweden not going anywhere. End of the second over. It's 30 for 1.
Much better over. They needed a magical one to come back strong after the first one. Went just for 10, and they do. And if they can get another good over like that, they'll be back on track. This is the way it's looking at the moment. And both teams have had a win apiece.
Yeah, you can see Austria a slightly bigger margin, but yeah, really the net run rate and the overall points shouldn't come into it, because it's a best of 5 and strictly first 3 wins will get the trophy this afternoon. What a great hit out for both of these 2 teams, so close to ECC as well. Of course, we'll know who gets them in the sweep today as well, although we'll have to wait a little bit before we draw them. Sudais only faced the 1 ball so far. It was a leg bye. And they're going to continue with Sahil like this. He's moving it around. Hit back. What an unbelievable catch. Well, Sahil Zadran has done what many bowlers haven't been able to do, catch a bullet. Sudais kind of eye rolls to the universe. It's Sweden 20 for 2.
What about this for a catch, people? What about this? The batter is in disbelief. There's silence from a lot of the Swedes around the ground. It is a great caught and bowled. He's hit it pretty well, and he doesn't know too much about it. If we can slow this down again from that angle, have a look at Sahil Zadran. The eyes close, the hands go all over the place. And I often say this, sometimes they just stick, and that does stick. Well, maybe Sahil Zadran did have some cheeky jalebis this morning, because watch this. Watch the head, watch the eyes close, and he has no idea where that ball is, but it sticks in that left hand.
I mean, I second-guessed myself, because I actually didn't think there was any chance he could have caught it. But yeah, it's the old look away. And when you're hot right now. Zadran's piping hot, isn't he, as Mundra comes to the crease at number 4. So interesting, in this game they decide that Mundra bats lower. They put Emil Zuvak up to the top of the order, who is still there, batting pretty well, might add. But what a catch. Yeah, it's literally, you put your hands up, and it's a reflex, which closes your hand around the ball. There's nothing really consciously that Sahil's done about that, but he'll enjoy it. Could be trouble. This one's a lot easier, or maybe not. Uh-oh, trouble.
No. Oh, no.
That's a 5-er. Well, 0 becomes 1, becomes 5. Mundra's off the mark. No real fine leg in play, so taking the opportunity, try and force the run out, but it finds its way to the boundary. 4 overthrows.
Well, we thought he might be losing his wicket. In the end, he gets 5. And that's right, because Akib Iqbal, the captain, goes for the shy of the stumps, misses by a long way. Nobody at fine. He goes all the way.
I just thought that was going to hang up and blow back to Sahil Zadran. Maybe took a little bit too long to turn left, but yeah, well, what a swing. We'll see if that ends up costing. Mundra gets a bit lucky first ball, gets to the other end. Now full toss is going to be swatted away out of the ground, and that's going to be 4. So Zuak continues on his merry way, moves to 26.
Yeah, that's not a good delivery, is it? From Sahil Zadran, just over pitches, trying to, of course, get that Yorker in play. Ends up being a full toss. It's clipped away quite nicely. Doesn't try to hit it too high. All that pace coming on from the bowler. Get it out the middle, and that's gone over the ropes. Nice shot. Good hit.
All right. This is interesting, this game, isn't it? Oh, that rate stays in the 15s. I actually think Sweden are pretty comfortable the way that their order is set up. Even obviously Sherali's gone. Sudesh went fairly cheaply. Zuvat 26, the captain on strike. Goes after this, making the most of the power play at the moment. That's another one bounce 4. So he moves to 30. Third over, I think he's acutely aware there's going to be 5 outfielders in a few moments' time. So he's really going after everything. Picks this one up nicely over the leg side.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a look at the last 2 shots, the ball has just bounced before the rope, and they're in areas that after the power play will be well protected, long on and mid-wicket. So it's very important to try and get as many you can here. They're in the 40s now, so remember the power play when Austria were out there was 42, so they've got to 43 here with the ball to go. So they're winning the power play. The issue is the wickets. They have lost those 2 wickets, one of them off one of the key batters, Sher Ali. So that's not to say, though, that they haven't got another batting. We know that they have. And I think the captain here at the moment, Imal Zuak, is making sure that his team stay in this contest and up with the rate.
Last ball of the power play. Beats him outside the off stump. Wants the wide call here, but let's see if it gets a bit of the line. Umpire says it does. Let's have a look. He's batting kind of middle and leg. Yeah, I think that's fine. You know, I think it's half out, half on. I honestly think it's a good call. Remember, ball has to be completely outside the line to be a wide under the current interpretation. So that's the end of the over, and the score 43 for 2.
Yes, and what you'll see here, just as I was telling you, they are that 1 run ahead, but have lost 2 wickets. But it's the way that Austria finished. Remember that 3 of those last 5 overs went pretty big, went magical. And Sweden has to try and maintain a good, healthy rate here. So it needs to be going at around about that 16 mark. But if they keep their wickets in hand, I don't think that's undoable. They showed that yesterday.
All right, here we go with Kogiani. Brilliant with the bat. Now he gets his chance with the ball. He's had a really good knack of picking up wickets. Bowled an LBW in this series. Straightening the ball down the line. Does like to get it full. And if Sweden are going to win this, they have to neutralise Kogiani. Mundra faces up. He tries to get super funky first ball, and the latest late cuts misses out. Interesting. This is a bit more of a reactive shot rather than trying to kind of take him on down the ground. It ends up hitting the very inside edge of the bat and goes nowhere.
Yeah, it's an interesting shot to also try and attempt when you know that there is a fielder who's there anyway.
Yeah, true.
So just getting a single Kogiani is probably not the plan. You're needing 16 and over, so it's got to go and think differently this time. Goes across the line, and he's going to have to get back because he's sent back by the non-striker, and I think it's a good shout. It's a non-striker scored. It goes to the fielder. So a couple of dot balls here to start.
Pitch is miles outside leg, and even if it was hitting the stumps, can't have been out. Yeah, this is a good, really good test of Mundra here. And Kogiani's got his tail up. It's not easy to take him on, but you have to. Slow ball this time, holds out. Bilal takes the catch. So Mundra, strike 1, strike 2, and he's out. As Kogiani strikes, what a game he's having. And Sweden now 43 for 3.
Yeah, well, let's just say Adrian Mundra just didn't look that comfortable out there. Remember, the 5 that he scored was when he gave almost half a chance to Sahil Zadran, and then the ball was thrown over the ropes for the boundary. So that was his only score. So he ended up with 5. You thought it was going to be his lucky day, but it's not going to turn out that way. Just didn't look in the same sort of rhythm as he was yesterday, but he hasn't chewed up too many. He's got out the way. 5 from 5. A good catch, safe catch there from Bilal on the boundary. And Kogiani, yeah, just continues to impress.
Roger's had a funny time. There's been times he's kind of carved up the bowling in short periods, but there have been kind of times he has been bogged down a little bit as well. So I wonder where he is. I think he's got to be in their plans for the ECC. I think with his keeping, it's just where you bat him in comparison to the other players around the order. In Sweden, they do play a fair bit of T10 cricket. I mean, that's how they decide the ECL representative. Diamanda will be keeping an eye on things, I'm sure. Well, that's quick. That is quick. It's Khalid Zahid that's come in.
Yeah, I just love the follow through. I mentioned this before about Kogiani. I mean, watch where he'll end up here. So he gets beaten well and truly, and you'll probably see Kogiani just coming to the frame as well.
This is a batter's view, really. So imagine that coming at you, but you're a bit close, obviously, than where the camera is. I don't even think it's the one for the over.
No, it stays under.
Yeah, it's a very good ball. It's a dangerous ball, really. He's still got the short one up his sleeve. Oh, nice shot, though. What a good response from Khalid Zahid. And he clips him into the sunflowers. Maximo! What a way to get off the mark.
Oh, this is a tremendous shot. It really is incredible. Well, look at Zuwak there. He just holds on to him saying, don't go anywhere. I want to talk to you. Because
it's very tape ball kind of shot, though.
Yeah.
You know, we talk about tape ball and a lot of these guys with that background, they're really good at whipping off the pads, the way they use the wrists. That was a great shot. Brings up the 50 for Sweden.
Yeah, wonderful shot. And of course, it's all about timing. When you've got these quick bowlers coming at you, and Kogiani bowls with some pace, I would say he's probably the quickest.
Yeah, Kogiani's getting him up. I'd say he bowls, he's definitely over 80 miles an hour. He's kind of up towards 85, I think. Kind of 130 to 135 range. Full toss, not a great ball. What a fantastic bit of fielding, though. They might get two. Well, bowler's ends on. He's slow to go back for the second. Well, if the bowler takes that, it was an opportunity to run out Imal Zuvak. Oh, high drama here at the Seymour Cricket Ground.
Yeah, look at the bit of fielding that creates this, though. I think they thought this was 4, no worries, but it's a great save. Then he picks it up. I mean, he gets a bit unlucky with the bounce here. This really takes off, and he's just not able to get the ball in his hands with Kogiani.
Yeah, not an easy throw to get from the outfield, but hey, saved a couple at least. Zahid on strike. Batting a bit higher than we often see him, but obviously they fancy his boundary hitting ability. And he will get a boundary here. How much? It's going to be 6. Maximo. Kogiani rolls the dice again with a shortish ball. So, well, he does concede 15, but does pick up a wicket in that over. And what a great game this is. It's 58 for 3 after 4.
Yeah, Kogiani, the only thing I'd say about him, I mean, he's got pace. When he bowls that shorter ball, it tucks up and troubles a lot of batters when he gets the Yorker length delivery in. But he'll always, and I think it's just a thing sometimes that some left armers have, he'll always offer you those on the pads, and he's bowled 2 in that area, and both at this level will get put away, and that's exactly what Khalid does. So it's a good over that he gets a wicket, but he'll be disappointed that even with that wicket, he's allowed Sweden to get the 15 that they're looking to get in each over.
All right, so Bilal is going to come on now, change of pace. And Bilal, his plan A is just to get as many balls in the block hole as possible. You know, with kind of darting it in there quite fast for what you call a spinner. He's not really a huge side spinner of the ball. He's trying to give you nothing to work with. This will be a good battle.
He was key in the win in match number 1 between these two. He took 3 wickets and was very economical as well. 3 for 15. So the slow bowling certainly did work in that match.
All right, this will be really interesting. Still plenty of batting to come for Sweden. More or less gets the first one up there. Just to single down the ground to Karanbir. Because look who's still to come. You've got Samuel Rahmani listed next. Syed Ahmed after that. Baluch after that. Stanixay after that. So there's another 4 genuine hitters. I liked what I saw from Stanixay yesterday. I know he's mostly a bowler, but... gone. How do you like that? Well, Zahid pace off the ball, hits across it, just mistimes it, and the leading edge balloons to the man at short third. Kelso does the rest, and Bilal strikes Sweden 59 for 4.
Yeah, Bilal, he's just got the knack, hasn't he, of picking up. And this is just all about having that option to change it up. the change of pace. So you've had the likes of Sahil Zadran, you've had the likes of Kogiani, even Safi's not slow. So you've had the pacers, they've all come at you. You've been fending off some sharp deliveries, and then Bilal comes on. Obviously not the same amount of pace, but he puts the ball in the right areas. Batters need to and want to get after him. You need him to go at 16s, and well, that one just takes the edge. It's a good sharp catch, and that's going to be the end of another batter. So somebody else will have to come in and take over.
Productive innings from Khalid. Okay, doesn't make a big score. Okay, mistimes that and gets out, but 14 off 5, that's fine. He does his job. Now, this will bring Samuel Rahmani, who's going to start with 4. Well, that was an elementary mistake, really, on the boundary. You don't expect that. There's Arslan Arif out there. One bounce to him, and it pops him out of his fingers and over the line.
Yeah, now that's an error that you wouldn't expect to see. I mean, look, that's just lack of concentration. You can't blame the bounce or anything else. And at this level, that's disappointing, and I'm pretty sure that he'll hear more about that from his own coaching staff.
He's the first to put his hand up as well, Arslan. In the air at 6. Gets under this Rahmani. We shouldn't have been on strike. We'll never know what would happen otherwise. But he gets his first maximal. Starts with 4 and 6. Pick up sticks as Sweden picking up the pace in this chase.
Yeah, nice shot. I mean, it was one that he could have quite easily tried to take on and go across the line, but he said no. He knows where the field is set. They've got 3 men waiting there, and he decides to go down the ground. And the wind, the way it's playing at the moment, will certainly help in that department.
He's 2 of the 2 from the Impossible Chase 2021, one of our early ECN classics. Uh-oh, that's a brilliant stop from Naeem. I have no idea how he stopped this. This was fired down the leg side. He doesn't know time to kind of move his feet. Just kind of launches himself. That's an incredible stop to say 4.
That's superb, isn't it? He just superb movement.
Such a good stop. Some great keeping on display this weekend. All right, well, this one is going to leave the ballpark. Don't even bother searching for that. New balls, please. Maximo. Rahmani's come out swinging.
Well, that's going in there, and nobody wants to sort of go in there after it. They said, no, let's just have another ball, probably because there's all sorts of things that are just lurking in that field. Well, we call it the field of joy, but sometimes it can be joy. There you go. That's some of the happy memories that we've got from the European Cricket Series. With the giraffe. Well, a giraffe can come pretty useful when it comes to finding those balls.
It's about 10 metres deep to the sunflowers as well. Arif. Well, they handle this one cleanly either, but only cost him 1. End of the 5th over. Game on here. Walking stick 77 for 5. Don't let the 4 wickets fool you. I mean, a couple of good partnerships here. Sweden can pull this off. You double 77, you get 154. They're chasing 156. Yeah. They're more or less at the rate they need to be at. We'll start Croatia tomorrow. Excited about that. And of course, we've got a bit of a bonus weekend. The Spanish women that are here this weekend, they'll be in Greece in 2 weeks' time. What a life, hey? Corfu will be a great location. I think that'll be awesome for both teams as well, Greece and Spain. UCC's coming up 23rd of September. Malta for 4 weeks. Barcelona for 3 before the ECI-W, and wedged in there, the Italian finals. We have the club finals, the T20 and T20 women's in Rome. The T20 men's team that win will go to the ECL in 2025. New over Kogiani comes back and blasts the first one past Sami Rahmani.
Yeah, I like this. I think don't hold him back. He's bowling well. He's been pretty rapid. He could get you another wicket. Thing is, though, what Sweden's doing, even though they are losing wickets, they've lost 4 of those, but they keep on getting the score that they need. So they're not, it's almost like they're not going away. So Austria, they're getting some joy, but Sweden, they're not going away, they're there.
A bit surprised they're only 17%. Although Kogiani started pretty well in this over. ... All right, well, because Kogiani's got a long run up, I'm going to go back. I'm going to start drawing Group 2. Might not do it all at once, but this is for the sweep. And already we've drawn Group 1. So we're making pretty good time so far. So I'm going to draw Group 2, starting with Greece. Okay? So I'm going to ask the computer, and it'll give us 4 numbers, and I'll tell you what they are after this ball. Rahmani, ... needs to go. And he does. It's slightly mishit. Fielder going back. Drops it. Can't find the drop zone. Had to go back from the infield. They're going to go for 2. Big mix-up here. Huge mix-up. And it's going to be Zuvak that's run out. Oh, well. This is a total mash-up. So, oh, well, can you believe what you're seeing? So Romani survives. Also, might be a no ball because the bowler's end stumps are over. Let's see what happens. I mean, first we saw still don't really know what happened. He sells him some fake goods here, doesn't he? And I think that Romani does get back.
Yeah, that's terrible. You see the bail, just the wind knocks the bail
the
over
wind,
there.
yeah.
But yeah, that's a thing about that is you know, you got to go back with the basics. So you've just given a chance, take the single, relax, and say, right, got away with it. But the second look, both of them are watching what's happening there. So nobody's looking at each other. They're watching the ball, and that's a problem. All the way through that, you'll see both batters are watching the ball. Nobody's looking at each other, and as a result of that, that is a huge breakthrough because Imal Zuwak gets run out.
Yeah, you see, Romani gets back to the crease first. So because he's back, basically says, see you later, skip.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's an unnecessary. Balut's the new batter, and he's going to go straight away, but it's up, it's in the air, and it's 6. Well, there you go. This Sweden side, they're like a bunch of explosive chemicals stored too close together. They could go off at any time, and Balut goes Maximo first ball.
Yeah, well, sometimes they say that these things happen for a reason. It could be a blessing in disguise. You never know. Balut fires that one away. 6 runs, and it's a shot that he's able to play that we did see that Romani struggle. Romani was struggling to play that kind of ball. He's got to watch from the other end and learn maybe.
All right, high, probably 6, definitely 6. With the wind, that one flies out of the ground. Maximo Balut comes out and goes bang, bang.
This one is almost gone up to the moon and back. It really has. Well, you can't see the moon, but this Grizzly had a good look at it because it went a long way up, and then the wind got involved, and it just takes it over Karambir. Well, that's exactly what I'm talking about. They're losing wickets, but they're still banging runs.
They don't care. I love it about them. Slow ball, smart, but it's also a great shot. Picks it, had some length to work with. Balut's quick hands there, gets them through the ball, 4 more. That'll be the end of the over. It's 94 for 5. All right, just quickly, while I've got the end of the over, because I know this is an exciting game. Greece has gone to Keanu Nolan. Keanu's around. Steve C gets Greece. Johnny Clark, who got me on social media, gets Greece. And 122 yet to be allocated. And while we're here, we might as well do Czechia. By the way, all these teams, like Greece and Czechia, they're a good shout for the Challenger division. So Czechia, I'll give you as well. Let's see who they go to. They're going to go to Akib Iqbal here. Okay. So, yeah, we missed Akib yesterday, didn't we? But just quickly, Czechia is going to Trip in the USA.
Okay.
It's also going to Jeff Maguire from Northern Ireland.
Jeffrey.
Grizzly Sports. And it's going to James Stewart in Estonia. And it's going to Gregor Galway, who I know recently had a birthday. All right, done. Here's Akib bowling for the first time in the series. And the first ball is going to disappear. And it's like a field goal. It's climbed straight over the camera, straight over the sight screen. Romani, well, he pulled rank, didn't he? He said, I want to stay. And right now, he's making the bowlers pay. 6 runs.
Massive hit that is. I just get the feeling here, Romani, just seeing what I saw him struggle with against Kagani, get him short outside the off stump. That's where Akib has to go. Akib goes full, he goes straight, and Romani goes boom, bye-bye. Adios, Bolota.
Sweden fighting back, 43%. Akib. Wow, that's only just missed the Yorker and has blasted into the car park. That's a remarkable shot from a bit of a freak player, Romani. I reckon he's missed the Yorker. Let's see where this bounces. Look, it bounced around where the front foot was, but he still was able to pound it over point for 6.
It's all about his stance. Look how deep he was in his crease there. So Akib Iqbal is probably bowled what to most people would be a deep. Look at that again. Look how deep he went and came out.
What a shot. Anyway, good luck. Yeah, makes sense. You try something else.
That's the ball I was talking about. Is the shorter one he struggled with. And that's why I said to Akib, you've got to just go a little bit shorter outside the off to him.
This is a slow ball. 99%. Akib's shown in the bouncer. He's pace on, he's pounded. Then he's beat. I reckon Akib's got a really good slower ball, and I think it comes out here. You go full. You try and get him playing too early, but Romani is in the zone right now. 30 off 10. Let's see if I'm right. I think it was, but no, it's 4. Karambir goes straight over it. Oh, Romani, he's had 2 of those now that have gone straight to outfielders. I mean, it can happen to anyone, anytime. Karambir makes the blooper, and it's 4 more to Sweden.
Yeah, I mean, again here, there's no reason for it. It's just an error. It's just an error. He knows it. And the thing is, though, there's 2 errors that we've seen already that has cost him 6 runs.
Oh, dear me. This one could be called a wide. Akib doesn't like it.
Well,
remember that line doesn't move, so if it's on the line, it should be fine. If it's outside the line, it's outside the line. That's a wide.
He's protesting about the batter moving, but of course it doesn't matter anymore. The line does not move.
Didn't even move that much, to be honest.
The line does not move. So
the old rules. You hit the line or else. Slower ball, there it is.
Yeah.
Smart. I think Romani. Faster you bowl, the further they go. Oh, this is a great game. Such great matchups this weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, to get 2 bilateral series where they're just thrill a minute, it's not easy to do, but
you'd say they go straight back to Bilal here, right?
Sweden ahead for the first time in the game. And he just lets it go again, gets away from the keeper, but they'll only get the 1 wide. It's a slow ball, pretty well blocked by Naeem behind the stumps. Yeah, that definitely misses. Yeah, obviously Kokiani's bowled out. Bilal does have an over to go.
You haven't used Curran yet either, but I don't think you want to go to pace straight away. I think you've got to go with Bilal.
Goes after this and gets the journey. Maximal for Romani. Well, to be honest, it took a fair pair to send Emil Zubak, the captain, packing, who'd been there longer. But Sammy, he's known as a finisher. Right now, he's doing the job for Sweden. Remember, whoever wins this game takes a 2-1 lead in this best-of-5 series.
Well, Akib Iqbal, he just hasn't had any joy with the ball at all. So it looks like there might be, looks of course, they do have another option with the slow stuff, and it's Ashan Yusuf. I just think this is a risk here. Now, look, it could work a treat because he's taking the pace off. But when you have a bowler like Bilal who bowled at all right, he went for a few towards the end, but
I don't know. I think it's a good move. I think left arm bowler to right hand, or left arm spinner to right hand batter. This is what's coming up. Spain winning the toss and batting in match 4, starting in 25 minutes. Spain, of course, they can win that. They've wrapped up the series. Join us for that. But right now, 3 overs to go, and this first one's going nowhere, but it won't be out. Yeah, I don't know. I like it. You said you like pace off. But,
pace off. I would have gone. I probably think I would have gone with Bilal, who's bowled already 1 over, and thought, okay, if that goes well, you go to Yusuf. But still, it works either way.
Yeah, but Yusuf, he's not in for his good looks. He's in for his left arm spin. And that's hit pretty well. Finds the gap, finds the boundary. Classy shot from Romani. Moves to 44.
Yeah, I mean, that miscue actually ends up being a great shot because it gets the single, it gets Romani back on strike. Romani at the moment has got the hot hands.
Yeah, well, while they're getting the ball back, I'm going to draw Luxembourg in the draw. Okay, and they're in Group 2. So Luxembourg has gone to Chris Schinkel as well as RH Ucha, to Aftab Fida Saifal, and also to someone yet to be drawn. Here's the next ball. All right, miscue, another fine miscue for Romani. Baluch, let's not forget, he's been able to go bang, bang since he's been out there as well. Game's on a knife edge at the moment. Sweden considered now 76%. How quickly that has turned around. I thought that 17% was a little bit light on earlier. Early hop blast. Well, that one has gone many a mile. Don't bother sending out the search party. Maximal for Nasser Baluch.
Well, you don't want to go in there, I tell you, because that's gone deep. And we know there's some horrible horrible things that are lurking in the deep, and that has gone a long way. Look at the swivel on that. It's a proper, the proper, oh, the old MJ. He hopped across and he hammers it big.
So it's like hitching your wagon to cross the line.
And
hello, Jaws.
I told you there's some things lurking in there deep into those fields that you don't want to go near. Well, that grizzly's disappeared. Ain't coming back either.
Well, good comeback from Yusuf though. Yeah, he'll probably say, look, if I don't go to the boundary again, I've won the over, and he's probably right. But yeah, tried to draw him forward. It's an amazing shot from Baluch there, who basically banked that he was going to get some length to work with. Didn't try to play him in an orthodox fashion. Kind of driving through the feet. Last ball of the over. A bit short miss hit, but it probably gets over. It does. A teaser for Karambir there at long on, but it is 6, and Sweden in charge right now. 136 for 5. 2 overs remain.
Yeah, well, and just remember how these two came together. And that's it, Baluch only comes out there because of that crazy run out of the captain. And we said that sometimes these things happen for a reason, blessing in disguise. And Nasib Baluch, he certainly is that blessing in disguise. 29 of 7 for him. But Samiola Romani, he's going well as well. 45 of 15. They need a couple of wickets here pretty quickly, do Austria. Otherwise, this match will get away from them pretty quickly. Only 20 required in 12 balls. I always say, good teams, they like to do it with an over to go. Will this be the over that Sweden get the win here and go 2-1 up in this series?
Yeah, they're not thinking conservative here, are they? And Bilal basically goes spin here. Different kind of bowler though. Yusuf will mix up the pace a bit. Bilal's more kind of pace on for a spinner. Misses the block hole, goes for 6. Maximo, it's 50 to Romani, and what an innings. He brings it up off 16 balls. What a half century. Again, he decided to stand his ground. It resulted in the run out of the captain, but he's paid his team back in spades. 6 sixes in his 51 not out.
Felicidades por Romani. Ball badaya Romani no after half century puri kalli. They're going to take on the single. And yeah, you might as well.
Yeah, you're not refusing runs here. They're both very, very capable. Just quickly, I've got 2 teams to go, and I'm going to do Cyprus right now. And that has Cyprus in Group 2 has gone to Shell Richmond, as well as Darren Whitlock. And it's also gone to Rob McCulloch. Up in the air, and that's going to be 6. That's why you take the one, Rico. But let's come into the party. Just talked about partnerships.
Yeah.
Even though they lost 4 wickets, I think at the time, I said, you got partnerships, even with 5 down. You get partnerships here, you're going to go at the rate, because these guys, they are uber aggressive.
Yeah, it's what I said before the start of this match. Both teams would be exactly the same. Look, go out there. Don't worry about losing your wickets. Just go out there, fight, and hit the ball. Because if you go, somebody else will come and do the job. And that's exactly what Sweden have done all the way through these innings. Dot ball there. It was the rare dot ball. I haven't seen too many of those. But that's exactly what Sweden have done. They've gone out there. They've put no value on their wicket. If it goes, it goes. But we're going to just keep on going out there and hammering the ball.
Well, that's going to be runs as well. That's 4. And they can almost do this with an over to spare. Like you said, now 3 to win. As Sweden, strong showing. Final team I'm drawing, because this game could be over in a minute. It's Serbia, and this will round out the Challenger division. It goes to Kitty, as well as Monica Ramos Acosta, and also Paul Kempen. Finally, it goes to Kruk Patel. Okay, here we go. Last ball of the 9th. That gets fielded, which means we'll go to a 10th over. And Sweden, they're pretty much home and hosed, aren't they? Austria will need a miracle. You might as well bring everyone in and gamble, but you might be chasing it from beyond the boundary. It's 154 for 5. 2 runs required off the last over. And look, I'll say it again, no Dharmender Singh, he's had to make some tough calls with batting orders, with team selections and a few things. Yeah. But hey, results speak, and Sweden, they're going to pull off another huge chase here, another 150-plus chase. Who is the lucky bowler? Akib. You never want to give up, do you? But the odds of only 1 off the over or less are pretty much infinitesimal. 2 to win then. That will tie the scores. And probably fittingly, Romani with his 52 not out, he'll get the chance to score the winning run.
Yeah, Keeb Iqbal bowling the over. The captain that probably nobody wanted to bowl. You would have to say it's probably done and dusted. But stranger things have happened. Remember that. I mean, sport. That's what sport is all about. There's always times when things can happen that surprise you. And we've talked about for many, many years to come, Keeb Iqbal will be looking here to see if he can get 5 dot balls in.
5 dot balls. All right, Rahmani for the win. Oh, he gets bowled.
Well, that's one of them.
I mean, yeah, it does bring a new batter to the crease. Rahmani, he batted really well, gets a pat on the back from Akeeb, and I think there's a lot of mutual respect between these teams. They play the same kind of fierce cricket, the uber-aggressive cricket. Saeed Ahmed's coming out, the lefty, to try and finish things off. But, hey, where there's life, there's hope. What are the odds of a dot ball? Maybe kind of 1 in 5?
Yeah.
That's what I think. So then the odds of 5 in a row.
I got another odd for you. Once you work that out, what's the odds of this being probably a wide ball?
True.
Because a left-hander.
Let's stay with Rahmani though. Plays a brilliant innings, doesn't he? And sets up surely a win for Sweden now. He's so cool in a crisis. You never got flustered by the rate. Hit the ball so cleanly. Wins in. Saeed is in now. Any score wins it. And that'll do it. It'll be a French Cup for 4 that gets them over the line. Sweden pull off another 150 plus chase. They go 2-1 up in the series. Means Austria will have to be perfect from here if they are to grab this ECI trophy this weekend. And, well, the home side, they're backs to the wall in both the men's and the women's, aren't they now? They need to win everything to grab the trophy. But Sweden, what a wonderful chase, against the odds for much of it. But they end up getting home, and they do it with 3 balls to spare.
Yeah, when you got good teams like this and they're playing the sort of cricket that they play, that's why you talk about scores of 150s not being enough, and you can see just why I was saying that, how many would be enough. Maybe you're talking about 170s, and I said that before the start of the match. I said that when Austria were batting out there, and I did say it also when Sweden went out there before they faced that first ball, that Sweden will believe that they're the favourites to go and win this. Well, the win predictor did not think so.
No.
Not at the beginning and not at the start of that innings, but we know a little bit more about these sides than maybe what the computer knows.
And let's see if the computer changes its tune as well before the next time these two teams meet. Coming up next, so excited to see the women on the park for the first time. 15 minutes away, Austria versus Spain. Austria need to win to stay in the series and make it 2-2 going into a deciding game, as Spain have decided to bat first in that one. Let's go back and have a look at it. Well, Cher started strongly. He went 6, but he was out the very next ball. You could argue he was out twice.
Yeah.
Because he was caught twice in 2 balls. Second time was inside the ballpark. That made the odds go down, but they wouldn't stay down come the end of the game, because we just found those hitters, didn't they, all the way through. They stayed true to their ideals, to their game plan. I feel like anything's possible when they bat second in T10 cricket. What a catch that was from Sahil Zadran, though. That might be an early contender for ACL Software Player of the Day.
It was, though. I think if he's honest about it, he didn't know too much about it. But look, even with things like that going their way, Austria just couldn't get the win. They couldn't contain. You've got to give a lot of credit, I think, to the captain, Imal Zuak. He opened the innings. He had a good strike rate, over 230. It's 31 or 13 balls, 2 sixes and 4 fours. And I think he was pretty important out there, because you lost Sher Ali for just 6 of 2 balls. Then, of course, Abdur would go for a 2-ball duck. That caught him bowled. And even Ajay Mundra never really looked the part. He was struggling as well. So they needed something. Khalid Zahid came out. He played some nice shots. But then Rahmani's knot was so important.
You know what? You consider it did kind of get to the last over. You look at a couple of these misfields in a different light, don't you? Arslan missed that one on the square leg boundary, and then Karami missed one later. This seemed like a big moment, because Imal, he was in. He'd scored pretty well, but he got run out in a huge mix-up. He went for 31 off 13. But Sammy doesn't seem to have emotions, does he? Didn't cry over spilt milk. That was ridiculous, because that was pretty much a Yorker that he carved over. Point 6. That was the one Karanbir missed, and I bet they would have loved those half a dozen runs back come the end of the innings. But Rahmani 52 found an ally in Buluch. They built a good partnership, didn't they? You wouldn't believe it, but they ended up putting on 77 in 23 balls. And it was just crazy stuff. And look, Sweden, they win the battle of the six hitting. And every game so far has been won by the team that's hit most sixes. Sweden lost it 17-8 in the first game, but 19-12 in the second game, 16-14 in that game. They get the edge, they get the win. They go 2-1 up in this series, even with Romani going late in the piece. I don't think there was any real panic. Saeed was the man they sent out to score something. And a little French cut finished the game off. What a chase by Sweden. Once again, a thriller in the ECI.
Yeah, great way to start the second day of the international series here in Austria. It's our last day here, and we know we're going to see some exciting and entertaining cricket. Well, it is Sweden and the men here between Sweden and Austria that started things off on day two. They provided us with another sizzler. Well, we saw a 162-run chase yesterday from Sweden. This time around, well, it was only just a mere 156, and they do it with 3 balls to go, thanks to some really good contributions. You see those there in the scorecard, but Romani, his innings was fantastic, a half century. But then also, don't forget, there was a great bit of hitting there towards the end from Bullock as well. Came out, really, and blasted a ball. His strike rate was over almost 350. On the bowling front, I like Sahil Zadran at the beginning. I think Kogani bowled very well as well. But one thing you'd have to say, that even though those bowlers did bowl well, that Sweden, the wickets may have been falling, but they were still getting those 15 and 16 runs and over, and that's why they go on and win the match.
Crazy stuff. We've got a quick break there. We'll be back in about 10 minutes, and it will be the women to steal centre stage. And I'm looking forward to this because Austria, they need to win to stay alive in the series. Spain batting first in that one. Vinny Sandy with some maximum with Rico Full. Well, hold on to your hats and stay on the edge of your seats. We're back shortly in Austria for more ECI.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Well, what a great match to start the day. Coming up now, the second match is the first match in the ECI-W on this Super Sunday on ECM with the hosts Austria taking on Spain. Now, Austria, they did win the last game last night, which meant they have kept alive in the series. Currently, Spain on 2 wins and Austria on 1 win with 2 matches to play. So for Austria, they need to be perfect. They need to win both matches today if they are to win the series. Tyrone Peters out in the middle with the 2 skippers. Let's see who wins the coin toss here in match number 4 of the ECI-W.
Austria to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's the tails.
We will have a bat first.
They can have a bet.
So Spain win the toss. I was wondering what they do if they won the toss. They've decided they want to have a bat, and I suppose they're probably comfortable doing either. I will say when they batted first in the first game, they maybe didn't quite have the urgency that they will need, I think, against an Austrian batting unit, which is growing in confidence every time they go out there. But how about the birthday girl from yesterday, Naomi Hillman-Bameko, on her 18th birthday, 144 runs before she was dismissed, including 2 half-centuries. I think we'll see her at the top of the order. She's just in such great form. I think that Alexis Hartley was been a bit of a boost for Spain. Just take some pressure off Naomi at the top of the order as well, and you've got Jones in there, I think, who's very, very competent. But then you've got this kind of engine room of busy players like Andrea Davidson-Soler, like Amy Brown-Carrera in there that can make a bit of a difference if called on. For Austria, I've got to say, Hannah Simpson-Parker, what a great last over she bowled last night to defend 10 and bring Austria their first victory. Priya Sabu was outstanding with her 80 yesterday. Zapita, I think, also came good by the end of the day. Joanne Stiglitz is a very important leader. And look, I just think that these 2 teams there continue to give us fantastic cricket matches. Let's go over to Rico Fool. I can tell you Spain want to have a hit after winning the toss. Over to you. Let's see which Equipo Rojo gets the goods. Can Austria stay alive in the series? They need to win to do it. Over to you. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Yep, looking forward to this. Of course, really, you got to say that that if the Austrian women are to win this series, they've got to win both the matches. Let's take a quick look at what we saw happen yesterday in the very first match. Spain batting first, got to 94 for 1. We thought that around about the 90s would be about a par score, and it was a close one. They won just by 6 runs, and of course, Naomi Hillman-Bameko, it was her 18th birthday yesterday, and she marked it with that fine player of the match performance, getting a half-century to start the day. But she wasn't done, was she? She was due the same again. When the 2 teams met again. This time round, Austria did bat first and put a fine 127 on the board. Priya Sabu, player of the match performance with 80 of 38. But though she was the player of the match, she wasn't on the winning side because Spain would get there. And they got there with 6 balls to go. Once again, Naomi in the run, 66 of 31. And we also got to see a little bit of the firepower of Alexis Hartley, who scored 36 of 16. And then they would play one more match. It was a must-win one, really, for the Austrian women. They got to 98. Once again, going back to what we said at the start of the day, we thought that a score in the 90s would be probably pretty key. And Zapata made 37 of 23 and got some good support there from someone like Nino, made 17 of the 8 deliveries. Spain, they battled hard. They looked like they were going to win it with Hartley scoring 42, but when she was out, it was Austria that won by 3 runs. Defending the 11 that was required of the last over. So it was 2 wins to 1 in favour of Spain. Spain then coming today knowing that one win out of the 2 matches here today would mean that they would win this European Cricket International Series between them and Austria. So they'll be looking to do it first time round. I think that's a good positive move from the coin toss to win the toss and bat first. I think what Spain are looking to do is hoping that maybe Naomi and perhaps Hartley again go well at the beginning there. Amelia Jones started to show what she's able to do. Maybe we'll see a little bit more from the captain, Elspeth Fowler. I think she's a very good batter. I've said this before, I'd like to see her as the opener. She's very correct. She plays very well. And I think she could be the one that works around players like the Hartleys, the Naomi and the Jones. So it'll be interesting to see what changes they make. Uswa Saeed, I think, will be once again pretty key with the ball here today. Pace off, getting the ball up there. So looking forward to seeing her bowl. But I was very impressed by Deepa yesterday. The young left armour bowls very well. So watch out for that. Our win predictor is sticking with these sort of percentages in favour of the Spanish team, 65% to 35 in favour for Spain. So it's time to get going. The umpires, Bunty and Lennon, lead the teams out, and it will be the fielding side, Team Austria, that go out there. And as you heard Vinny say, well, which one of these two Equipo Rojos will be victorious here? And they're now joined by the batters that go out there. So I can see that Hartley certainly is one of the batters going out there, and she's being joined by Jones. So we're going with the new girls that, of course, made their debuts yesterday. So Amelia Jones and Alexis Hartley will be the openers, and it looks like it's Hartley that will be going to the end where all the action is to start off with. Hartley to open, Jones the non-striker, and with the ball I'm not really surprised. I think we're going to go back to Komati to bowl the first. And Surya, I think she bowled off the over. She bowled yesterday, so let's say she bowled those 6 overs. I think probably 4 of those overs were good. I think what I like to see her work on is just stay over the wicket. I think that works better for her. She and like all the other bowlers will have difficulty with the wind, and I just want to dwell on that a bit as this one gets played away, and it looks like it could be a boundary to start. It will be just a little bit on the leg side, so that's going to be 4 runs to start. Hartley is very strong in this area. We know this already, and that one I think it probably is coming down. It's a little bit too full. Yeah, Hartley leg side, she's very good. She'll play a lot in that square leg area. I think also the fine leg. So I think, yeah, you're just seeing the keeper there, Anisha Nukla, just moving the fielder on the 45 a lot finer. But I think it's probably a good field set to have the 45 and square leg back, because that's the way she likes to go. Better come back. That's good delivery there from Shreya Komati. But yeah, conditions. It is windy. And one thing we always need to be aware of is that the women do play with a slightly lighter ball. It's slightly lighter, and that obviously means if the ball is lighter, it means that it's going to catch the wind more as well. So not easy conditions. That's well bowled down the ground, should be stopped, and a little bit of a bobble before that gets to Giant Stiglitz. And I don't think you can class that really as a misfield. And let's see also how the teams fare from how they did yesterday, and by that I mean both teams, I think there were areas in which they could have made some subtle improvements, and that's what you're looking for really going forward. There's little improvements that will make you just a little bit stronger. And one of the things with Austria was just when they're throwing the ball in, get the ball in to the safe gloves of the keeper, or if you're throwing the ball into the bowler's end, make sure that it's an easy throw that the bowler can get to. I think yesterday we saw a number of occasions where they were firing the ball in or not putting good throws into the bowler who wasn't able to take the ball, and the Spanish batters were capitalising on that and turning what were easy ones into twos. And also field placements. It's just about knowing the batters. So, for example, with Hartley, you know that she will be looking to go in that leg side area. She's always keen to go across the line. So get the 45 back on the boundary, and maybe get your square leg behind on the boundary as well. Now it's Amelia Jones who's on strike. And that's defended away. No run there. So good finish to the over from Shreya. Keeps it nice and tight, and it sticks to over the wicket. I like that. Just because one went wrong, she didn't make a change. So well bowled. She'll be very key in the field as well. Took a very sharp catch in that win against Spain yesterday. There was some great catches. She took a sharp catch, and of course Nina on the boundary took the one that removed Hartley. Let's have a look at how these teams will fare when it comes to the Euros of women's cricket. There they are. They will both be in that Challenger division, and that's why both teams were looking to eye each other up pretty well here and learn from these matches. And of course Spain will continue playing together as a unit when they go there to Greece as well. So they're getting plenty of cricket in preparation for the Euros of cricket. That will be the end of our last event on the ECN of the year. That's well hit. Here's a fielder out there, but not going to get a play on that. I think that goes all the way. Yes, it does. Balle, 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 kinna sona. Boom. Shaka lagya. Eso es una grande. 6 carreras. She's powerful in that area. And I think they'd be very keen to get the power play out of the way. And so they can start to, I mean, really to Hartley, if she's still there, you'd put 4 on the boundary on the leg side. Play it away, and that's the areas to be. So if you know a batter is strong on one particular area of the ground, we'll try to prevent her from playing that way, and Mahdiwa does well. That's good delivery from Malika. Played away. It's a bit of a chase on here. Once again, I think this will go to the boundary, you know. So just about getting that field, making that final adjustment. I think really, again, I think you need that fielder behind square and making an adjustment here now. So I don't mind this. They've decided that they'll bring mid wicket into the circle, and that means that's square leg has been being pushed behind. Fielder at fine leg is straying around a lot. You can see that Joanne is having to work hard to try to keep her in the right position. So that's nicely bowled, well tossed up, well played there as well. But you see, that's much better. Much better. The bowler bowling outside off. The field's been set there by the captain, Joanne Stiglitz. So Mahadiwa trying to bowl to that field that's set. That's hit in the air, and oh, that's a nasty bounce. That's the old Tortuga here, and there's not a lot really Joanne Stiglitz could do about this. She's had a couple of nasty ones actually. There was one that she was ground field and got away from her, and that one, oh, look at it go. Tortuga! Yep, that's the Tortuga. And the captain couldn't do too much about that. Well bowled again. Good comeback. This time no run. That's Hannah, who had a super last match yesterday. Came on and bowled that all-important last over and bowled it very well as well. So that over comes to an end. Goes for 17 with that single. So 23 without loss after 2 overs. They will go back to Shariah Komati to bowl the second. Bowling to Jones. Jones plays that out onto the off. They'll take the single. So another thing that you could do here, I don't think Austria are that bothered at the moment with these singles, but you could make it harder. You got 4 on that, or 5 on the legs on the offside, but of course one of them being the captain is very straight, Joanne. But those 4, you could quite easily just keep one in. Catching opportunity maybe, and oh, that's a brilliant attempt. Wow, that could have been sensational. That could have been a sensational catch. Flying through the air was Priya Sabu. Have a look at this. I mean, that would have been something special. And saves 4 runs, you know. Only they'll take just a single, be another single. So you see what I mean there. So you got 4 fielders on the offside. And I would just be saying, right, okay, I'm going to have one of you in. I've still got enough cover for the others. That's worked away. Got the fielder in the right place. Bobbles away, but nicely done. Good stop there. She was just class in that area yesterday. Took some great catches, and that was Nina. And there's that field again. So just have one a bit closer on the offside. Don't give that easy single away. There it is again. So that's what Amelia Jones is looking to do. So if you can tuck her up, if you can sort of say to her, look, she'll still probably get it sometimes because you're relying on it. going straight to that fielder, but just moving somebody in could take that shot away from her. She might try and do something else. You could get a wicket. And that's up in the air, and that's a good stop from Hannah. That's probably quarter. I think it's a combination of perhaps the hand and the leg, but again, good fielding, which has stopped the ball going past. Doesn't go to the boundary. Yeah, look, that's going to leave a bruise. But Hannah Simpson-Parker makes a really good stop. It's the end of the over and a good spell from Shreya Kumati. I like what she did there. Just kept it simple, stuck to her plans, stuck to being over the wicket, and has got 2 very good overs in that one. Only the 6 runs coming from it. So her spell is, well, very, very economical. Just the 13 come from her 2 overs. It's 29 without loss. That one now is going to be a wide as they first delivery. Just once again, this is where sometimes when you don't have the pace, you could have the issues with the ball just being taken by the air. So they go with Bardwag to bowl the next, and that, well, I think they're going to check whether this one catches any of the pitch or not. We'll have to have a look at it again here, Bardwag, and I think they're probably going to call that a no. You know, I think it catches. Yeah, no ball call. It does get a bit of the pitch, but I think half of that ball is off the pitch as well. Free hit. Hartley uses the feet well. Joanne Stiglitz this time doesn't get a nasty bounce and keeps it just to a single. So that's a good result for Austria. Namaste, salam alaikum, sat sri akal, Aibo1, Vanakkam to everybody that's joining us via fan code. Lovely to have you with us. And all the pace of this one. I think Bardwag, if she can get the ball to be straight, to keep it nice and straight, a little bit on the offside, so you can get it in that off-stump corridor, she'll be very useful because she's not giving them any pace. You saw even Hartley struggle with that. So, yeah, well bowled, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. I think she probably gets back. We'll have a look at it again. That's Anisha Nurkala, who does some good work behind the stumps, but I think Hartley probably, and she needed to be quick here. Let's have a look at this. It's going to be close, but I think she might just make it. Here's the take. And that bat is down. So good work by both. But Hartley just a little bit quicker than Nurkala there behind the stumps. But a dot ball. And that's exactly what I was talking about. That she told Bardwaj, just get the ball straight. Keep it outside the off stump. I always would say to and as normally do this with the juniors, say, look, okay, you got one set of stumps there. I'm going to put another set next to them. Aim at the other stump, and exactly where she puts that one. And you can see the results. Now, this is where they've got to be careful. This is what I was talking about earlier. You don't need to fire the ball in like that to the bowler. Just either a gentle throw, or even if it's an underarm, you're saying it's 1, leave it at 1. Let's not let them get the 2. So good over so far. Let's see if she can finish it off well here. 2 still to come. There was, of course, the wide and the no ball. And I think that's what the umpires are just checking here. Amelia Jones, she's just been sort of playing very much the anchor role, just pushing and going, but this time no run. Good bit of fielding close in there. Saying you're not taking a single to me. And I like that from Andrea Sapida. She was very good yesterday as well. A little bit short. Played well, but still it's outside the off. In comes the throw, and well dealt with by the bowler as well. Good bowling, good over, good comeback. Started with that wide and with the no ball, but how well she came back. That's terrific bowling. Keeping the pressure on. So despite those extras, only the 6 coming from there. So just putting a bit of the squeeze on the Spanish here. And I just get that feeling that because of the way these last 2 overs have gone, that Hartley here will be thinking, right, I've got to get on strike and I've got to get going. at the moment. You've got Jones there. Another reason why to put the pressure on, get somebody in close. Jones will be wanting to get the single here to get Hartley on strike. Priya Sabu, who was one of the players of the day yesterday. And starts with a good delivery. They're taking her on. Here's the pickup. Here's the throw. And, oh, well, if she was able to hit the target directly, it could have been close. Let's see how close this would have been. So they take the single on. You knew they would have. She would have just made it, Hartley. Good running. And that's nice to see for any of the youngsters that are watching. When you're running in, slide the bat in. And she does exactly that. All right, here we go. You can see her wanting to go big here. But Priya Sabu, if she can get a couple of those Yorker length deliveries she bowled yesterday in that spell in the win against Spain, it'll serve her well. There you go, gets respected first up here from Hartley. Hartley wants to have a look. And this time she says, nah, not this one. You know what Hartley wants? If it's slightly short, she'll go for that big shot. Also, I think once again, Nina becomes pretty key because she's taken 2 good catches to remove Hartley in that area. And it was Hartley when she fell yesterday on 42, which opened the door for Austria to go in and eventually win that all-important match, the last match we saw yesterday. So just a single, so that's not going to plan at the moment at all for Spain. Austria are putting the squeeze on. It's a similar performance to what we saw from them in that first match yesterday. They didn't allow Spain to get going. They restricted Spain to that score of 94. That's what they're trying to do here again, and maybe even less than that. Sabu once again, and it's well bowled. They're taking her on again. I think she's better off just hold on to it. Don't worry about the single. Hold on to it. That's exactly what she does. Hartley knows the line that Sabu is bowling here at the moment. I wonder if she'll just try and come down the track and try and turn this into a half volley and hit it straight down the ground. She does come down the ground, but Joanne Stiglitz makes a stop, and she keeps it to, well, Haynes comes to throw, going to have to hurry. They will get 2, but good fielding. Joanne Stiglitz makes a stop. Of course, she'll know this ground pretty well. She's spent a few nights out there. I think she knows it like the back of her hand. It's camped out in the middle, and I've seen some nice pictures of that as well. Herself and Hannah. All right. Could this be another good tight over? Sabu hit well and gets it in the gap between the 2 fielders. You knew she was going to go for this shot. She had to. Needed the boundary, gets a boundary, but still, that's a good over. A couple of good things about that over is the boundary comes at the end of the over from Hartley, who is the more aggressive. But it means that Hartley will also stay off strike. So we get to the halfway point, a fine time to also bring Vinny Sandhu into a lovely open air cube at the moment. Vinny, going pretty well. Good start from Austria.
Quite pleasant at the moment, and we'll see how it finishes up. It's really interesting hearing you talk about the ball being slightly lighter. So it's about 10% lighter, the women's ball compared to the men's cricket ball. And yeah, I think in the wind, it is certainly a factor. Of course, in the fact that the wind, and also the fact it's generally delivered at a lower velocity, also allows the wind to kind of mess with it a little bit more. I think credit to both teams. I think if you look at the standard of the bowling and kind of think something like the amount of extras that have been bowled over this ECI-W weekend, and it's been pretty low given the conditions. I know that you were a little bit worried that things would go off the table. So am I. Do you want to talk upcoming events? Let's talk what's coming up.
Why don't we? Yeah.
Okay, we've updated this now. This is every event now to the end of the year, because from tomorrow we've got Croatia, and of course Charlie will be there. I think Nish will be there. I think he was there for day 2. Of course, Danny Hudacek's going to take us through Greece, which is going to involve the Spanish team you see right here before we head to the ECC. And of course, then we've got plenty more cricket after that, all the way up to December 20. Now Jones hits 4. I was just saying, Jones needs to get moving, I think. Otherwise, if you're looking strategically, which I think you should be, Naomi Hima-Bameko, you can't leave her on the bench. And you need to be kind of looking at someone, if they are going to bat in her place, going at 2 runs a ball or something like that. They're not going to get bowled out here, Spain. And I know that's probably a bit of a different concept to someone someone like an Amelia Jones coming in, playing all that cricket in the UK, but I think it's something that you kind of have to be obligated to do in this format if you've got better options. Right now, Jones says, yeah, well, I'm here to stay, and she gets the memo. Back-to-back boundaries send her up into the 20s, and the 50 comes up, and the 50 partnership for these two.
Yeah, this is, talking about the ball and the conditions, it's a bowler like Hadia Siddiqui that's going to, I think, struggle with it. We know that she struggled yesterday to try and get the ball up there pretty full. She bowled too short, and I think the wind, unfortunately for her, remember the wind is blowing straight into her. Have a look at her there. There's not a lot of her. Bless her. So she's having to try and fight the wind to push the ball up there. The wind is her enemy at the moment, and because it's too short, I think you can see Amelia Jones, she's waiting to bounce on it. Now that's a better length. Still gets played out onto the onside. Good stop, and it will be a single. But I think this is where now you've got to think about this field. So I think the 45 is back on the boundary. That's correct. Square leg has to go behind square on the boundary. You just know that Hartley will be looking to just step across and play right across the line here. This one's hit straight, and good fielding, good groundwork, and fair play to the bowler here, Hadia. She's fighting the elements and pushing the ball through. The last two balls have been good after starting a little bit too short. So 2 boundaries, and then just come back with 2 dots. And that's the one that comes out wrong and hit away, but the field is set. And yeah, well done. Well done. And this is what I was saying at the start of this match. Let's see how much the teams have taken away from what happened yesterday. And it looks like Austria, they've done their homework. They know where the batters are hitting. They've got the field nicely set here to the likes of Hartley and Jones. It is Fuller. It's hit down the ground. This is going to be right in between the two. Really good shot. Very good timing here from Hartley. She has to play a different shot to her favourite, but she gets good timing, good placement, and gets 4 runs. So Hartley, once again, like she did yesterday, is the one that they're looking to remove. But then having said that, Amelia Jones, with those 2 boundaries at the beginning of this over, she's up and running now as well.
That's the end of the 6th over, 59 without loss. Just the 2 extras, kind of illustrating my point there. The 1 no ball, 1 wide. Certainly, when you're getting at the kind of emerging levels of women's cricket, it's a huge factor. I mean, I know when we had our first ECI-W, it featured a club from Croatia versus a club from Serbia. Cracking games, by the way. But extras is such a big factor. We're kind of talking 20, even 25, 30 in innings potentially. And obviously it's just a practice thing, a confidence thing. You see someone like Hannah Simpson-Parker, I think, is a good example of someone that, with more match practice, with more persistence, she's really become quite accurate, even to the point where under pressure last night, she was able to deliver a fantastic last over, only conceding 7. It's time to get back for 2. This is probably something you can afford to do now, knowing that losing a wicket isn't the end of the world for Spain. Just take on the field, maybe try and turn some of those 1s into 2s. Yeah,
it's probably one of the things that they could have done better towards the end of the innings yesterday when they had those wickets in hand. And, now. Let's have a look at this. Now, are they... it's interesting if Joanne Stiglitz is going to honour this appeal, because...
She's saying no, I think.
I wonder if she finishes... does she complete her bowling action? That's the other thing to remember. Does she complete the bowling action?
She does.
I think she does.
It's going to be a dead ball.
Yeah, it can't be out because she completes the bowling action.
It illustrates the law.
Yeah,
so
also...
Yeah,
sorry, Vinny. What we just saw there, also I saw Joanne Stiglitz just go over to the bat and say, no, we don't want to honour it. So I think even before that comes back from the third umpire, they've said, no, we don't want to honour it. But, yeah, go on.
But even so, she was in her crease at the moment the arm went over. So once the arm goes over, she's entitled to walk out of her crease. So you can't pretend to bowl, which is what Bharadwaj does there. Comeback ball, though.
Yeah.
Maybe she's just warming up.
Yeah.
But that's why I think that the law makes sense. That's why all you have to do as a non-striker is watch the arm.
Yeah.
If the arm goes over, then leave. If you're out before the arm goes over, then you haven't paid attention.
Yeah.
It's not that you've been duped, right? So that kind of illustrates why I think the law makes sense, and people probably need to come to terms with it. Non-strikers just need to start to pay attention. I'm not saying I love them, but I'm saying it's a legitimate tactic because, and I get people say, oh, but they're not trying to get an advantage. But that's just like saying in a bowler, they didn't try to have their foot over the front line. Or someone playing a shot going, they didn't try to drag the back foot. Line's the line, stay behind it, watch the arm. Basics, basics, basics. Hartley, though, she actually did the right thing there. Waited till the arm went over before she left. Now, she probably will take it out, and she will with a massive Maximo. Well, there you go. There's the reply, and it's all caps from Hartley, who moves to 40 within reach of potential half-century.
Yeah, Bardwag, when she drops it short, that's when she's into trouble. Jones wasn't able to capitalise on the ball before, thanks to some good ground fielding there from Soraya. But this one, well, Hartley was onto it like a flash. That's been hit hard outside the off. And Sabu will get down, do the fielding, just keeps it to one. So it's all about the line, and bowlers will learn from this all the way through. And Bardwag, when she does get it right, she bowls a very good delivery. And she's just got to keep that concentration and keep that ball just lofted up. That's the main thing. Keep it up there. Don't bowl short. And yeah, good areas, but that's a very good shot down the ground. Fielder under it. And what a catch! What a moment! Oh, absolutely brilliant. Well, this one could be right up there as one of your pre-match plays of the day. Good ball, good hit, good bit of cricket all round, but also a very good catch on the boundary. Well, you've got to have your best fielders on the boundary, and that is a super catch from the boundary fielder. Wonderfully done, and it's Malika Madawar that takes the catch on this, the pre-match play of the day. Good cricket all around from both teams. It's going to be the end of Amelia Jones, who'll go for 26. But what a good catch to remove her.
Yeah, catches win matches, as they say in the classics. Yep, it's kind of like the way she kind of bent her knees, kept her head kind of in line with the ball, gave her a good look at it. But yeah, Malika, I really like her as a player. I think she offers a lot no matter what she's doing. And she's in a bit of a hot spot there. But careful what you wish for, because that's the end of 7 overs, 69 for 1. Hartley is going to be facing up because it is over. And Naomi Hillman-Bermejo comes to the crease. Honestly, sometimes I think you got to realise what would the opposition want less. You know, and I think that Naomi, I don't necessarily think it's the right tactic for her to only come out and bat 3 overs. And I think once you weren't in trouble getting bowled out anymore, it's not, and it's all. But I think partly it's about communication. You can see we are in Austria right now. From tomorrow we move to Croatia. And still Malta and Spain to come on the European tour. Of course, punctuated by European Championships for both men and women. No, Nish and Charlie ready to go tomorrow. What I meant about that is to communicate to your batters, look, sometimes we might pull you for strategic reasons. You haven't done anything wrong. So if you don't do that, it's a bit of a slap in the face. That's a really good slap that time from Hartley. Now equals a 42 from yesterday. 136 and 42 she scored.
What a good bit of fielding, though, again, that is. I mean, that's well struck. It's really going to challenge the fielder, but Priya Sabu makes a very good stop. Keeps it just to one. So Naomi looking to get going straight away. So she'll have to play a slightly different innings to what she's normally used to. Normally she likes to get herself in. She likes to strike it around. But this time, I think she's going to have to go from the word go. Again, as you say, plenty of batting to come, so you can afford to take a chance. And also, well, maybe the role that you want to play to begin with while she gets in, and just keep handing the strike over to Hartley, who, as you said, she's got to 42 and is just 8 away from an international 50. That's a very good shot. Shot of the day so far, this from Naomi. She's just pure class, isn't she? Just picks up from where she left off yesterday, gets a little bit of width. This is not a bad delivery, but the shot is just exquisite.
No, she had a big night out for her 18th birthday last night. It's a cracking shot. This is why she's no good getting splinters on the bench. You know, I think she's got to get out there earlier. I mean, it's a good conundrum to have for a coach, to be able to essentially say, look, we're not going to run out of batting. Let's choose who we want there. And even if, Kate, let's say she gets out, it's not like you're out of batting either. They've got a pretty solid middle order now, Spain. Now she's going to crack this through the covers as well. And that's going to go for 4 as well. So back-to-back boundaries. Like I say, be careful what you wish for, because Naomi Hillman-Bermejo is in sparkling form. In fact, with that, she's over 150 runs in the series.
Yeah, that's a slightly shorter delivery, but more doesn't give Naomi as much room. But Naomi, she's such a good player, makes the adjustment, and now forcing a change in the field here. So let's see how this works. No matter what, I think I think as far as she's concerned, you've got to try and just keep the ball in the same area. Don't try and do anything different. You've got the field changed slightly. This might work in your favour. But this is just clipped away off the pads, and she's going to get at least one. And Hartley has put the stop sign up, says, no, I'm not coming back for the second. And she's looking to face up to the remaining division. Now, this is interesting. Now, Joanne Stiglitz, does she change the field back to the way it was? Because Naomi has hit 2 through the extra cover area, but Hartley hasn't. Hartley still will be looking to go on the leg side. And she does. It's in the air. This is going to get over Sabu, who does so well to try and keep this in, but it's going to be 6 more. Hartley now is just 2 shy off her first half century on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, look at that. That's just a fraction short. Again, uses that wind well. Just a little bit short. It's really well executed. Pull shot by Hartley. But Spain looking to go maybe 113 expected. Let's see. Last ball the over.
That's hit nicely down the ground. I wonder if she'll push on 2 here. No, she won't, because it's a good pickup, good throw, and very well backed up. A number of bodies come across. So that's good work from Austria. But Hartley gets a single and will go back on strike. 49 of 25 deliveries to score 87 for 1 after 8.
All happens in the 9th, they say in the classics. Yeah, I'm kind of a firm believer, after watching a lot of this format, that you don't hold people back. You know, why plan for failure? I mean, you need to have some backup plans, right? But you give every opportunity for your fastest scoring batters to face the most balls possible. But again, this is just one match out of many. I'm sure they'll probably try a few things. Okay, so Hartley on 49, knocking on the door of her first ever ECN half century. Priya Sabu comes back to bowl the 9th over.
Reaches at it, gets bat onto it, and will get the single. Maybe even looking to come back for the second. And it's a good throw to the bowler's end, but that is going to be a half century to Hartley, and a big smile on the face tells you what it means to her. And she receives the applause, not just from her bench, but from everyone around the ground. A very good half century for Hartley. And this time she goes into the 50s, 51 of 27. Well batted.
Yeah, look at all these runs in front of the wicket, though. That's the real X factor, isn't it? Now she's probably going to try and go up a notch.
I think the bat gets down. She's been beaten a couple of times in this area, and though the wicketkeeper Anisha has done very well, I think she's very quick to get the bat down, and I think she just gets it down. She's got a good technique, and she have a look at this. So yeah, look, switches the bat into the left hand, which means it's easier for her to get it back. Just beats the throw from Anisha. Good comeback though from Priya Sabu. This is a good contest actually. Probably the one of the better bowlers in the Austrian lineup against a good batter like Hartley. And well, a good throw here could be in trouble, and it still could be pretty close. They're asking the question. I mean, direct hit would have been definitely out. It's a risky one to take, really, especially when you're the set batter that's trying to get yourself off strike.
That's out.
Then that could be gone. I don't think she's reaching forward. Let's have a look. And gone. Yeah.
It's not a great extension from Naomi. I mean, probably wasn't necessary. I suppose you look at it another way. They've got lots of wickets in hand. They're pushing for every single run. But, well done, Austria. They'll do something that they haven't been able to do so far. Get Naomi Hillman-Bameko cheaply. So she'll be run out for 9. 9 balls left. And Spain are 89 for 2. Yeah, slightly different game, isn't it? Because if you had 3 or 4 Naomis in the middle order, you'd say it doesn't cost you much. You just feel her boundary hitting ability might be a little bit missed in the last over and a half. Yeah, you can see Naomi clearly going to be a little bit disappointed with that. That single to me didn't make much sense. If I'm honest, you got Hartley who's got 50. There's still 3 balls to go in the over. Why would you be trying to take a risky single to get to the other end? Doesn't really make sense, but it's happened. New batter gets in, gets a chance, plays it well, and it's going to be 4 runs, and that one gets past the fielder who
charges in at this to Soraya Kumati, but unfortunately gets away from it. It's a nice shot, nice way to open the account. It's a little bit too wide, but plays a good sweep shot. And let's have a look. See, gets down, but it's a little bit unlucky. I think, again, the bounce gets the better of it.
Yeah, do everything right and hope for the best. I like this move. Andrea Davidson solo coming out at number 4. Hey, you know what? This 6, or this 50, I should say, by Hartley. It's the first 50 for Spain by a player that's not called Naomi Hillman-Bermejo in ECN cricket.
And that's a mark, sir.
Takes a lot of pressure off Naomi, I think.
Yeah.
Makes the side so much stronger. Obviously, Jones filled a gap behind the stumps as well. They've had a couple. It was pretty close gone. Yeah, so full, straight, probably would have been run out anyway. So Andrea can breathe a sigh of relief, but Hartley is going to be gone. As Priya Sabu, pretty good at getting it full and straight in this series for the most part. I liked her bowling, 94 for 2.
Had to be dead straight though, Vinny, I think, because she's come a long way down the track. Have a look, there's long way down the track, so the umpire's got to be dead sure that the ball's going to go and hit. It's a tough call, this. Really tough call, because is the ball going to go over the stumps or not? If we look at this side, I wonder if we can see side on to see how far down the track she is. But a tough call.
I actually agree with the call. This is a very 21st century LBW. But look, it hits her on the back pad. Although she's really forward, if that had hit her on the front pad at that distance from the stumps, I reckon then everyone would have been fine with it. And because I don't really see what this is missing. I totally get your point. That's one of those ones that with the DRS, because it's so far forward, it would have had to hit the middle stump.
Yeah.
But it looked like it was heading for the middle stump.
I think the actual impact, no issues. I'm thinking more about the bounce, because he's got a lot to do. And it would have been good to see a side shot of that.
I did an experiment with this as well, that I tried to bounce the ball over the stumps that bounced about there. It never did.
Okay.
But I think the biggest issue with being forward is that there's still a large distance between the impact and the stumps, and that's why you're less likely to give something out. But I mean, that looked like to me, if I had to guess where that was hitting, it's probably the middle of middle, or maybe 2/3 of the way up middle.
Yeah.
And one of the factors there was, although she was very forward, it did hit her on the back pad. So she wasn't, when the ball impacted her, she wasn't as far forward as she got it front leg. Anyway, end of a great innings from Hartley, 51. And Rambo comes out, try and finish things off. Getting Naomi Hillman-Bermejo and Hartley in quick succession has certainly potentially brought this down.
Oh, now
this is a funny one.
It's been called a no, but I'd like to see it again, because when does this drop down?
Yeah,
I would like to see this again.
We will see it again.
Let's see, because she does come forward, I think.
She does.
Let's see. And where does this drop down? That, for me, is not no ball. That's not no ball. It's the top of the stumps.
Yeah, but look there, where it passes the line. So I think it's actually
we're in disagreement here for the first time in a long time. Look, I don't think it is.
Go back.
We're going to have to go back to live action. We'll have to go back to it. This one gets played away, and they're going to make the most of the free hit as it's been hit nice and straight down the ground. So Rambo is off and running. It's a nice shot. I'm glad to see that Hannah is getting an over in as well. I think after her great over yesterday, I think that's a good hit straight down the ground. Even if you had the fielders on the line, I don't think anybody's stopping this. I just think when it comes down to where the line is.
Go one frame back.
But where's the line here? Where's the line?
There, next one. There. See how it's so quick?
Yeah, but it's not over the line yet.
But it's almost.
We're in disagreement, everybody.
No,
Vinny and I in disagreement. Good throw.
Look, the umpire's got to make the call live, and even we're going to like hundredths of a second. So like, it's a reasonable call to make from the guy standing there, whether he's technically right or not.
I think you'll see umpires 9 times out of 10 calling those, because
and that's what you'd expect.
That one just
this has been good chaos innings though, hasn't it?
No ball or wide is what the umpire wants to check here. Looks like it's going to be given a wide. What do you reckon on the chat? Come on, we get the chat involved in here. No ball or not. That one is called a wide.
Called a wide, so we're back.
Yeah. Thing about Hannah here, if you have a look at her as she's releasing the ball, she's already looking to get. So when Hannah looks back at this, so she's already looking to go that side. And not so much that ball, but the one that was the one before. So just keep the body a bit straighter. There you go, much better.
All right, this is hit well into the gap, and oh well, Mahadiwa couldn't quite get the wings over to that one. Spain rallying. David Soler loves this this end of the innings kind of batting. I think she knows she doesn't have to worry about it when she gets out of night. She can just get busy, which is what she's so good at when she's at the crease.
Another boundary there, so Spain really, yeah, you're right. I mean, getting to that one, sort of maybe that 110 to 115 score. So they get past the 90s, get into the 100s, 2 balls to go here. And it's a good delivery, much better. When she gets it right, now they're going to go for the second. In comes the throw from Joanne, and it's going to be 2. And I'm liking this hustle. It was hustle that we didn't really see too much of when it was needed from them yesterday when they fell short in that third match. So good runs coming, and I like the fact that they're getting these runs even though they've lost the top batters.
Last ball.
Short, hit hard. And Joanne will probably just be looking to save the boundary. You know they're going to go again. Here's the throw, and they've just got to stop this, and they do. So they'll get to the Nelson, 111 for 3. It's one of those scores, though, Vinny, isn't it? I mean, I think Spain, having batted and gone past 100, gone past 110, will feel that perhaps that they've done enough and they're favourites. But we've seen already, not just from the men, but also from the women, that there's been plenty of surprises out there. And Austria, if their key batters click, for example, if something like Priya Sabu does what she did yesterday, they could get to this score again with 6 balls to go.
Yeah, look, it's still open. I mean, Austria are going to have to bat very well, but they have been batting very well sometimes in this series. Spain, they'll feel like it's the kind of score they should be defending, though, here at the Saywan Cricket Ground. Let's go back. Really, Alexis Hartley, she's improved. She's scored more runs every single innings, 136.42, and now 51 in this innings, her first ECN 50, setting up this score of 111.
Yeah, it was a good, solid knot. She hits the ball well. I think that's the other difference, and that's one thing I think that the players from Austria will get used to. That, by the way, if Priya Sabu caught that, would have been sensational. Speaking of sensational, there were some good catches there, and just love the catch that eventually was taken there by Munadiwa. But, yeah, I mean, what I was saying there, I mean, it's not often that some of the women are going to come up against somebody who hits the ball as hard as Hartley. But I still do believe when you look at some of this fielding here that Austria dealt with it very well. Well, that was the old Budwaj that was saying, how about that for a run out? But I think when you look at it in general, she's already completed the bowling action, so it wouldn't have been run out. But also the captain, Joanne Stiglitz, went over and said, no, we're not going with that. We just want a little reminder for the batter. But I think when you look at it, the batter, Hartley, also did nothing wrong. But that only just sparked Hartley into hitting the ball even harder. And this time they couldn't stop it. And you knew that 50 was on the cards. This one, another big hit. This time Nina couldn't do anything about it. And there it is. There's the smile that says it all. An international half century for Hartley.
Yeah, might look like someone with those glasses that would look out of place at the World Series of Poker, but she'll be pretty happy about that half century. Naomi Hillman-Bermejo, that run out, maybe it cost them a few in the end, although they were still reasonably productive. They do get 17 off that last over. So yeah, maybe cost them a few, but maybe not that many. That one just got away, or a few that just got away towards the end. I mean, that one, yeah, I agree with the umpire's decision there. I think, does he feel it's hitting the stumps? Yeah. Has he got good reason to think it's hitting the stumps? Yeah. I think it was dead straight, even though she did come out of her crease to meet it. But, yeah, one thing about Spain is this middle order's been improving. I know there was a time where it was kind of Naomi had to score runs or else, and obviously the addition of Jones and Hartley up there. But also, don't count out the improvement from the middle order batters to be able to kind of continue to run the game forward. And they do. They end up with the Lord Nelson, 51 to Hartley. Good innings from her. 3 big maximos and 4 fours in there for her. Jones, still asked to open the innings, was there for a while, 26 off 20 with 3 boundaries for her. Naomi Hillman-Bermejo run out in the penultimate over for 9. Davidson Soler, like that, 14 off 6. She's busy. She's very kind of industrious with cheese out there. Like the way Uz were around towards the end as well. They knew what they had to do. It's that cricket IQ, I think, which is improving all the time for both of these teams. Twins there with Bardwaj and Priya Sabu, both 1 for 16. But Kamati, I think that she was pretty good against some good hitters early, with none for 13 off her 2 overs. So we'll take a break. We'll be back pretty shortly. 112 for Austria to stay alive in the series. And we've had a wonderful 2 weeks here in Austria. But Rico has some information and a few nice, beautiful pictures from our next ECS venue.
Our 2-week adventure here in Austria is coming to an end. What a beautiful country, and the cricket has been explosive and dynamic as well. It's time for you now to start to join us once again on tour on the European Cricket Network as we get ready to start our next adventure. Starting on the 9th of September, we welcome you to Croatia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers and welcome back as we get ready to see, well, what could be quite an exciting run chase from the Austrian women. Spain, they put 111, the Nelson, on the board. That means we need 112 for victory, which I know that 112 is an emergency number in a lot of countries in Europe. So we're going to need to get to that score to get a victory here. And also, don't forget, also keep their hopes alive of winning this international series. If Spain win, then they will be victorious, having won 2 matches yesterday. Austria get a win here. Then it goes down to the final match that these two will play to see who is the winner. So everything to play for here for Austria. And they're going to go with, once again, the informed Priya Sabu. And you've got Andrea May Zepara out there as well. So 2 good batters, both have scored runs yesterday. With the ball first up, Andrea Davidson-Soler. Dot balls to start. Good areas. Outside the off. Just having a quick look at this field so you can see they've got like a line of fielders out on the offside. It's something that Spain do. So you've got like a short third in a catching position. Then after that, from point cover to long off, you've got a line, and then you've got Elspeth, who's pretty close to the bowler. That one gets defended away. Then we will take the single. That's nicely played, but well bowled as well. A fair bit of pace being generated there by Andrea. So the first runs on the board for Team Austria. They'll get a single. They need to be going at around the 11s here to stay in touch. They don't want to fall too far behind there. I think once it gets to around about that 13, 14 is when it becomes a bit more complicated. And it's just clipped away off the pads. And I'll take another single there on the leg side. And, well, Corey Rutgers. Corey in the chat doing a bit of lurking, of course, saying vamos chicos, chicas to the Spanish ladies. Hello, Corey. I hope you're well. And a few people saying their highs to Corey. Well, how's your Sunday been, Corey? What have you been up to? Of course, Corey, I know if he's not involved with cricket, has a little dabble on the golf course as well now and again. You're going to a round of golf or anything like that, Corey? Well, I hope you're looking after yourself, and of course, can't wait to catch up with you at Cartama. Nice start from Andrea. Good lines, good areas outside the off, not giving the batters anything really to have a lash out at as yet. And that one's, just as I say that, strays down on the leg side. But you can see the wind that you're having to contend with, and just look at the way that's blowing. So you can see just why some of the bowlers have strayed onto the leg side. And as we keep saying, very blustery in terms of the wind, just keep changing direction, which doesn't help the bowlers either. So that again down the leg side, just nurdled away, and we'll go for 4. So 4 runs. Let's get a bit of battle on there. So the first boundary, and they needed that. You need to keep that boundary to stay in touch, don't you? I mean, that's what they'll be saying at the moment with the score around about 11. Pick up a boundary. You might get 1 or 2 extras in the over as well. And then you've got to run those singles hard. You can't fall behind. You've got to be looking to score something of every ball. That's what the plan has to be. Well struck now, taking on the fielder late to go non-strike. I can understand why Elspeth has gone the keeper's end here, because it was a non-striker, Sabu, that was really late to go. Single was on, it was called by Andrea. But Sabu a bit late to go, and Elspeth decided that was probably the best option to go for. But the batters do make it. 32 matches since the golden ball now. Now, will we get one here on finals day, or are we going to leave it up to the young guns in Croatia to get the next golden ball? Of course, Nish and Charlie will be there in Croatia. I think Nish starts on Tuesday. Charlie probably starts the day one tomorrow. Nish probably travelling. Or will we get that golden ball here? And remember, these two teams, they've got a good history of golden balls. And we've still got 2 matches to be played. The men's as well. Floated up, hit in the air. Oh, very close. Very close. And puts a hand out there. And if that had stuck, that could have been something. And in the end, I think it just misses the fingers of the fielder. That was Amy Brown Carrera, who's always in that position. She's in the firing line. And if anybody can, she can. I know she almost took a real humdinger yesterday. But 4 runs it will be, as it's Uswa Saeed floats it up again, and that's hit well into the ground, and this one gets through the fielder as well. That's going to be 4 more. And unfortunate, the fielder does get down to make the stop, but that ball just gets away from her. Yeah, she's had a few issues really in the field. I know that Mamouna Riaz Qureshi yesterday was very much safe, but they put a sweeper out now on that offside. It's hit down the ground, but this one should be stopped. Good long barrier in place there. Not getting past me, says the fielder. And that was Andrea. Wonder if she's going to come straight back on to bowl the next as well. I like this change out to Avuswa. Floats it up and well bowled. That's the delivery that causes all the problems. Uswa Saeed. You can see it's one of those. It's maybe I mean, I don't know if Uswa would like the comparison. Well, maybe she's the woman version of Pavel. Floats it up, and you batters want to go after it because they feel they should be. They feel they should be able to get it away, but it ain't that easy. I know Maxima knows all about that. I think Charlie Hunt, you can ask Charlie as well. He tried to get Pavel away a few times in Bulgaria and didn't go well. Well, there's that flight. And again, no run. So a couple of boundaries early on in that over. Some of them, well, down to, one of them down to a missed field, but what a comeback. So 2 fours, and then after that, it's 2 singles and 2 dots. The 10 come off the over. And Austria are on 19, so they're more or less where they want to be at the moment. I said the main thing is that they don't fall behind. The wind continues to blow pretty strong, and Uswa, I think she does marvellously well to bowl what she did and the way she did with that wind. Down the leg side, that'll be a wide, so they do go straight back to Andrea Davidson Soler, but this time just strays down the leg side. And I think sometimes, I mean, Andrea's running in hard, firing that ball in, but the wind seems to be catching that ball, just getting that swing into the legs. Let's see if she can start just a little bit wider outside the off. And she can. That's unlucky. It's really unlucky. It's a great effort from the keeper as well. Well, have a look at the way that the keeper finishes here. Well, Amelia Jones, she's doing a little bit of the old dirty dancing here. Look at that. Wow. Unlucky. Unfortunate for the bowler. Gets a bit of bat onto this and it flies away. And despite the efforts, the acrobatic efforts of the keeper, it's going to be 4 more. Good ball, good pace, really good pace, good bounce. And a spicy one for Jones behind the stumps. But well bowled, certainly bowling with a bit more rhythm and a bit of flair here. There's Andrea, keen to try and pick up that early wicket for her side, and a big wicket. Any one of these two would be key here. It's well bowled again, it's very well bowled. It's that in that area where the batter's really not too sure what she wants to do with this. He sees it coming and thinks, okay, doesn't get drawn out, doesn't come out, ends up staying in a crease, just has a little woofed at it, misses the edge, and that's a little bit short into the fielder. Oh, wow. I don't know if there's any fingertips on this, but that again would have been a great catch if she was able to get anything on it. And that's Nasib Muskan. That was hit hard. We might get a chance to have a look at this again if the fielder does get anything on it. But I think you can see that that's just frustration from Priya Sabu, and decided she's got to get something on it. And yeah, she does get a little bit of hand onto that. It's a great effort. We've seen already today from the men, for example, Sahul Zadran took a catch where he just put his hands out to it and got there. Right, in the air. Now, big moment. And just out of reach of the fielder. The batters now will come back for two. Once again, a little bit of indecisiveness. That's a little bit of a big moment there, isn't it? Goes up in the air. I think it's Elspeth who's the closest to it. She's coming around, coming from running inside of the ring to try and get there. Can't reach it. The batters then do take two, but once again, it wasn't the best of calling between them. Priya Sabu. Gets a fair bit of bat on this, it bobbles away. We just kept to a single, so I suppose again, it's one of those overs where you'd say it's a bit of a win, that one for Austria, because up against a good bowler, Andrea Davidson-Soler, they do take 12 runs off the over. End of 3, 31 without loss. So staying more or less there, keeping it at the 11s. That's the way it looked. So you can see that they really did make Spain work hard for their runs. It's just that there was a couple of overs, wasn't there? I think one of them was the last over from Hannah Simpson-Parker, which went for 17. And the second over from Mahadiwa went for 17. But Shreya Komati bowled two very good overs, 7 and 6, which helped them to win the power play. That's short. And it's hit well. Fielder's got work to do. Gets down but can't stop it. Tries to smother it. And disappointment there on the boundary. I think that's these sort of ones, the ones that you, especially your good players, you want them to be stopping these. So does get down, not able to make the stop, and that's Naomi in that position. Naomi normally fields a lot closer to the action. She's more in that short mid-wicket area. Flighted up, and just a little dabble. They are taking on the single. In comes a throw, and the batters do get there. That's nicely played in the end, I think, from Priya Sabu. She knows that's an area where Uswa Saeed does get a fair bit of bounce. So he's quite happy just to guide that away. Wind continues to howl through our headsets. And out there, scores of 9, 10 and 12 off the over so far. Goes for it. Now the wind will catch hold of this, and this will go all the way. Manos, arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. That's a big hit. And needed that. Like I say, you just want to keep picking up the odd boundary here and there to keep you up with the rate. Get the partnership going. Partnerships are everything. And this partnership's been good so far. Worth 42 as Andrea Mia Lepera gets that one away. Good hit. He's what? Not afraid to float it up, but this time gives a little bit more width outside the off. Gets played for just a single. And you'll take that at the moment. So you've got two boundaries. Now what you've got to be thinking as the batter's right. Even singles here, no dot balls, mean that you win the over. And you just help to bring that rate down a tad. It's a little nudge once again into that third man area. He'll take another single. So ball to go in this over from Uswa. 13 have come from it. And that's another one that's been hit with a bit of might. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginna zona shaka lagya. And the 50 comes up for Austria at the end of the 4th over. The over goes for 19. And well, that was the over that Austria really needed. That's a big win for them. And you'll see that that probably now takes that rate down to around about 10 for the first time. Yeah, just over the 10. 50 without loss after 4. So Spain, they need something to happen here. I wonder if they go to something like Naomi to bowl this next over. And you've still got options. You've got Naomi, you've got Hartley. Looks like they're going to, not at the moment, they're going to go first here to Amy Brown Carrera. Comes Amy. And that's sliced away out on the offside, gets through one, but the sweeper is there. Makes the stop. Just a single. There's that wind really now blowing, sort of blowing if you're looking at the dial on your clock. Sort of bowling from, say, 7 o'clock now into, so it's changed directions, and now all of a sudden the hit into the fine leg area, the 45 becomes a good hit. Well bowled, well played. So, having taken the initiative, this is where Austria now, they wouldn't want a quiet over here now, because then you're back to square one. They want to stay in front. Amy Brown Carrera looking to stop them doing so. Places into the ground. That's it. Ends up being a great stop in the end. Leaps up, gets a hand onto this. The batters do take a single, but I think this is one of those which, if it gets over Amy, could quite easily have raced to the boundary. So it's a good save. It's just down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. Good take behind the stumps though from Jones. Hello to Kroom, who joins us in the chat group. I hope you're well. Paul Kempin is in there as well. And that one, okay, good throw here, gone. That's got to be out for me. It's a direct hit. Well, let's wait and see. Well, this is going to be pretty close, you know. This could be very, very crucial. Let's have a look at this whole play. So, in comes a throw. Oh, just... Well, I was sure this was going to be gone, but the bat is down. I suspected the bat was maybe not down, but she does slide the bat in. And if she hadn't have done, it would have been curtains. It's a great throw, but you saw they just puts the bat down and survives. And now the no ball signal. Free hit coming up. And that would have been disaster, wouldn't it? Running on that no ball and then getting out, but they survive. And having survived, Priya Sabu now has a chance to go after the free hit. Hits it pretty well, and that takes a nasty bounce, but a great bit of fielding. Really good bit of fielding, and the bat as well. They're all over the place here with the calling. And it's another shot at the stumps. They will, after all that, I think Jens ends up being a single. So a free hit doesn't cost them at all. And still this over, at the moment, the way it stands, even though that could have been an over-changing moment, still in favour of Spain. They could win this over and put them right back in the driving seat. Goes for the big one. It gets over the infield. Big chase here on the fielder. They'll come for 2, surely. Oh, well, this is really it's a real wrestling match between these two. A bit of a roller coaster. And with the ball to go, this over can be decided with this ball. Spain want to win it. They want to win the over and put the pressure back on Austria. Amy Brown Carrera, that's been a really good over so far. And that's been well hit. Catching chance. And it has been taken. They get the wicket. And it is going to be Andrea Mir-Zapata that will go. And it will be a huge win in the over in the end for Spain. So at the halfway mark, Austria lose their first wicket. And it's Elspeth, the captain, Fowler, that takes the catch. It's 59 for 1. And as we have a look at this catch again, it's a good time also to welcome you all into the cube. Good catch taken, and that one could be a match-changing one. We do say catches win your matches, and how important is that one, Vinny?
Yeah, what a great knock actually from Andrea Mazepeda as well. 33 off 15. Started a little bit sluggishly with the bat yesterday, but certainly has picked up the pace every game. Outpaced even Priya Sabu there and played some really nice shots. I think she's just getting a bit more relaxed. No mistake, I think, that both captains field at mid-off for their respective sides. And actually, that mid-off is generally up in the circle because they're basically encouraging the batters say, okay, if you think you can get over the mid-off, then go for it. And it's slightly different to the men's game. Two very good fielders as well, the two captains. Great catch there by Elspeth Fowler.
Very good catch, but it's worth pointing in mind that the wind has changed.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, where the batters were favouring the hit down the ground, the wind is now going straight into them. And maybe that helps Bain there because that ball didn't go as far as you thought it would. And you can even see even Elspeth having to dive forward to take the catch.
Yeah.
Very good catch.
So how long will it have changed for? We're not quite sure because it's changing all the time. Amy Brown Carrera, ABC, with the wicket. Again, look at this one. Fowler, who I remember in the ECI-W kind of made a home for herself at short cover, but I just think that the girls are just hitting a bit harder these days, and I think she's moved herself to a good position there. Also allows her to have a chat to the bowler if required. Naomi Himmelberg comes on, and we get another great Naomi versus Priya, a one-on-one battle. Sometimes it's Naomi bowling to Priya, sometimes it's Priya bowling to Naomi. Pretty good start. It's wind. I think that it normally comes back to left to right, even though occasionally it does kind of blow the other way. Austria, nose is in front.
This one sort of slices off the bat.
Nina Shalkovic is the new batter as well, and she'll come on strike now. Such an interesting story. So she does have a softball background. I thought so, just watching her bat. Never played cricket till she came to Austria. But she said there's a lot of transferable skills like that, especially if the ball's a fraction short. Be really quick at snapping their hands through it. Now, softball, I've actually played a bit of softball. It's an incredibly skillful sport. You won't believe what some of the things the softball pitchers can do. The ball's a bit bigger, but yeah, the way they whip it has to be underarm, but the way they do it, it's kind of unnatural. It's like an alien sport when you see some of these pitches. But I do think, because she still is fairly new to cricket, you know, the balls that kind of pitch around her feet, that's something that you're taught to leave alone in baseball and softball. But anyway, I'm sure she's got a few of her family tuning in from the USA today. Hello to you.
That one's going to get away, and I think that gets a bit of the bat on the way through. That's going to be a little bit of suerte. Cuatro carreras. Well, you need a little bit of luck, and they say that fortune certainly favours the brave. And Sokovic, we know that when she hits it, it stays hit. I mean, look, it's a big swing. If she gets hold of that, that is going some. But sometimes even the little delicate touches can bring you four.
Yeah, well, Nina, she'll like cricket rules here because that would have been a foul ball if it was softball, but she'll get the 4 runs here. Good leave. Yeah, I always find it interesting to see how people find cricket, especially in Europe, where you know, maybe you haven't grown up with it. You know, a lot of boys and girls don't. But yeah, doesn't mean you can't play it and play it well.
That slides up in the air. Naomi's after it, but she can't reach it. That's going to be just getting away from her all the time. Once again, the wind comes into play. And, well, Sokovic gets a bit more off the rub of the green. But now it goes over to Priya Sabu. She's got a big part to play if they're to go on and not just win this match, but keep their hopes alive in this series.
Every time these teams play, it's a classic. I feel maybe we should make it like a best of 47 or something. Because I don't know, they're just so evenly matched. They've got a lot of players that can make an impact. And certainly, and we actually saw them for the first time in the same tournament. That was in Spain last year in Cartama, just after the ECL. So one thing I've really noticed is how much the players that may not be the kind of the present superstars of the team, how quickly they've come on and how quickly they've felt a sense of belonging and you know, just the way they're conducting themselves in the field. Okay, let's have a look. What's the field? Okay, so we got 4 in a row from long on to deep square leg. So 4 outfielders and a fine leg in the circle on the leg side. And on the offside, you've got just the deep cover back. Interesting field. Probably it makes sense, because most people that come from a softball background or a baseball background, they like to kind of pull the ball. It's their natural shot. See how they got 4 fielders back there on the legs. As Hartley comes on. And then the other thing you want to do, just like that, if you're Hartley, is try and keep it outside the off stump. In baseball, they call that hitting it the other way, because they're so used to pulling the ball. Hitting to the offside, they would call hitting the other way. A couple of dots to start the over. This game's a 50-50 right now.
Yeah, the last couple of overs, they've just fallen short of getting over the double figures. 2 lots of 9, which has taken this rate back up to the 11 mark. So you don't want to get a few more dots in. That's been hit hard, and that is not going to be stopped by anyone. That's a thing, you know, with Shukovic. When she hits it, it stays hit. And if you're the fielder and the ball's coming to you, well, you're going to have to be brave to make a brave stop. But look, quick hands, good hit, and that's 4 runs.
She's one of my new favourites, actually, Nina. Just because, you know, actually I'm a big American sports fan, and I can totally see how she bats makes perfect sense. I mean, that one there, it's kind of in the strike zone, right down dead centre. And even it's not where traditional cricketers would think to hit the ball, but she's got such a strong bottom hand.
Ooh, and that's the ball though, isn't it, you're talking about? So anything that's a little bit short, she will hit right through it. But if it's like around her toes, that'll be the issue.
Unnatural.
All right, in the air, and oh, it gets dropped down. It's not easy. It's not easy. The batters just stick to the one. So I suppose you're saving the boundary, but not an easy catch. You've got the wind that's blowing this ball around all over the place. I think she does very well, actually, just to make sure it doesn't get past her.
Yeah, consolation prize. Saving the boundary at least, Amy Brown-Carrera.
They'll take the single, 1-1-1.
You see the different techniques there of Sabu. Is more willing to kind of play more of a traditional shot. That'll be the end of the over. Pretty good one from Hartley, only going for 6. Austria 74 for 1 after 7. More cricket coming your way as the men's is precariously poised. Same as the women's, actually. 2 to the visitors and 1 to the home side. And I'm looking forward to seeing Sweden and Austria go at it again in match 4. Interesting, Austria won the toss. They've elected to bat. Now, Sweden have chased down their scores in the last 2 games. That is their plan, though. They're kind of sticking to their guns. Let me have a look at the team there. Pretty much looks like the team that we saw this morning. Itibasha Dida comes in, though. So, yeah, an extra pace option there. But I know he's been struggling with a little bit of an injury. Let's see how he goes.
When I saw him on at the end of finals day here, he did say to me that he probably wouldn't be playing. He was in the squad, but he said he may not play because he has got a bit of an upper leg injury.
He's back.
That's a really good picker. You know, sometimes, I know we've talked a lot about the bounce on this field. Sometimes it just can be kind. That one bounces kindly for the fielder to take the ball at a good height, good take. I mean, if that one had gone along the deck, it would have been probably an impossible stop.
Muskan Naseem, excellent clinging hands there, making sure it's only 1. But see how they got the field back there. It's kind of like it's a wall of 4, isn't it, at deep mid-wicket, knowing that's the hitting zone of Nina. So it's hard to find the gap. She did once. I suppose if she goes over the top, we know she's got the power to get 6. There's 3 of them. There's another one up there. See, wall of 4. No infielder, just saying, look, hit it past us. Good captaincy from Fowler.
Ground, so once again it's going to go to one of those fielders, so haven't been able to get past them. And this is where now Priya, I mean, I know she's trying, but this is where she really has to try and pull something off here, because the rate is very quickly. I said they don't want to get it to that 13 part. Well, it's gone past 13 and it's at 14 at the moment. They need a couple of big hits here now.
I can also see how they liked Nina in the power play. Like, they opened her yesterday. Probably didn't really work out the way they hoped for, but you couldn't really block that boundary so easily in the power play. You can only have 2 outfielders max. But this is just creeping away from Austria at the moment, isn't it? Sabu probably has struggled to hit the big shots the way that she did yesterday. She tries to get funky, and well, I've never quite seen a follow through of a shot like that.
I wonder did she end up falling inside the crease or out? Because I suppose if you took the bells off, she would have been out. I reckon she must have got some part of her body inside. Let's have a look. Yeah, well inside.
Yeah, lies down next to the crease. Oh, well, that's a brilliant over from Naomi. It'll be 78 for 1 after 8. 17 and over, I should say, is what's required now. And Austria just slipping away. And it's really not through any lack of intent. I think it's just through some accurate bowling and good defensive pressure from the Spain team.
I agree, but at the same time, I think you can also... You've only lost a wicket. So you could have, if you wanted to, made some changes. I mean, Nina's gone at 13 of 10. She has hit the ball. I'm not saying she hasn't, but she's found the fielders. They've sussed her out, haven't they? And that's the thing. So they've sussed her out. So maybe that Austria could say, right, they know what to set the field to it. Let's have somebody else out there. They might do something different, but they've let it get away from them. It's one that they need to win. They need a big one here.
Well, Amy Brown-Carrera did have a 29 run over yesterday, and this is also something that's a bit unnatural when you're coming into the game as balls are kind of directed at your body, because that never really happens.
Yeah, and also, if she just moved, it would have been wide. She's let it hit her legs, and of course, afterwards, if they tried to run it anyway, it would have been no shot played. So, yeah, but that's something she'll learn from the game, and the more she'll learn about the game, she knows next time, just get out of the way. Well, she's going to have to get out of the way this time, because that's full and straight from Amy Brown-Carrera. Jagadev Bhatte, she's bowled so well that she started the fight back, really. Don't forget, after Saeed went for 19 in over number 4, Amy Brown-Carrera came in and bowled a beautiful first over. That over number 5, just 9 from it, took the wicket, the important wicket, really, as they part out. Then after that, Spain have gone on top. It's gone 9, 6 and 4 off the over, and now she comes back and she takes the wicket of Nina. So maybe that could be a blessing, we don't know, but the next batter that comes out has got to really be going at an explosive rate. They need 34 in 10 balls.
But one thing is that Nina, she'll know the certain areas she needs to work on, and she can. You know, it just has to have a few balls in that area. I wouldn't change too much. I just think it's just the working out strategies to deal with those balls that are uncomfortable, whether it's just keeping them out. I know at this stage you've got to do a bit more than that, but yeah, she certainly has her strengths. I've liked watching her this weekend. Joanne Stiglitz, well, she always brings energy no matter what the situation. This first one, she'll get away for a single. Now, I promised to get through a group because everyone in the chat is wanting to know what's happening in the Superfan sweep. So I'm about to do Group A. So we're getting into the Premier Division now. I'm just going to do the one group here. It's only 5 teams, okay? So the first team I'm giving away is Ireland. It's ABC.
Shot. Now that's what you need. That's 6. But is it going to come to a little bit too late here, Priya Sabu? And the only thing I'm going to say is, again, Joanne Stiglitz, I think she's a great captain, but she's very unselfish. I think sometimes she needs to take a little bit of initiative and ownership and go out there. And I think when Nina didn't click, go out there, because we saw yesterday, she's a very good batter.
Yeah. No, I understand what you're saying. I suppose just you're worried if your order's not that long, you're giving up a wicket. Could it, then you lose another one. It's pretty much all over Red Rover. You could argue it is anyway. 27 off 8, got to go big again. Miss hit.
Well, they could go 2. They decide not to.
Not quite there. Frustration for Austria. Looks like they're going to go down here unless we have something remarkable, but still they'll want to come back and maybe draw the day. I think 3-2 is no disgrace. But Amy Brown-Carrera, good return to form for her with the ball, I think. 2 for 16 last ball for her.
It could be another, and it will be. Really good catch there from Elspeth Fowler. The captain holds on to a catch, and it's another wicket for Amy Brown-Carrera. That's her 3rd. And, very good bowling. And that's going to be the end of the captain, Joanne Stiglitz. The 2 captains. Well, one captain takes out the other. Joanne will go. It's a disappointment for her. But more disappointing, I think, to see her side go down here, because they fought well, and you'd have to say that they stayed up with the rate all the way up to the end of that 4th over. But after that, Spain once again took the initiative away from them. So she will go. Great catch there once again from Fowler. But what about the bowling there from Amy Brown-Carrera? It's certainly, I mean, we've seen a fine knock there from Hartley, but for me at the moment, I think my player of this match certainly would be Amy Brown-Carrera. I think she's bowled brilliantly, and when needed to, she got the wicket, and she bowled brilliantly well to give her team the upper hand.
Congratulations to Amy as we wait for this one, which I don't think is going to carry out to Naomi Hillman-Bermejo. Last over coming up, so Yeah, it's her first ever 3-for on the network, and she finishes with really good figures of 3 for 16. Okay. We've got Hartley back to bowl the last over. That'll be a wide bowled again. So Ireland has gone to, drum roll, Dave B has got Ireland.
Okay.
And he's English, that's awkward. Stephen Kelp from the Netherlands has got Ireland as well. Okay. And also, Sujit Yadav gets Ireland and Di Maria gets Ireland. I'm going to have to hustle through these. But I think this game's just gone now. Austria again, it's not a bad effort, is it? I mean, they might end up with around the 100. But, yeah, tantalisingly close.
That's hit pretty well and well fielded. Good pickup. Just the single. That's great work. She's fielded really well out there. As Andrea Davison Soler as well. Shot. That's gone all the way. That's a great shot.
Great shot. Oh, they need over 6 ball. That's a shame because that's a proper maximum hole from Priya Sabu. Just seems to grow in stature every time we see her bat. She'll just wish she could have done this a bit earlier on, kept the team in the game. But this is pretty close to shot of the day for me.
It's a really good shot. Uses her feet beautifully. Hits it well down the ground. 6 runs. Manos arriba from the Arbitro. So you can see that once again they're going to fall short, but not by too many.
Burning through these. All right, so Scotland goes to Was from South Africa. It goes to Santosh Kapase. And it goes to Rajesh Oja.
Okay.
Right. 2 out of 5. I'm in trouble here.
Now, she comes out to this one. It hits it on the full toss. It looked high from the bowler's end. Let's have a look at it side on.
It's probably okay.
Yeah.
She charges by so much.
Yeah, there's no issue with that. So can they get to 100? And probably not. It's going to be a wicket. That's well bowled. Clever bowling. Hartley gets a wicket. And it's going to be a win for Spain. And not only do they win this match, but they will win the series. As Mananua does go for the big shot. But it goes in between her to the keeper. Great work once again there from Amelia Jones. And she certainly is a massive plus to this Spanish side, as is Hartley, who picks up a wicket there right at the end, 1 for 18. But of course, don't forget, it was her half century, the 50, that really got Spain on the way and put the score on the board. Austria women, look, it's a great fight. They get into the 90s, 98 for 4. They'll fall short by 13 runs. And they stayed in it all the way through. But I think Spain just deployed the bowlers very well when it mattered.
Yeah, congratulations to Team Spain. We now know they'll win the series. They've got their 3rd win. That's the magic number. But, you know, Austria, super competitive again. Just always a good contest between these two. Austria would love to come back, and to be honest, 3-2 would probably be a fair reflection of the series from their point of view than 4-1. But they'll have to wait and see. Congratulations to Spain, though. They close out the series with that win, and they'll be very impressed with their performance. They end up winning by 13 runs. This is what's coming up, Austria-Sweden. Well, the Austrians, once again in that, are trying to keep the series live, aren't they, with Sweden? A couple of big chases, getting ahead 2-1, and they'll be on the chase again. Austria to bat first, starting in at 1 o'clock local, which is in about 25 minutes. Can I just say quickly, if you want to stay after the scorecards, I'll draw the rest of Group A, because I know some of the super fans would like that. But let's concentrate on the highlights now. And Spain, ultimately, they defend this 1-1-1 to get the unassailable lead in this ECI-W.
Yeah, and Austria, they'll be disappointed because they did stay up with it. They managed to stay with more or less what they needed to get to all the way through. They needed to go just over the 11, and that big over number 4 when they got 19 from it put them ahead because they were 50 without loss. But then in came that Amy Brown Carrera, who bowled brilliantly. What magnificent figures. 3 for 16, her first 3 for, which got their team well on the way. Then after that, Austria just really couldn't get going again. That last over did go for 12, so they got back to double figures, but it was those 4 overs really where they went 9, 9, 6 and 4. And even the 9, 9, 6 and 4 and 8, that just took them away. And I suppose disappointing for them is they had Priya Sabu, who batted all the way through, and she was not out 41. But as we know, being not out 41 as an opener, faced 29 deliveries, 2 sixes and 3 fours. Those should be very happy with her performance. She'll also be disappointed that it's not enough to get them the win.
Yeah, she will be disappointed, but that's cricket, isn't it? I mean, you can't be smashed in the middle of the bat all the time. You've got to kind of make hay when the sun shines. It's a tough game sometimes. It's Amy Brown-Carrera, I think she bowled really well. I also think Hartley's been a very good addition to the attack, just with that another slow bowler, really accurate bowler, never really bowls any wides or anything like that. That was really smart keeping from Amelia Jones as well. That's probably the second toughest stumping between the batter and the stumps. Probably not quite as hard as the down leg side, but not far behind. And there's the scorecard. Priya Sabu with 41 leads the scoring bats through the innings, but just wasn't able to go at pace required to get Austria the win. Andrea Mazepeda turned out to be a very important catch from Fowler to remove her, because she was going at the rate. 33 off 15 for her in the end. Salkovic, it never really worked out. 13 off 12 for her, as Austria faded away late in the chase thanks to some good defensive pressure from Spain. 3 for 16, what a great job from Amy Brown-Carrera. Naomi Hillman-Bermejo with none for 13 off her 2 overs. Hartley, like I said, she's been a very good addition to the attack. She picked up a wicket as well. Well, like I said, Rico, I think it's probably lunchtime, so you can probably nick off. What I will say is that we're going to do the rest of Group A. It won't take too long. Don't forget, we'll be back in about 20 minutes with the next game. But just quickly, I've done France already, and it's John Heesam who gets France. Martin Gleaves with France, as well as Rob the Groundsman of Barcelona, and Holly Tomo gets France as well. So now just 2 more teams to go in Group A. I know that Kroom will definitely post this in the chat for everyone who's following along. So the next team is Portugal, and that's gone to Kroom actually. Kroom, you've got Portugal in Group A. Christopher Ward gets Portugal as well. KG1 gets Portugal from Australia. And also number 100, that's Gail Williams, who contacted me on social media. 1 team to go, and that's Guernsey from the Channel Islands. I'm just waiting for the computer to spit out the numbers for me. Guernsey are represented by Nate from Tennessee, USA. He gets Guernsey. SF Shohag gets Guernsey from Bangladesh, as well as Herb, who contacted me, and also Michael Pym. So that means Corey still doesn't have a team, and I'm a bit concerned it might go to a Group C team that he'll be coaching against. Rico Fool will be back with me as we'll get back into the men's. Can Austria keep the series alive? We'll be back in 20 minutes here at the Sabun Cricket Ground in Austria for more European Cricket Internationals.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Well, we're back to the men's action now as they head into match number 4. And it's the tourists that are up now. Sweden 2 match wins and Austria 1 match 1. And this should be a really interesting game. Obviously, Austria, they need to win both these games now to win the series on home soil. They did take a 1-0 lead yesterday, but since then, Sweden have won matches 2 and 3. Let's get ready for the coin toss. Tyrone Peters is out in the middle.
Austria to call. Heads is a call. They're going to bat.
So Austria win the toss and they've elected to bat. That's quite interesting because they've had Sweden chase down their totals in the last 2 games and pretty big totals as well. 1 over 150, 1 over 160 last night, but Austria kind of sticking to their guns. That was a bit of a trend during the ECS that teams wanted to bat first and teams that did bat first had a slightly higher winning percentage. I think Aqib Iqbal into the side today. Obviously, he is a big player. Maybe he can fire. Rasmus Sugawal running out of opportunities to kind of make the score that we'd expect out of him. For Sweden, well, how about Samuel Romani in that last game? Provides so much. He's known as a finisher, isn't he? And he even survived a kind of mix-up with his captain that sent Emil Zuvak packing to crack a half century to get Sweden over the line. So I think Sweden are overjoyed to be chasing again. I still think Austria, I might have changed my tactics. I might have just tried to mix something up here. But we know they won batting first in game 1. They'll be hoping to do that again. Will this series stay alive? We're about to find out. Rico Fool, let's get ready for game 4. Well, at the moment, we know it's 2-1 to Sweden. Will it be 2-all? Let's find out as we get ready for match 4 of the ECI.
Yes, we will find out. Welcome, everyone. And thank you to Vinny Sandu for giving us the in-depth information that we need about this match. So all to play for, of course, for the home side, Austria. They want to stay in this. They've seen the women go down to Spain. And, well, they want to make sure that they will be waving the flag for Austria at the end of the day. That means they've got to get a win here. And I must admit, I'm a little bit surprised that given the opportunity again, that they again will bat first. I just think they have managed to get runs on the board. Remember, we've seen them now score 162 and also 155 and not go on to win the match. They lost with 6 balls to go when they put 160 on the board, and then we saw them with 3 balls to go in that last one. So they've got to make a change. I thought maybe they would like to put Sweden in and chase, so you know exactly what they're trying to get to, but that's not the decision. Speaking to the coach there, to the Big D, I think he was just saying that, you know, they have got most of their wins and got a good record, a better record when they have defended. So that's what they're going with. So you can see this starting to change a bit now. I mean, it was pretty much in favour, a big time in favour of Austria in the last time round, but this time it's more even Stevens, 54% to that 46, and I think that's more what I would expect to see from both these sides, not particularly in any order, but just close matches. And I think that's what we're looking to see here. Itibasha Dida coming into the side. Now, last time I spoke to him, he was a little bit concerned about an upper thigh injury, but obviously he's got over that. They will need, I think, looking to see his variations with the ball could be pretty key. And also, if need be, he can give the ball a bit of a hit as well. But I think when you look at the batting order for Austria, there should be no issues. They're just, I think, in my opinion, too many dot balls. And I think they would like to go much bigger in the power play. I think the last time they managed to get into the 40s, but teams are looking to go into the 50s there, get a good power play in there, and then keep going at that rate. Really try to put and apply the pressure on the opposition. So ready to go here. Welcome back to everybody in the chat. And great to have Wayne with us, Jeffrey Mobbs in there as well, Christopher Ward, hello to John, and happy Sunday. I hope you're having a very good Sunday, relaxing Sunday with the cricket on at the same time. Ready to start the battle of bat versus ball. Here's the first, and this one, well, what's this? Has it caught anything? No. goes for buys. I think this could be one, a bit of a nutmeg. Let's have a look from the angle. It is a nutmeg right through the legs of the batter, goes all the way down for 4 buys. So Nasir Buluc is going to concede 4 buys straight away. But again, the swing and a lot of swing there. That, I mean, though it's 4 runs, which you don't want to give away, it'll give you a lot of encouragement as well. Behind the stumps once again, we do have Amar. Beg your pardon. We have Ajay Mundra. I think for me, he had a good day yesterday, but mixed ones to start off today, and that one again is too much on the legs. Gets whipped away, so Buluc just needs to get this one to be angling across the right-hander. Amar Naeem staying at the top of the order, and I like him there. Hard hitter. Now he's somebody that you think, okay, stay there. If he faces 15 deliveries, then he certainly is going to get you a good score at the end of it. Karan Bear, now, I think he was, though he did score runs in that last match, I don't think he was quite as destructive as he can be. There were a lot of balls that he hit to hand. This is that shorter one, and now this one I think has caught him on the lid. I reckon this is bat and lid. We'll get a good look at it. He seems like he's okay, but the umpires will do their duty, and they're obliged to do so. But oh, that's hit really hard right on the side guard, and it seems like he's okay. But the umpires, well, it's a very quick check. Are you okay? And he's saying, yeah, I'm fine. All right, let's get on with it then. So. Up in the air, fielder gets underneath it and holds on to the catch. And well, maybe he wasn't okay. Maybe he was shaken up and shook up. Well, he was all shook up. And he's gone. He'll go for 4. And once again, it's that heavy delivery that's been bowled into him. Tucks him up, tries to get out, tries to get the big shot in. He can't. And Nasir Buluc gets another. And this is all, I reckon this is all about the pace of Buluc. I think he does worry the batters. He's worn one, he's been hurt by one. And the next one, look, this is, again, he's not pitching it up. It's another heavy ball. It's a miscue. Good catch taken by the fielder. Keeps his eyes on it all the way. And at this level, you don't expect to see too many mistakes being made. So Amar Naeem will go. Good catch, Saeed Ahmed. So he goes 4 or 4. Next batter comes in, and they'll go back now here to Razmal. So Razmal, once again, he's up and down that order. And he gets a short one, and he swivels this one away to the boundary for 4. And it's almost like Razmal Shigwell knows it's coming. And it's at the body. Let's have a look at this again. At the body, and he's onto it pretty quickly. And it's almost like Razmal says, nah, you're not going to bother me with that one. That's what Austria have to do here now, and I think they know that. They know the score by now. They've just got to keep maintaining, being aggressive. They don't want a bad strike rate. They want to just keep getting big shots in. Aja, leave it. Well, he's lost in there. Of course, we've a lot of us and a lot of you have enjoyed some of the pictures of the players going into the sunflower fields. Of course, dried sunflower fields. Now we've still got some pretty ones behind us, actually. Seen another one just coming up to the left of me. Much smaller than some of the others, but still very beautiful. But yeah, those are ready for being harvested, and of course will be turned into sunflower oil. But we've seen plenty of good images of all sorts of animals coming out of there. Up in the air, and that's going to go all the way. And well, that one's going to end up in, well, the field where we've seen some of those sunflowers starting to come up, but maybe some of the wind has blown some of those seeds across, and they've taken up behind us. Good shot. Just got to remain super aggressive. That's the way you got to go. And Razmal, you know, I'm a big fan of Razmal Shigwell. because I just think he's done marvellous. He really has put cricket in Austria, or helped to put cricket in Austria on the map. He's a great player, very talented. When we've seen him captain, not just in the domestic series here, but also internationally, he's a great, not just a good player, but a really nice guy, very nice to talk to, very humble. It'd be good to see him go well. He's made starts, but hasn't gone on to put a big score on the board. 18 then coming off that first. They do lose the wicket of the powerful and explosive Aman Naeem, but plenty of good batters are still out there. Next up is Khalid Zahid, and he starts with a dot. Once again, you can see that they're not looking to keep the pitch the ball up. That's played away. That's going to be 4 more. Cuatro más. Well, somebody who normally comes on the ball a bit later. I know that Vinny often says that he's a good finisher because he bowls well at the death, gets the Yorkers in. Well, they've gone with him slightly higher up this time to see if he can get those Yorkers in at this point. And hasn't started well. It's another boundary. Karambir just practicing his swing, as we'll see if this ball comes back or not. And this one does come back. 22 for 1. Zahid. Back to his mark. The wind just doesn't give up, does it? Doesn't give up. Though it has to be said, though the wind is there, it's right in the air. Now this one I think is going to go and go all the way. And just as that wind really picked up again, and things are just blown everywhere. Well, Vinny Sandhu's not around. He's having to spot a lunch. Well, a couple of his monitors and his chair have just taken the ground. My laptop just slapped shut in front of me. Oh, that it is strong at the moment, the wind. And in fact, I think I'm going to hold on to my laptop as I talk to you. This one's going to be too wide. Well, when Vinny comes back, he's going to have, let's just say, a little bit of organising to do. Well, I hope they're not broke. Of course, I did get one broken here, one monitor, as the ball smashed into it in front of me. It's gone on expenses, don't worry, I'm all right, it's gone on expenses. And hello to Emmanuel Robbins, who's saying hello to everyone. Hello to you, Emmanuel Robbins. I hope you're well. Gets played away, and they'll take a single. That's well fielded. Nicely done. So, been a mixed kind of over, hasn't it? It's a dot ball, then 2 boundaries, a wide, a single, and then followed that by another single. Now, can he finish well, or will that wide ball? This is where the coaches are in frustration, as the wide ball will cost him. It will go. Shaka lagia kinna sona. Here's another big one from Karambir. And end of the over. So the extra ball does get punished. It will go to the boundary. And it's 37 then for 1. But again, I think the 1, the 2, or the 3 in terms of wickets, they're not too bothered about that. They just want a big score on the board. You see from that they need this win. They don't win this one, then Austria, they will go down to Sweden here, and they don't want that home side. And they've got a very good record, of course, especially at home. They're protecting that record here. They want to get to a big score, and I think you've got to be thinking about, they'll be looking at a 180. Something like a 170 to 180, short, banged in. And that's been the plan here from all the bowlers, hasn't it? It's been about just don't pitch the ball up. They're not wanting to pitch the ball up. So Baluch went for 18 off his first. They did rattle Amir Naeem. And then managed to get his wicket. This time, well, that's got away from the keeper. So it'll be a bye. So it's another one that's gone past Ajay Mundra. One thing I've noticed, I don't know if it's all the time, but when Nasir Buluch is going to bowl the fuller delivery, he just loses his run up. He slows down. He's not charging in. I'm going to keep an eye on that and see if that is definitely one way you can pick what he's going to bowl. He just seems to slow down. So that one's up in the air. It's a teaser for the fielder, and it's a great catch. It really is. It's a wonderful catch. Brilliantly taken. I think that's Saeed Ahmed again. He's got great hands, hasn't he, Saeed Ahmed? So Karambir looking to go over the top. Doesn't get the meat of the bat on this. Once again, probably the Nasir Buluch has hurried him into the shot. That's another big batter going, and it's very much the same as taking the wicket of Naeem. The same catch as Saeed takes the catch. Here, once again, is Nasir Buluch, as does the bowling. And Karambir goes for 17. 17 off 6. So Karambir hasn't really been able to shine here today with his bat. We didn't see him get a bowl in that last match either. Now, whether he does in this one or not, we'll have to wait and see. But it's another wicket that goes. So though Austria are scoring at a good rate, they're losing some of those hard-hitting batters. But, well, one goes, another comes. Now Bilal wasn't quite able to get going in the last one. Bilal Zalmai, he was stumped for one, remember. And that's nice little touch. And it's good fielding, really good fielding. That's been leg byes given, so it comes off the pad of Zalmai, but really good fielding. That's probably the second one that the fielder out there has made a really good stop to. Slow ball, that's a good delivery from Nasir. I mean, you're so used to him charging in and banging the ball in around about your chest height. It just changes it up there. Hello to Dr. De Soto, who joins the fun and the action on the chat. It's nice to hear from you on this Sunday. That's that cricket delivery again, and it's pretty full. What a good over that is. Very well bowled. And just the 2 runs will come off that third over. So once again, the power play, not what Austria wanted. They were looking to get to that 50 mark. The first 2 overs went well. 18 off the first, though they did lose the wicket of Naeem. 19 came off the second there from Khalid, but that one, well, what a good one that was. Only the 2 runs from it, and of course the big wicket of Karambir. They're going to continue with still pace up. Javed Stanagzai to bowl the next. They do have, of course, the spin options there. That worked well for them last time. Zakir Tawaki is in the side. That's nicely played. That's a delicate shot. You know, we've seen a lot of big hitting, but sometimes a little bit of etiquette and a little bit of class comes into play, and that's beautifully played. Top draw from the batter. I'm liking that. You don't always have to club it, do you? Sometimes you can just have a bit of finesse. They're nicely played. That's going to be 4 runs. It's a good way to start the over. Bilal Zalmai, of course, we know that he's already had his hands on some silverware, and he does have a winner's medal after captaining Cricketer CC to being crowned the champions of the European Cricket Series here that finished on Friday. And now he's trying to get a good performance in to give his team a win here to keep this series alive. We know that he's been good with the bat. Scored 62. of 21 to get his team to 162 yesterday, but still ended up on the losing side. Tucks him up, gets played away. They'll take just a single. So yeah, they're stopping the boundaries coming at regular intervals, and that will be the concern, I think, for the coaching staff here. Well, that is better. That's what they need to see more of. Now that has gone deep into that field. And, well, let's see what's lurking in there now. Well, you don't always want to go in there because we've seen nice things and naughty things. Earlier we saw the giraffe. Well, yeah, there we go. Get out of there pretty quickly because every so often you get the pack of wolves and the players been running out of there. We saw that one earlier in that European Cricket Series, so that's a moment that was well captured. Thick edge, more work to be done by the man at third, and well, has he let this get away from him? I think he has. I think that's 4. Well, he's made some good stops over there, but this time I think that's Zaka Takawi who this time around is not able to make the stop. So they'll take that. 4 runs. They need that. And no, look at that, by the way. 50-50 at the moment, says the win predictor. Shot. Ah, beautiful. What a pickup this is. And it's a little bit of razzmatazz time from Rajmal Sigwell. That's gone deep in there. That's another biggie. Oh, what a shot. Gone a long, long way. Well, Vinny Sandhu has come back, and he's now has to check his equipment. I hope, our fingers crossed, because let's just say Vinny was quite surprised how well I took it when mine broke, but when Vinny's went down, he weren't happy. Ah, look at that. Well, we can be in the Serengeti, couldn't we? And those elephants in the background, and the elephants, I think they're helping the player get the ball back. That was, of course, Amari. We remember Kitab Amari from earlier. Finds that one and throws it back. Kitab Amari, of course, one of the 99 club. That's what he scored earlier in that European Cricket Series. All right, the over does come to an end. 4 overs complete. 60 for 2. That over was more like it. 21 came from it. Sort of puts them back on track. And Hamid Mahmood now gets the ball here. Down the ground, Adios Balota. That's going to be 6 runs. Shaba, Bilal Zalmai. Yeah, look, he knows. He's probably got the message already. 5 from 4. He's not cutting it. Go big, go downtown, or come back in and let somebody else have a go. And Bilal, he gets his good. He gets his proper. 6 runs. First ball of Hamid. Now he's hit this pretty well. Should be stopped and will be well watched. And Sweden, to the credit, they've adjusted to this field very well. They're just a single. And that isn't a single. That will crash into the camera tower. And that will be vibrating all the way up to Alex, who's up there. What a good shot this is. So Razman Shigwell, this time he does seem to be keen to go bigger. It's another good strike from him. He moves to 33 of just 11 balls. 300 strike rate at the moment. Hamid Mahmood short and just lets this one go by. I think that will be a wide. It's going to be 2 wides. Yep, I mean, Ajay Mundra does get something on it, which is, I think, important, because otherwise it would have been 5. Short, goes up, outside the off, fielder's chasing, not going to stop it. That will also be 4 runs. Zalmai and Shigwell both starting to get moving here. It's nicely played away, gives himself a little bit of room. That's a Gandhi ball. This one is going to get played away. It will go into the sunflower fields. This one should be an easy pickup with the fielder. Hits one of those stalks and it bounces back. There's going to be 4 more. Hamid, not the over that he's wanted, but it's definitely one that Austria wanted. That's been hammered, and that was going to be a difficult stop, wasn't it? There's the old Tortuga about this one, and Jawid Stanagzai does get his hands to it, but this one takes off. I don't know if you take a good look at this, but this takes off as it hits the deck, and look, he's on his tippy toes and jumping upwards, but the ball catches the fingertips and goes over behind. It's an expensive over. Score 87 for 2, and Hamid will go for 27. And it's a good time to welcome back Mr. Vinny Sandhu, who's checked his equipment. Is it all working?
Check the equipment. Everything in working order. I'm happy.
You're lucky. It just got blown to the ground. Everything took off.
And that probably is pretty predictable because it's exactly what happened yesterday. And that's why the second half of yesterday, I took a couple of monitors away. But to be honest, the lunch got the better of me. And, well, right now, it's the Austrians getting the better of the bowling. Shigawal, but he was a bit like the Wall Street banks around 2008, too big to fail. And he's come out here and he's continued to attack the bowling. Saeed Ahmed comes on, bowled pretty well earlier. Just got the 1 over. That first ball he bowls this time goes for 4.
Yeah, the last 2 overs have gone for 48. And that was after that very good over. The second one from Balut only went for 2. So these two attacking and they're hitting the ball well as that one will go into the field. It's a lovely pickup. Razmal Shigwal gets another one away. Now moves into the 40s. Go on, get in there. Don't worry, there's some nice animals in there as well. And, well, I think I can hear somebody munching away. Yes, I can. Look, it's, it's Panda time.
Lily Panda's back.
Now, Lily Panda, she's been in the sweep, right? What's she got?
I don't think I'll tell you.
I thought she did have
yeah, you're right. Lily Panda did get, she got Bulgaria.
Oh.
A few big names getting Bulgaria. And a Shrug got Bulgaria as well. I'll put them all in order once we're done. It's still all a bit jumbled. There's Lily Panda. That's actually my favourite one, can I be honest? That and the shark. Quite like the shark.
Shark
is still waiting for the dinosaur.
I don't think the dinosaurs are coming this time. Maybe next time we're here.
Maybe next year. Get the DNA.
Well, that's hit hard down the ground. And well watched. Good defensive fielding. We saw one that take off that couldn't be stopped. But this time I think Romani's done very well. Gets down to that one. Makes a save. Just want to slow them down a little bit here because Austria, they're absolutely motoring along here now. Will this one stay inside? Yes, says the umpire. It just sneaks it in. So Bilal Zalmai not able to get bad onto that one. Saeed Ahmed took 2 good catches as well, don't forget. Oh, it's a big wild swing, but no footwork this time from Bilal Zalmai. And I know that the big D, he'll be there with his little pen and paper marking down all these dot balls. Yep. And I think Bilal knows it as well.
Yeah, shout out to all the coaches. They've had their hands full, haven't they, during this series? So you've got Big D coaching Austria, Daniel Eckstein. Also, you've got Amanda, who we mentioned a couple of times last game, coaching Sweden. And also for Spain, of course, they've already signed up the series. I think it's going to be no ball. Was that off the pitch?
No
was it?
ball off the pitch, yeah.
Very wrong. And that's Molly Sellers, who coaches the Spanish women, and Marcel Bierstecker coaching Austria, who I know are desperate to get back to 3-2, the women's side in the last game. Free hit then. Last ball, the over.
Hits it pretty well, but the catch is taken, not out, of course. And the batters, there'll only be a single, so that's frustration, really. Frustration for Bilal because he hasn't been able to hit a boundary, and he's allowed Sweden to get a good over in there. That one will just go for 12, but the 100 comes up after 6 overs.
6 overs down. Shikawal 44 or 14. Now 167 pace, but is that enough? What is enough against this Swedish batting lineup? Rico's probably earned his lunch. I'll make sure that none of his equipment falls over. Luckily, a lot of his equipment's already broken after the ECS here. But anyway, hello everybody. Nice to be back. Looks like Samuel Romani is a real game breaker, isn't he? He's going to come on in this over number 7. 4 overs to build on the 100. Here we go. It might be a wide, you know, it probably is. Because you got to judge this at the crease. Zalmai advances. So even though I'm not even sure how high it is when it passes him, but definitely at the crease. I mean, even that is where it bounced actually was high. Pretty easy call for the umpire. It's also the one for the over for Samuel Romani. Yeah, during the next couple of overs, I'll try and draw Group B. Just try and stay on track. Just got 3 more groups to go in the Superfan Suite. We're doing this because it's my last day before the ECC, actually. Backs away this time. Yes, well inside, isn't it? Romani. Right, low full toss, hit, and no realistic chance for the fielder there. There's a brave effort, threw himself at the ball. Salmai helps himself to 4 more. Austria hoping to build on that 100, 160 plus. I mean, surely you can't keep chasing 150 plus, or can you? Seen them do it twice in a row, Spain. Okay, so Germany are the first team to go in Group B, and they have been drawn by Meyer Patel. No, he's in the UK. They've also been drawn by Les Hall, by Oktay Galami, funnily enough, of Sweden, and also by Matt Thomason. So that's Germany. They're gone. They're drawn. Hit down the ground. Should be an easy one for Saeed while we're here. Let's do Hungary. And yeah, I suppose I wonder if Last Deploy will be available for Hungary again this year. Of course, we just came from there. It's always big hitting around there. No ball 6. Worst case scenario for Romani. Maximal 7 up time, and Shigawal is going to go to 50. Yeah, he's been waiting a long time to be able to avoid that bad luck that's cost him early on. That's a big no-y as well from Romani, and it's quite amazing to be on the front foot and be able to play that shot. Fast hands from Raz. 50 and 15 balls, and his presence a free hit. Particularly strong through the leg side, but we know how good he is all around the wicket. Congratulations to Razmal Shigawal. He's a player that Austria want clicking heading into the ECC. Okay, so Hungary, they are going to go to Chris Smith. They're going to go to Chris Kampfer in Australia. They're also going to go to Anne Spiegel. And finally to Rajawakas Chib, who got in touch with me. This time we're going to have a wide. So the free hit will stay in play. Romani trying to battle back. Next one up for grabs is Denmark. Nikolai Darmgaard, obviously pretty impressive for them. Another wide, so the free hit stays in play. So yeah, nice. Plenty of the chatters still to be drawn. Anything, it'll come. Oh, the misses out in the freebie. I think that's just pad. The keeper unnecessarily runs to the bowler's end, but I like that hustle. What's quite interesting here is by running to the bowler's end, he left the batter's end completely unattended. So, but that's just a sign of the energy he's got. I love Mundra and what he's bringing to the table here. Won't be able to reach that. So Romani struggling with extras here. It's not great for the clock either. Should be okay. So Denmark, here they go. Goes to Danon Gyan Kirby in Italy. Also goes to Martha Cat, who got onto me on Facebook. To Ben Irving, likewise. As this is going to come cube wides. And it's actually pretty close. We're going to have to check this one, I think, if it's 4 or 6. That's, yeah. This was actually hit very hard. Yeah, just inside, that's going to be 4 runs. Or does it hit the rope? Oh, it hits the rope. Yeah, it blows the rope apart. So I think they will be 6. Let me just check they've scored that one correctly. You can see the big explode. Or does it bounce just before the rope? Some people might suggest that. I don't know, that when you see the rope move that much, I think it's a sign. Seven overs down, 124 on the board. And this is what we're doing at the moment. We're doing the ECC sweep. They're just confirming that was given 6 runs, that one that came cubewards. Okay, so Denmark has been done. Ajay Jaiswal also got Denmark, by the way. Didn't read him out. Okay, skywards. Should be an easy catch for Mundra. Catches it. Again, quick to get the hat off. Try and judge the blow of the ball. It was coming over his right shoulder, but he's a very solid keeper. One thing about the wicket keeping, you're always striving for perfection. To be honest, you probably never get there, but you might catch excellence along the way. Mundra, like what he does. Zalmai has to walk for 37, but pretty handy knock. He goes at the start of the 8th over, and it's 124 for 3. Hekmat Kogiani comes to the crease, and he's coming off runs, half century in the last game. Batted really well, left-handed too. And they don't lose much with him coming to the crease. Austria, by the way, are the next team to go. So you get a close-up look at your team if you draw Austria. We're about to find out who gets them. Kogiani, waste no time. Square legs up in the circle. He'll be salivating at anything too straight. Yeah, it's clever bowling from Saeed. Keeps it away from him. Gets the dot first up. So Austria, they're out there in the middle right now, and I can tell you, I've drawn them. Duncan in the chat gets Austria. Also, James Stewart gets Austria. Oh, pardon me. He's already got Czechia. We've accidentally put him on the list twice. I'm going to put him as a blank. Down the ground. This is just a single. So I can tell you also that Paul Burdekin gets Austria. And one yet to be named. Well, Shigwal gets the strike back, 50 off 16. That's a good rate. Oh, he likes it. Is there an edge? Oh, he's walked, actually. Very good sportsmanship from Razmal Shigwal. I'm not so sure the umpire heard that edge. But Saeed Ahmed gets his man, so it's 50 and out for Shigwal. Let's check it out in the replay. You can see. But it's again, probably not the best looking shot from Shigwal for a guy that's so good at going straight through the line of the ball. He just falls off the shot, tries to go leg side. So an even 50 for the former skipper. He has to walk off 125 for 4, and a pretty good comeback in progress for Team Sweden at the moment. Can we have a look at the umpire here? I thought yeah, well, anyway. Clearly it's out, and well, how about that? Gelzai comes out and he just smashes the first ball for 6. Maximo! That's how you get your eye in ECN style. Nice shot by Janan. Saeed tries to sneak the short ball in, gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Really good shot. So Saeed Ahmed, last ball his spell coming up. Pretty good 2 for 20. Anyone that can beat the battle with kind of 25 is doing a pretty good job keeping it to a ball or less. Lance Hall got Estonia, which is quite funny because Isle of Man are in that group. And that's the way the randomizer works. I have replaced the duplicate James Stewart with Louis Bruce, by the way. I knew he wanted to get involved, so he has got that number, and he's got Austria as well. This one be called a wide. This might have been a tight one, just judging by the bowler's reaction. Remember, the line's the line now. You just got to hit any of it. Oh, it's really close. I actually think it gets a little bit of the line. Umpire didn't think so. If the umpire's not sure, they'll call it a wide. This one isn't going anywhere. So pretty good spell from Said, who does get his 2 overs this time around. And at the end of 8, Austria 132 for 4, matching the balance. Because we know Sweden, they've been pretty good chasing the kind of 150, 160 type scores. So James, I know you're in the chat. You have Czechia in the chat. I accidentally put you in twice. That's how much we like you. But also, I know Jacob is in there. Jacob hasn't received a team yet. I've got Corey hassling me every 5 minutes asking who's he got. Well, yeah, so just to be clear, James, you didn't get Austria. That's gone to Louis Bruce because I gave him your slot. Louis didn't quite get onto me in time, but that's what I've done. Anyway, here we go. Over number 9. Starts with a wide. Khalid Zahid. Interesting, he bowled one up front. I think maybe because he hasn't quite hit that York the way that he normally does. So they're using him up front in power play, trying to get a wicket. Didn't really work. Went for 19. Making a bit of a field change here. They do have a bit of time on the clock. About 5 minutes to bowl this over. Last team in Group B is about to go, by the way. All right, up in the air. Fielder camps under us, Mahmood, and he takes the catch. Certainly at this level, you see a higher proportion of catches being taken, a higher proportion of ground balls being fielded. Kogiani tries to play that favourite swivel shot of his, but well judged by Hamid Mahmood on a windy day here in Vienna. And so that will be the 4th, or the 5th wicket down. Kogiani going for 133 for 5. All right, let's get this out of the way then. The final team in Group B, which we'll leave it after this for now, is Maya, which I think is hilarious because Germany are in that group and Maya's a huge German supporter. Hey, but that's the way it goes. Martin Pervin, who got in touch with me in social media. It means that he's against his partner Martha, who has Denmark. So they're against each other in the sweep, same group. So he's a new batter, Sahil Zadran. That one has been adjudged to wide as well. Zadran was batting as high as 4 for his club Donnerstadt. It's a pretty clear wide that time. Also, Bhavesh Chauhan will get Romania. And lucky last, Jeanette Morley. There's another one. Gets past the new batter. This time will be a legal delivery. So there we go. We've just got the 2 groups to go. We knock one over in the next innings. And maybe last innings when I'm here. What a hit. So much bottom hand in that, and that is a monster 6. I mean, that's about a 90 to 95 metre hit. Okay, wind assisted maybe, but that has gone so far off the bat of Sahil Zadran. And when the wind's behind you, go up. Go upwards. It's good life advice, but that was a really big hit. Well, those of you following this week would also know Corey still doesn't have a team, so it's about a 50-50 you'll get Group C. Oh, little sneak attack. Now they're going to take it. That's such good awareness. Such good awareness from Gelzai because, yeah, Zadran, he saw what was going on. He was safely behind the line. They'll get through for a bye. Keepers hate byes. Watch this. Hits the stumps and says, all right, let's go. We're aware. Fielding side weren't. But I wonder if that's a good buy. No pun intended. Because Gelzai, okay, he did smoke a 6 first ball, but Zadran had just hit Khalid Zahid for a massive 6. So it changes the strike. It kind of changes the look, doesn't it? 6. Well, maybe he can control himself against Zahid as well. Zahid goes to ground, the ball goes to the air. It's a Maximo to finish the 9th over. And it's the perfect break, 147 for 5 after 9. Bowling figures say he did a pretty good job. He's bowled out now. 2 for 21. How about Baluch early? Including that maiden, including that very spicy bouncer to Naeem that clocked him upstairs. The maiden was a bit of a fake maiden. Had a bye and a leg bye, but didn't have any runs off the bat. No extras in the form of no balls or wides. Here we go. With Stanixay last over. Clipped away. 6 runs to start. How high can Austria climb? It's almost like this game's on repeat, isn't it? We saw them score in excess of 150 in the last 2 games and not defend it. Having said that, they were able to successfully defend a score in the first game. 145 they defended game 1. Seems a bit light on now, doesn't it? 153, 150's up. Make that 159. Kind of slop bowling there from Jarvan. He pays the price out of the ground. Back to back. Game on in this last over. No matter how many Austria score, Sweden might chase it down. That's the crazy thing about this weekend. It's probably a year ago, but just now it's a bit more expected. You think about what happened in the ECI Hungary, who are comparing this to. We saw even that one day where the par score was over 170. Miss. They want to run. I don't think he wants to give up the strike. He's going to be run out here, Gelzai. But I think Zadran, he said, look, I've actually handled him twice. I'm not really willing to give up the strike because I think there was going to be a run out no matter what. So Gelzai gets a bit of cardio in here. Zadran said, sorry, occupado. And in the end, Stanixay will complete the dismissal. It won't move the goalpost too much. It'll be 159 for 6 now. Three to come. Zadran still on strike. Yusuf's joined him. And Zadran's going to get a thick edge. It's going to fly away. Does it go all the way? Not quite, but it will go for 4. Now it's the next best thing as Austria climb over 160. Remember, they scored 162 and lost last night, but now this is the highest score in the series for Team Austria. But is it a winning score? 2 to come. They've dropped the 3rd back. I don't know. Hit hard. Sahil wants it back. Clean pickup from Saeed. Now they'll probably get it. Wasn't a great throw. Didn't look after the keeper. Might be a run out anyway. I think it is. But it'll be 1 and out. Still a ball to go. But the most important thing there was that Zadran gets the strike back. To be honest, I think they should have, probably should have run straight away, or Yusuf might have saved his crease. Kind of works out. 164 for 6. Rico back from pizza duty, and a rare sighting, Rico, of Diamond Derek.
It's the old Diamond Derek, that's right. It's a bit of the old... Well, it's not just Locker Lifestyles that bring the bling, the Derek does as well. So, but does the right thing, has to really run, and it's all about keeping the man who's hitting the ball big on strike. Can he finish with another big one here? Hits it pretty well. The fielder's trying to make the stop, and they can't. So he's going to get 4 more. We'll finish on 168. So they don't quite get to the 170 to 180 that I was saying that I think they'd be looking to get to. I think they probably would have wanted 180 themselves, because Sweden, they've already shown that they can chase anything. But that over, a magical one right at the end, game for 21. Could certainly make all the difference in this contest. 169 will be the chase.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at the replay. Some of the best bits of this first innings, and Baluch was breathing fire, wasn't he? Bit of the old downstairs, upstairs, downstairs, as he gave Naeem a real working over. And Naeem, after getting rattled on the lead, next ball went straight up in the air, but Shigarwal came to the crease. Oh, it was a matter of time, wasn't it? Can't keep a good player down for too long. Played some cracking shots in his half century.
Yeah, we know he's a wonderful player, and I was saying at the time before I went to lunch that, it'd be great to see him score some runs, and he did. Gets to 50, 6 sixes, 3 fours of 17 deliveries. Bilal Zalmay, I think he played his part as well, 37 of 19. Then Kogani, well, they set him up proper. They knew exactly what he was going to do. He went, Gelzai, looking to get a run, which I don't think Sahel Zedran wanted to give away. He got run out, but Sahel Zedran, he did the good hitting there at the end. And poor Achan Yusuf, he was a man who was, gave up his wicket for a diamond duck so that Sahel Zedran could stay on strike. And by doing so, they did get another boundary off the very last ball. But you knew that Austria, they had to be powerful, they had to be brave, they had to go big. And they just maintained a good strike rate all the way through this time around in this innings. We can have a look at the ball by ball. 18 came off the first, 19 of the second, but then Nasir Bullocks came back with a great one, only 2. Then it went 21, 27, 13, 24. Then again another quiet one from Saeed Ahmed, 8. And then it went 15 and 21. Those were your over by over scores. So Austria, will they be able to hold on this time? Remember, they have on 2 occasions put big runs on the board, 162 and 155, but it's never been enough. Will this be enough this time?
I don't know. The thing is, it's kind of like Sweden. So it's like, you keep lifting heavier weights, and it's like building up their resistance. There's a difference of opinion about who should be facing the last over. Zadran said, I'd like it. And he ended up, he did all right with it. 4-1-4, I suppose, to finish. You take that 9 off the last 3 after he just kind of put Gelzai on the barbecue. But yeah, 168. I don't think we live in a world quite yet where we can say 168 isn't ahead in the game. But with Sweden packing a punch, and Shirali yet to fire on day 2, who knows? Shigarwal with 50 off 17. It was a good night, wasn't it? 6 sixes, 3 fours out of there. 48 of those 50 runs came in boundaries. Bilal Zalmay with 37. Fighting 27 on out from Zadran towards the end as well. 20 extras looks a bit on the high side as well for me. But it means that Austria make 168.
Yeah, if Sweden, if that's their coach, Demindra will be not happy with the number of extras that they've given away. He'll know that his team needs to do better than that. But I think against Sweden, I said this at the end of the last and then say at the end of this one as well, Austria have got the runs on the board, but the door has not been locked shut. They've left it open. And I think Sweden, if they get off to a flyer here, they will go and chase these. That's what they're going to try and do and try and win the series. Austria, they need to win it themselves. If they can make it 2-2, then it's everything to play for in the last. Join me, Rico Paul and Mr. Maximum, when we return for the conclusion of this, the 4th match between these two, and a very important one of that as well.
And why don't you just quickly snap your fingers, change clothes, and tell us about our next adventure in the European
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Ready for it?
3, 2, 1. See you soon.
Our 2-week adventure here in Austria is coming to an end. What a beautiful country, and the cricket has been explosive and dynamic as well. It's time for you now to start to join us once again on tour on the European Cricket Network as we get ready to start our next adventure. Starting on the 9th of September, we welcome you to Croatia.
European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to a windy but very beautiful Seabarn Cricket Ground here in Austria as we continue with our European Cricket Internationals, and this match is very evenly poised between Austria and Sweden. Sweden, of course, know that if they can get the win here, if they can chase the 169 that they need, then they will win this series. Austria, the home side, knowing that they got to get a win here. They've got the runs on the board, and 168 will take some getting, but we do know that Sweden have already shown that they can chase well. Yesterday, we saw them chase 163 with 2 balls to go, a win by 8 wickets, and then earlier today we saw them get to the 156 they required again with 3 balls to go. So they've been able to do it so far, but can they do it again? One thing we know about this Swedish side is no matter what the score is, they're going to go out there, they're going to have a go. They don't shy away from it. They're not looking at this and saying we need to get around 17 and over. They're just going out there and saying we're going to try and crack every ball to the boundary. That's the way they play, and most of the time it works for them, and that's the beauty of it. It looks like we're going to start with Sahil Zadran with the ball. Of course, his hitting was pretty impressive towards the end of the innings. Scored a fine 27 of 9 deliveries. So Sahil is hoping he can get a good start. The opener's taking guard now. They're going to stick with what worked well for them in the last run chase. So captain Imal Zuak will be the opener, and Shirali, the non-striker. Shirali, of course, showed once again yesterday just how dangerous he can be. Hasn't clicked in the first match. Will he do in the second here? So we are ready to go. The umpires are ready. Arvind and Banti are out there with umpire Lenin. He's the third umpire. So here's the first ball of the reply from Sweden. And it will start with a royal duck. It's going to be a royal quack quack for the captain, Imal Zuak. Wants to go for a whack, but he finds the catcher, and instead he'll go for a quack quack. And that's the end of him. And we're going to see a little bit of royalty out there in the middle, as the Royal Derek will come out to greet the captain of Sweden. Well, back he goes. Had to go for it, I suppose. But the field has been set, and it was straight down the throat of the fielder. It's going to be the old... as Imal Zuak is going to be the first to depart. And that's a good start for Austria. And easy catch there from Arslan Arif, who, remember, he did have one big misfield out there earlier, but they've stuck with him in that position, and he takes the very important catch. So no mistakes from him. And, well, Zadran, maybe he's going to be the man this time who makes the difference. Gets the wicket of Zuak, and that means now Abdur Sudias comes out at 3. They haven't changed the order. Now Abdur also a batter, didn't really get going last time round. Will he click this time? Some changes in the field as one of the men that was out on the offside comes across into that short mid-wicket area. So they're keeping 3 on the leg side. And that's uppish and well played, but well fielded. Good work. Nicely done. And that's Gelzai's out there. Janan Gelzai's made that he sport, hasn't he? Some really good stops from him. You can probably hear that the wind hasn't gone away. It's still there. It's still pretty strong. It's blowing in all kinds of directions. Sometimes it's literally blowing people off their feet, and it's certainly blowing a lot of our equipment away as well. So has to be contended with by everyone. Edge flies away. That's going to be stopped by nobody. So Sher Ali gets off the mark with a streaky but lucky 4 runs. Hey, suerte por Sherry. Suerte, suerte, suerte. Hello to Dave, who joins everybody on the chat. Nice to have you here. And Dave, Wayne, crew, all having a nice banter with each other. John Gray's there as well, with John Hisham. And Helix, Wayne, apologies, I haven't asked you how your finger's healing as well after your injury. Well, just over a week ago, I suppose. Are you well? You've been back to have it redressed, and how's it looking? Same again. Fielder is out there and holds on to the catch, does he? No. I think he's gone over the rope. He has gone over the rope. Yes, he has. So, Janan Gulzai, have a look at this. It goes from delight to pain. There. It just steps over the rope, and it's one of those where you could probably say, could he have released it? Maybe he could have. But he's gonna. Yeah, Alex from Spring Media has picked this up brilliantly. What great work from Spring Media. But, Sher Ali gets 6. But, Danan Gelzai takes the catch but goes over the rope. Could he have let go of that and released it to at least save the boundary? Could he have found another fielder to pass it on to? Thing is, it happened so fast. I mean, he'll be playing that in his mind over and over again as we talk about it. Could he have done this? But when you're in that position, all you're thinking about is getting there. He takes a catch, but you see, once he takes a catch, when he puts the left foot down, it goes over the rope. And this is now another opportunity, but this time it will be held, and Sahil Zadran gets the big wicket. Sher Ali gets lucky once, but not twice. Well, the Sherry, oh baby, you're going to have to go. There's the catch taken. Kagani holds on to it. And one man who's going to be very, very happy about that is going to be Janan Gulzai, because he was the one who took the catch and then stepped over the rope. Sher Ali will go. It's another failure for him today. And Sweden at the end of the second over have really, they've fallen away here big time. They've lost 2 wickets. They are 11 for 2. And Sahil Zadran has put Austria well on top here. And, 2 big wickets. And a lot of people will say they don't get any bigger than taking the wicket of Sher Ali early. He got to 10, but Kagani holds on to the catch. And Zadran, impact player, isn't he? That gets played away, but straight to Karambir, who fires in the throw. As they go to Akib Iqbal. I think with Akib Iqbal, he is an opening bowler. All right, he's going through a phase at the moment where he's just not getting his way. Things aren't going for him. Batters have taken a liking to him. He's gone for a lot of runs, but I think holding him back is not the key. Use him early. If it's expensive, get him out of the way. And that's well bowled. Look at this one take off. Being called a wide here. And let's see this again. I'm not sure if this is the height or the width. Certainly, I think the width. Gone with the width. And, good. I think fair call there. I think it's going away from the line. The umpire calls it. Full up and over. That's going to be 4 runs. So, for a change, I suppose, in this inning so far, a ball that goes in the air doesn't go to a fielder. Got to admit, though, fair play to Austria. Seems to have done their homework on Sweden, particularly to get the first 2 wickets. Got the field spot on to remove the captain Zuwak without scoring very first ball for a Royal Duck. And then get the field right to get Sher Ali. Swing and a miss, no runs. It's a good ball, it's a dot ball. Back to his mark, Akib Iqbal. Sweden, you don't write them off though, do you? As Ajay Mundra, he did come in at number 4, so they're stuck with him. Right, high in the air. This could be another one. Fielder getting underneath it is Bilal, and Bilal Zalmai takes another. It's a very good catch. Akib Iqbal now gets a breakthrough. His 4th delivery sees the wicket of Abdur Sudas. Well, he's never really got going. So another one goes. It is now 16 for 3. Abdur going for the big hit down the ground. And going with the wind as well in his favour, but doesn't get a clean contact. Goes a long way up in the air. But Bilal holds on to the catch. Shaba is what the Austrians are shouting at the moment. Another one bites the dust, and Mundra, who's out there, now gets joined by Khalid Zahid. They'll play one way though, Sweden. They won't change anything. They'll still come out. They'll still come out believing that they can hit every ball to the boundary to try and smash themselves out of trouble. One for 5 in the over so far. Oh, it's a big swing. Good, quick, fast delivery from Akib Iqbal. And it's a dot ball. Sweden, knowing a win, wins the series with their backs against the wall. It's going to be a little bit too wide. Just tries to sneak that one in. Has to bowl it again, but just trying to squeeze that ball in to finish the over well. Akib Iqbal. And just going to get over the fielder. So this time it will go for the boundary, but still you'll take that. It's still a very good over. It will go just for 10. So the first 2 overs here, Sahil Zadran, 11 came off the first, but he picked up 2 wickets. Akib Iqbal does go for 10, but he picks up a wicket as well. 21 for 3, and the rate, by the way, now is that from here on in, you've got to go over 18.5. It's not quite the point of no return, because that had to be changed about 18 months ago when teams were regularly managing to hit the 18s. But another bad over, another over that goes the way of Austria here could certainly make a big change. New bowler they'll continue with Sahil Zadran to bowl himself out. I'm Rico Full, and joining me back in the wind-blown cube is Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, it's going to start with a late cut that Gelzai bravely tries to keep inside the boundary, but Mundra, well, let's see what he can do this time. Yeah, it's proper backs against the wall for Sweden. They've kind of got a free shot at trying to save this series right now, or trying to win the series outright right now, I should say. But yeah, well, 14%. They were 17% earlier, I remember, and they battled back. But who's going to step up for them? Sahil Zadran, double wicket first over, a couple of big fish, and he's going to get bowled out in the 3rd.
It's bowling really well. Good take there behind the stumps as well from Aman Naeem. Just seems to have, I think, in this very important match for them, I think Austria just seem to have found, maybe the bowlers have just found the extra yard, haven't they? Extra yard of pace. They're getting the ball in the right areas. They're tucking up the Swedish batters, and definitely got the upper hand. But can they maintain it? That's the question. Uppercut, and this time it will go all the way. Janan Gulzai, who's already had one heartbreaking moment in that area, but even with that one, Sher Ali catches him, but then steps over the line and gives him the 6. Sher Ali not able to make the most of it. He would go literally a couple of balls later in the same over, but that's well played. It's a good shot, nicely played there by Ajay Mundra. He didn't look at his best in his last innings, but he made way. Others came in and done the job, but he made a good start here.
Definitely got what it takes, with the bat as well. But he's maybe just not as seasoned at this level of T10 as some of his teammates. So that looks pretty good. He's just going to get the back of the hand slow ball. He picks it and he slog sweeps it into the fields. Maximal, 6 carreras.
Yeah, good pick up and good shot, good technique. He knows it's a safe shot to play. He reads it well, gets down, and look at the way he gets a weight distribution into the shot as well. So after playing a beautiful uppercut, it's the slog sweep to get another boundary, 6 runs. Sahil Zedran, well, he was dancing with joy at the end of his first over. And now he's under attack. This over already gone for 16. Sweden hitting back.
Yeah, don't count him out. Mundra, like that shot. He seems to be a guy, I don't know, can't quite work him out with the bat. I think he's technically quite a good player, but he's trying to work out how to adapt his game best in the T10. Oh, it's dropped. It's an edge, and Naeem had to climb the ladder. Got a fair bit of the end of the finger on it. Popped up. He never got a second opportunity.
Yeah, no, that's a big chance. Now it's a difficult one because he's really having to get up onto his toes. But you can see he knows he should have had it himself. He gets gloves on it. It gets away. So Ajay Mundra gives a chance. It doesn't get taken. Well, we saw that once before, but Sher Ali wasn't able to make it count. Will Mundra be able to do differently? It's up in the air, but they're lining up to take the catch, and it gets put down. Oh no, it's another drop. And they were queuing up for this one. In the end, it was Ashan Yusuf who put his name on it. It hits his hands hard and gets away. And that's disappointing. Sahil Zedran, he will pick up bowling figures of 2 for 29, but he knows he quite easily could have finished up with a 4 for here, Vinny.
He could have. Hassan Yusuf drops one that he would take 9 times out of 10, I think. Sweden get a lifeline, 39 for 3.
2 drops in the over. That was that difficult one from the keeper. And Naeem couldn't hold on to that one when it was Ajay Mundra who gave a chance. And now it was, well, another drop as Khalid got lucky as well.
All right, so end of the power play. 5 outfielders go back. Akib Iqbal is going to grab the ball for Austria.
The power play, by the way, 39 to 39. Just to leave that out there, by the way, 39 to 39. Even Stevens at the moment gets played away. And that's Itibasha Dida, who's, of course, in the side, comes across, slides in, makes a stop. I think his overs could be pretty key. At the moment, though, they're sticking with the 2 openers. Akib Iqbal will, the captain, also bowl himself out. That's a lovely shot out on the offside. Nobody is stopping that. So Ajay Mundra just turning on the style here at the moment. We're still waiting for Khalid Zahid to get going. But having been dropped on a sharp chance behind the stumps, it's Ajay Mundra who comes out with another glorious shot. Gets it through the offside. Akib Iqbal back to the drawing board for him. It's even better. Oh, what a shot this is. A sensational hit over point for 6. Shaba कितना सोना छक्का लग गया. बहुत बढ़िया बैटिंग अजय मुंद्रा ने की. एक और छक्का मार दिया. And Sweden, they are definitely not going down without a fight. And of course, who would expect anything different?
Yeah, well, it's going to be pedal to the metal, no doubt. 50's up in 21 balls.
Ah, what a pickup. What a pickup. And if you wanted to know if a batter was class or not and in form, well, those 3 shots just show you just how good he is. We saw some dashing shots, the one that went through the covers. And then we saw he's saying, well, I can play it here as well. And now he says, I'm going to go over cow corner too. It's gone single, 4, 6, 6. The captain of Austria, Akib Iqbal, under attack. Glorious shots.
Yeah, Mundra, told you, he's good in bursts, isn't he, at the moment? The irony is that catch that got dropped behind the wickets are similar to one that Mundra took yesterday, although it wasn't quite as sideways.
Miscue won't drop, won't carry, rather it drops in front of the fielder who's running in, so he's actually lucky he doesn't get a good piece of that one. The wind really now is picking up, but again it just doesn't want to blow in one particular direction. It must be so difficult. Like right now, Akib Iqbal is going to be running into this, and just as I say that, it just dies away and probably will change direction again. Down the ground, has he got enough of it? You bet he has, as that is going to be 4 more, and well, this one is going to go pretty close to the dashing sunflower that we have behind us. Bilal will retrieve it, over it goes. So another good shot, and that's where I think the wind can either be your friend or your enemy. In that occasion, it's the friend of the batters. That over comes to an end, and Akib Iqbal, he'll go magical. 24 coming off that 4th over, and Sweden, they're back in the game again. 63 for 3 after 4.
Yeah, more or less at that 16 and over. That's where you got to be. Go 16 and over for 9 overs. That's what, 144. I think you should aim 17 and over, probably. Is where you'd be aiming for. So they're 5 short of that on 4 overs. Kogiani comes into the attack, immediately beats the bat of Mundra. Just something with Mundra I've noticed. It's not that he can't handle it, but you know, in longer forms of the game, you could pace bowler and you're kind of taught, see it early, play it late. You know, wait for it. But a lot of the players have played this format a bit more. They're kind of just a bit quicker to try and take him back over their head and use that pace. He's still a bit passive. I can understand why, because he's got bowlers like Zadran coming in, Kogiani, but it limits his options, I suppose. But every time, you know, he's looking to kind of get on the back foot, knowing it might be up there, but we've never seen him really try and throw his hands through the ball straight. It is a risky shot, can go wrong, but just something I've noticed so far with Mundra.
I think also here with Kogiani bowling, they basically, he can play very well on the offside. We've seen him play the uppercut, we've seen him play through the covers, we've seen him cut well, but they've got that well defended. They've left square leg open, and I think the whole idea is to get him to go in that area, and he's trying. That is what he's trying to do.
True.
He's trying to go in the area that's been left open rather than play his normal shot. I think you go back to playing your normal shots. I mean, he's hitting the ball so well, you can still clear those fielders.
Yeah, true. I can understand why you're a bit apprehensive trying to get on the front foot to someone like Kogiani. He could knock your lights out at any time. Khalid Zahid gets cracked.
Right, up in the air, catching opportunity. Akib Iqbal has called the bowler off it and holds on to a very good catch. That's a good bit of fielding. He's running in. You can see that from either side of him. We've got the bowler that wants it. Now, Kogiani has always liked to take the catches of his own bowling. He's got a number of cordon balls while we've been here. But Akib Iqbal says, no, I'm running into it. I've got my eyes on it, and I'm going to take the catch. He's a very good fielder. So they do get another wicket. I think, in a way, I think Sweden probably won't mind the wicket of Khalid Zahid, because he wasn't quite going. He was scoring. Well, we saw him go out there for 12 or 6 deliveries. I think they would know that they've got better players with better strike rates that could come out and assist Ajay Mundra at the moment.
Well, I don't think it's a knock on Zahid, but I do think that Rahmani is one guy, based on what we've seen in the last 24 hours, that could still pull this out for Sweden. Wind, they're putting everyone off. Extra windy. It's that time of the day. It might be time to put my other screens away again.
Wow, this wind at the moment is just
proper.
Yeah, it is proper. It's the strongest it's been. I think it's even stronger than what we had yesterday. And yesterday, of course, it ripped the cube apart.
Kogiani running into it.
High in the air, fielder coming across. Doesn't carry. Oh, doesn't carry.
Hard to believe that doesn't carry, but again, I think that's the wind partly. That's right into the teeth of the breeze, and it seemed high enough to allow the outfielder to get under it, but he never got the chance in the end.
Well, that was Rahmani. I mean, you get him early, then you're really going to be up and about, aren't you, if you're Austria here. A latches onto this. Bolle. Ginnazona Shaka Lagya.
I like, and it's a bit more in front of square from Mundra. He's set up for it. He's willing to kind of put his hands through it. Yeah, that's it. You know, I just think also when you do that, okay, let's say you don't hit it in the middle, but you still can edge behind for 4 or 6 anyway in this format of the game. I know it's kind of foreign, but yeah, Mundra has been pretty impressive here so far. That'll be the end of the over, and the score is 71 for 4 after 5, so I'll have to get a wriggle on. They need 98 off the last 5 overs. Of course, Croatia starts tomorrow. The Assassins versus the Warriors first up. I know that Yogesh Balaga, actually, of GCA, once again will be turning out for the Assassins. Zagreb Sokol will be playing as well as the Chiefs on day 1. I think they are the 4 Zagreb teams. The other teams in it, from memory, you've got Ljubljana of Slovenia, you've got Belgrade of Serbia, and then you've got Afyon Karahisar of Turkey. And then one other Croatian team that is not Zagreb based, that's the Split team, Sir Oliver Split. But what that does mean, that has to be a record. I think it's the first time we've had 4 different countries involved in the one ECS.
Yeah.
We had 3 before in Croatia.
Oh, a bit high. It's a full toss. It gets the treatment. Hassan Yusuf, who started well with just a single of the first. And now that one's been walloped away. Let's have a quick look at this side on. And yeah, I think that's okay. It's on the way down, but not a good delivery. So it must be a national holiday in Zagreb tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Because
So everyone can go out and watch their favourite out of the 4 Zagreb teams.
It looks like it's all the Zagrebs in action. So maybe it is a national holiday. Well, the fielder is in the field trying to find this one. And a few people have said
he's
that
done well to find that.
He has done well, hasn't he? A few people said that we missed out on getting the cow in there on Cow Corner.
Cow Corner, yeah.
Very good.
Next year.
Next year.
Good comeback. I'm a bit nervous now talking about the sweep because the next one's Group C, and I know it's 50-50 that Corey will get a Group C team, so it's either going to be Spain or his rivals. All right, he asked for it. Well, quick bit of fielding, that's out. Don't think he's made that. I just don't think that he gets to the line. He's already walking. Took on the fielder, had to be a perfect piece of field. It was a good throw, he's gone. Romani run out, and Austria well on top now. Romani run out for just a deuce, and it's 78 for 5.
Akib Iqbal is not the player to be taken on. Well, somebody's lost their cap. Really go fetch that for somebody, will you? Who's that? Well, I tell you what, I don't see which players is missing a cap, but that's gone a long way from whoever it is. But let's go back to the action here. But yeah, Akib Iqbal, great pickup, great throw over the stumps. And Romani, he's not a player that you want to lose without him really get going. And he didn't get going, so that's a great wicket for Austria to take.
Tell me in the chat if you can hear how windy it is through our microphones. I know the equipment we've got's pretty good, but I feel like we're in like an 80s music video at the moment. But look, it's a new batter. Well, again, they're just going to go. They're going to keep being aggressive and see what they can do.
That's it. Maluch comes out. He plays it. Oh, it could be another. It will be another, you know. Oh, my word. No. Now, I don't know what happens here. We're going to have a good look at who's out here.
Baluch needs to give himself up. I know he doesn't want to. Who's out? Oh.
I don't think they cross. They do not cross. You know, I think, yeah, have a look here. The non-striker tries to be the one who has to go, but
I think they're. Look at the. I often go by the shadows.
I don't
It's
think
pretty
that
close.
Mundra gets. I don't think. I think it might be. I think it might be. Yeah, I think Mundra stays safe.
I feel like it's Mundra on the right.
Yeah, Mundra, I think will be okay.
Yeah.
I think when those
You're
are
gonna have to
taken,
get
Mundra
you have to get the ruler out on the screen. Hold on. Give me a piece of paper. Hold on. Hold on. I feel like super close.
Yeah, look,
But
this
the problem is-
hesitation.
Ready, we'll do this one more time. I'm going to try and get this. This is the only way I could do it. About this. Oh, missed it. Let's have a look. Nope. Got to go the first one. Well, they made the decision. I think it is Mundra that's out. But the thing is that
I don't know about that.
I don't know, actually.
I don't know about that.
I suppose it was probably too close to overrule what they said on the field. And we were looking at almost level. But the thing is, I know it's disappointing for Baluch, but you feel like you've got to try and keep the set batter there. You know, now they've got no set batter at the crease. Kind of falling apart for Sweden. End of 6 overs, 78 for 6.
I suppose that's one of the things that pressure can create. We've seen Sweden deal with it really well before, and we just seem to think that, you know, they can deal with any kind of pressure, but you can see that they're falling behind the rate. The rate went past the 20 required per over mark, so they wanted to get something from it. Hesitation. Once again, though, great bit of fielding, great pickup, great throw, no hesitation at all from Aqib Iqbal again, and that's another one that bites the dust. Aqib Iqbal, his fielding has been sensational. May not be at his best with his bowling, but everything else seems to be clicking for him, and that's why he's such a key player to have back in the side.
All right, Mundra ran out, and let's just say might need to go to the de-stress room for a little while after that. Saeed Ahmed certainly capable of doing this. 2 new batters, but 2 very good batters. Kogiani beats his bat first up.
Yeah, Saeed Ahmed, he's been good with his all-round performances, but you're right, he's going to have to be pretty good here. There's things just falling apart for Sweden. That last over also only went for 8, so the last over gone for 8. They go back to Kogiani. He
beats him for pace, new batter, see. Oh, the wind blew the stumps
How's
over.
that? How's that?
This is amazing.
How's that?
Oh, that could be out as well. Wow. Talk about your timing. Have you ever seen anything like this in your life? The ball's in play. Once the ball's in play, you just got to let it stand. Would that have hit? We don't know.
No, I don't think it would have. When I look at it again, I don't think it would have.
Of all the times for the stumps to blow over, watch this one. As he's coming back, Timber! Wouldn't have hit us, miles over the top anyway. So we know it wouldn't have been a direct hit.
That's just, well, for those of you that may not be believing us about the win, it is strong. I don't know about you, Vinny, but I feel like I've just been pebble dashed for the whole afternoon. My face is sore.
Is that the first time? It's the first time the stumps are blown over. The actual whole stumps. Yeah, you've been in. I say it's rejuvenating.
I think we did have it somewhere. I'm trying to think where it was, and then in the end, as that's a swing and a miss, we actually had to put some weight on the base of the stumps because they kept playing over. I'm trying to think where it was. So I've seen, you know, everybody's heard of having to remove the bails because the bails keep blowing over. But it was the first time that we actually had to weigh down the stumps because they kept falling over. I'm trying to think where it was now.
Thing is, there's quite several alternatives. Not really seeing it happening here.
Well on top now. Well on top in a must-win match to at least take it to the decider, and that looks like what Austria have done here with this. The way they've come out fighting, good response. Sweden, few errors in their play, those 2 run-outs. How costly could they be, of course? But Austria, credit to them. They've come out and they've got the ball right here now. That one could be another one here. Here's the throw. If it hits, he would have gone. But nobody could get behind the stumps. Kogiani, of course, when he's bowling. I mean, there's no way that Kogiani can get there. I think Bilal is shouting somebody to try and get behind the stumps, but I think there's just no way anybody could have got there.
Yeah, 37 for the point, but that's not really going to come into it. They need 88 off 19, so well, it's possible. The thing is, they're such good boundary hitters. You're going to need kind of basically supersonic stuff from here on out.
It's in the air. The fielder's running after this, trying to see if they can at least stop the boundary. They can't. And oh, well. Oh, let's have a look at this. Well, that field has brought us plenty of joy and plenty of fun. And here's a little bit more cricketainment for you. As I think Akeem Iqbal, who's been sensational, well, his brakes aren't working so well, tries to make the stop.
Oh, it's a timber.
In he goes. Well, Akeem goes into the field.
At least it wasn't Big D running into the bushes. Otherwise, it would have been a pretty big path down there. 85 for 6 after 7 coming up. Last match of the ECI-W. Just having a look at see if we have any change in the batting order. They haven't listed any. Just got a feeling we might see a few changes, particularly from Spain. Now they've taken the 3-1 lead. But hey, time will tell. That game's coming up in around about 30 minutes time.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a number of players that we've seen that are featured in the squads, the playing 11 that we haven't seen too much of. Some bowlers that haven't had a chance to have a bowl, and some batters. And I think purely because all of those contests have been very important and very close. But now that they've won the series, I think there might be some changes there, and that would be good to see as well. Bilal Zalmai to bowl, and he's going to get smashed straight down the ground into the field behind us. It's a lovely shot, good pick up.
Shot by Baluch. Just not quite the Yorker, almost, but it disappears for 6. Okay, well, I'm going to take this opportunity. I'm going to draw the group for this innings. I'm going to draw Group C. So this is Spain, Switzerland, Belgium, Malta, and Finland. Okay, I'm getting nervous for this because I'm drawing Spain first. All right. Corey, by the way, is number 116. So we're about to find out if he gets it. Okay. Is Bilal better? See, that's what he's trying to do.
Yeah. Ram in that Yorker.
Computer's taking a long time to think about it as well. Longer than normal. It's not Corey. Just so I can tell you who it is. This is who's got Spain. They came third last year, don't forget. Great bowling again. Is it stopped? It is by Kogiani. Great block hole bowling. Pretty good hands by Baluch though to dig it out, but still only get a single. So Spain goes to Wazimatron of Australia. Also, Magic Spray Mary gets Spain. Well, that makes sense.
She'll be happy with that.
Yeah. Got Jazz Chatsy, who got in touch with me on Instagram, and also Jason Jack Berlin. Oh, Spain, Germany kind of vibes there. So that's Spain gone, which means Corey's now going for one of his rivals, either in Group C or Group T, or maybe England. Well, it'd be funny if he gets Netherlands, where he resides quite a lot of the time. Oh well, looks like it's going to be 2-2 going into the decider. Everyone loves a live game 5, hey?
Yeah, keeping it alive, definitely, and that also will be the last match as well. And that's high in the air. Oh well, this could be caught, you know. It'll be incredible. Oh, what a catch! What a catch! And it could only be that man, Akeem Iqbal. What a catch this is, everybody. He's taken 2. He's been involved in 2 run-outs. He's gone into the field of dreams, and he's come back with more luck on his side, because this is a great catch. I don't think I've ever seen a ball go so high and be caught. You won't appreciate that on the cameras, I don't think. But this is a great catch, Vinny.
Excellent catch. You know what's great? He does everything right. Technically perfect. He knows which way the ball is going to blow. It's going to blow back towards the pitch. So he tries to get behind it and then follows it forward rather than kind of get stuck under it. And then look when he catches it. Look how he then takes one hand off the ball and he breaks the fall with the left hand, makes sure that the hand isn't going to have the ball jar out. And Akeem, that was top class fielding.
Yeah, great catch. It really is. And well, you have to raise your standards, don't you? You have to raise your standards if you want to beat the likes of good teams like Sweden. And let's face it, we know it and they know it in terms of Austria, that their standards weren't quite where they needed to be in that last match. They made some mistakes in the field. They made some errors in some of those technical areas. But this time round, well, they get the extra runs on the board, and in the field, they've been more or less clinical. There were a couple of chances that did go down, but it hasn't cost them. And another good over there from Bilal Zalmai. went for 9, picks up that wicket courtesy of that great catch.
Yusuf comes back. 2 overs to go. Bridge too far now. Okay, I'm drawing Switzerland. Are you ready? Steve Penn. I think we'll probably see him at the Cardamore Oval. So we've got Switzerland for Steve Penn. Andrew Thompson has got Switzerland as well. And also Stephen Jones got in touch with me on the internet. As this is going to be 4. Nice effort out there. Good Stephen so far ahead in the game. Austria actually still throwing themselves around in the field. That's what the coach likes to see.
Yeah, that must be Arslan out there, and he's already taken one catch and he dives to try and stop that. He can't do it, can't get there, but still, I'm liking the desire to do it and the will to do it. Ashan Yusuf looks like he wants to change his, he's bringing one more over onto the leg side, so he pushes back.
It's a wind influenced field change. No one back on the offside except for that long off. It's pretty straight anyway.
Well, goes to the offside. Good bit of fielding and fires in the throw. Backing up is good. They don't want to come back for a second.
Yeah, I think he still wants the ball offside, but he's kind of encouraging them to, okay, try and hit offside, try and hit into the wind. That time, obviously, the batter couldn't quite get under it. Hey, next in the draw, I'm looking forward to this. This is Belgium.
Okay.
Belgium ball.
Firmly hit. And Curran Bear, good pick up, good throw. And yeah, that's another good example of those standards that we've seen. Really have been very good in the field, have Team Austria.
All right, well, young Jacob Stewart of Estonia, he's got his team. Belgium. Jacob Stewart, first one. Called wide, maybe only just. And then also for Belgium, we have Lee Mungo in the chat. We have Mishmash. Oh, they were in the chat earlier. And also we've got Anne Yates getting Belgium.
Goes for the shot, but we'll find the fielder who will hold on to the catch. And Ashan Yusuf picks up a wicket. It's not able to get underneath it. Offers the catch, and the catch has been nicely taken. Good technique once again here. Look, gets underneath it, and then, well, sort of takes away a lot of the power in the shot there. So Sahil Zedran, who started things off, don't forget, in that magnificent first over, holds on to the catch. Another one bites the dust. That's going to be the end of Hamid Mahmood. He'll go for 6 or 5.
Yeah, nice catch. Caught well. I'm excited. Live game 5. I'm also pretty excited for game 5 of the women's as well. I think Austria would love to get another win over Spain, kind of split the day. They're always good games, aren't they? Between those two. 101 for 8 then. Stanikzai comes in, 2 wickets in hand.
It's in the air. Will it carry to the fielder? No, not this time. And then it spins away from him. And
yeah, I think he probably, another situation, he probably gets there. It's blowing towards him. Maybe just didn't realise that it was going to carry so far.
It just holds up, just pulls the shoot, I think, just a little bit early. End of a good over there from Ashan Yusuf, showing that he's still got it when it matters. And he picks up good bowling figures from him.
All right,
we've
just got
16.
Malta and Finland. That's all we're going to do now. That's the end of Group C. So Malta has come up and it has gone to Elsboy. He's a classic lurker. He's probably watching right now. We've got Oase from Instagram. Also, we've got John Woodward, Woody, former ECN crew member. And also Emmanuel Robbins, who I just put in. He gets Malta. So we've just got Finland to go during this last over. And then Kroom will post the updated in the chat. Okay, 10th over, Bilal will have it. They need 67. Net run rate probably doesn't come into it.
And this is a straight ball that's been missed. That's the only way to describe it. It's a big swing from Javed Stanikzai. He misses it. And Zalmai will pick up his second wicket. And now, I suppose Sweden are in danger of being bowled out here as the 9th wicket falls.
Yeah, just plays around a full toss there. If you're going to miss a straight one now, it's probably not a bad time because it's really not going to make too much of a difference. Takawi comes out for about at number 11, which means I better hurry up and draw Finland because this game could be over any particular ball. Watch that, hits the stumps about a third of the way up. So Finland, to round out Group C, has gone to Steve McVeigh, okay, and also 85s, David Colin Tomei in Australia to Pranshu Golu, and one yet to be named.
Oh,
Well, that's it.
That's it. That's out. Well, that is a horrible shot, it has to be said. But hey, it's number 11. Give him a break. Zaka Attackaway will go for a golden duck as he just tries to give himself some room. Look at the disappointment from Saeed at the other end. I mean, fair play to Bilal. He does get a fair bit of spin on this, but he beats the batter. And, well, Zaka plays all around it. The wickets go down to Sweden. They go down as well. It ends up being, well, you've got to say it's a bit of a thrashing in the end. 66 runs is the margin between Austria and Sweden that time. Austria get the win they needed. Sweden bowled out for 102 with 4 balls to go.
Yeah, well, it's actually a rare 4-pointer. No, not that it'll make too much of a difference. That's the next game coming up in about 15 minutes' time. We'll be back to see if Austria can get it back to 2-3 in the series. It was the worst possible start, wasn't it? Zubak out for a royal duck. Sherry followed him soon after. And that's the kind of game both these teams play. Occasionally it's not going to click. It's just one of those innings for Team Sweden.
Yeah, and just have a look at these shots. They really did suss out Sherry. He got away with one, caught the second time, but he went over the boundary. And then this time, again, the fielder in the right position. Sherry just looked and couldn't believe. Kogiani, big smile on his face as he takes the catch to get the big wicket. They never really got that partnership going. Ajay Mundra, I have to say, he did stand leaps and bounds ahead of everybody else. Really good work from him. Bilal Zalmai taking a very important catch there once again. But apart from Ajay Mundra, nobody this time from that Sweden batting lineup got going. And you got to give credit with due, and I think without fail, and I think a lot of people in the chat are saying this already, the fielding from Austria this time round was spot on. I think they went out there fired up. They were fired up. They knew they were fighting for their lives there. They knew they were fighting for survival in this ECI, and they came out on fire. They took the catches. Akeem Iqbal, let's talk about him for a moment. And didn't play yesterday because he had other commitments, but came out here today and he was on song. His fielding was superb. Great catching. He was involved in 2 of those run-outs as well. And one of the catches that he took there later on, the one that went miles up in the air, was amazing. That was the first after 2 run-outs. Just look at the technique there. Gets the ball, throws it in nice and flat over the keeper. And then this is another one, a real mix-up. In comes the throw. Akeem right into the hands of the fielder. Didn't have to move, did Ashan Yusuf. And with those wickets going down the same way that the stumps went down, Sweden went down with them.
Yeah, it's a funny old one, isn't it? Because Austria stuck to their guns. They batted first, even though they'd lost the last times they batted first. But in the end, look, they bat well, and they probably feel, look, we're going to play our game. You know, it didn't work for us. I think, even myself included, I would have bowled first. But hey, they continue to put 150 plus totals on the board, and yeah, you can't expect for it to go perfectly all the time, especially on the chase. Bilal cleaned things up pretty quickly towards the end, didn't he? Bang, bang. 9 and 10. Begin again, and they will in the last game of the day. Locked at 2 apiece. They'll go to a deciding Game 5 in the ECI this weekend. Well, we said it, they're a really close matchup, and this has kind of proved it, hasn't it? As Austria, funnily enough, they'll take all 4 points out of that game. But really, what it tells us is we're going to a decider. Mundra, best he's batted so far, I thought 47 off 16. It was so disappointing to be run out. Although, to be fair, he did turn around, probably should have kept running and probably would have stayed there. No one else getting more than 12 for Sweden as they pretty much collapsed to be all out for 102. Not even batting out the 10 in the end. Just the 4 extras in there for Austria, who bowled really well. But I agree with you that catching, their field in particular, was what set up that defence.
Yeah, I think Sweden are going to have to do now what Austria did there. I think after that last match, there's no doubt about it, Austria, they probably would have got a bit of an ear bashing from the coaches there about some of their play and some of the things they did and they did wrong. It was the basics. But they came out fighting, they came out there with a point to prove. And I think now Sweden, well, it's their turn really to get a bit of ear bashing because they made a lot of mistakes in there. Just some of the way they gave those wickets away. But being put under pressure by Austria, you can't forget that. So good win for Austria. And it's what I think everybody wanted. It's what all the neutrals wanted. They wanted the last match of our stay here in Austria to be an important one. They wanted something. They want it to be worth something, and it is worth something because whoever wins the last match will win this European Cricket Series, certainly when it comes to the men's playing. The next one coming up here, though, is going to be the women. And we know that Spain against Austria, that Spain have already won that, but it's an opportunity, I think, for both teams to maybe make a few changes. Spain certainly might make a handful. They've got a good squad here. Maybe some of those players, some of those younger players might get an opportunity with bat and with ball. But Austria, I think it's they would still want to get a win there, and they'll be happy with a 3-2. It's a lot worse than a 4-1. So plenty of cricket still to come. We're going to take a short break. The next match is coming up in just over 10 minutes time. I'm Rico Fall. I'm here with Vinny Sandu and the rest of the ECN crew. We'll be back in about 10 minutes time. Volvemos en 10 minutos.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Well, out of the soil will grow another European cricket adventure starting tomorrow, 2 weeks in Croatia. Don't forget, after that we have the Euros of Cricket starting the 23rd of September. But, well, like a beautiful flower, we've bloomed here in Austria and now we're heading for the conclusion with the last game of the ECI-W coming up, match number 5, and we know that Spain, they've wrapped up the series 3-1, but Austria, I'm sure they're keen to fight back and make it 3-2. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Tara and Peters with the two captains.
Spain a call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. It's tails.
We'll have a bat first, please.
They're going to have a bet.
Spain win the toss and they're going to bat first, and I just wonder with them 3-1 up in the series if they potentially are going to kind of mix things up with the bat and the ball, maybe give some opportunities to players that haven't had too much of a chance to shine during this weekend. Although I will say that just from their general fielding presence, you feel like, that the players are improving so quickly. I just think we might see that from Team Spain. For Austria, Andrea Meza-Peta, she has been a bit like a fine wine this weekend, hasn't she? Continues to score runs and scoring them quickly. Austria, I think same thing. They'll probably want to give some more opportunities to some players that haven't had as much of a go, but I'm sure they're keen for the win to bring it back to 3-2, because 3-2 down is a lot prettier than 4-1. Let's get ready for the last game of the ECI-W. And don't forget, these two teams, they will meet in the same division, the Challenger division of the ECI-W in December. So it's the last chance to see them lock horns before that. Rico full standing by, Spain batting first after winning the toss.
Thank you very much. And we get another opportunity to have a look at the beautiful Seabarn Cricket Ground, of course, after 2 more matches, one featuring the women here and then the last one between the men, the decider. We're gonna have to take ourselves away from this beautiful part of Austria here in Vienna, and of course we're going to be left with some amazing memories. Here we go. It's going to be the next match here, and of course it is Austria taking once again on the Austrian women, the home side taking on the Spanish women. They've gone down 3-1, haven't they? With 1 to play, they love to get a win here towards the end. You can see that there's some changes there. You got Pravita Guneshan coming into the side, and I think it's an opportunity maybe for both sides to just make some changes. I like to see Spain, having won the series, be maybe more aggressive in their changes. They could really change things up. I mean, for example, I know that you've got Amelia Jones, who's done brilliantly well behind the stumps, but it's an opportunity to give your second keeper a chance, because you never know. If there was an injury, it would have been called upon. Of course, we saw some of the other players, maybe somebody like Mamuna Riaz-Qureshi, though I see that she's listed as 12. I must admit, I'm a little bit disappointed to see that. I think Mamuna Riaz-Qureshi, she's been made to run around and field some uncomfortable deliveries. I would like to see her maybe in this match, a match that doesn't, in terms of the result, doesn't matter. Would have liked to have seen her out there, maybe have a bowler or a bat or something. But let's see how Spain go. But one thing you can see, there is a slight change with the openers. So though Hartley goes out there, it's an opportunity for Amy to get a knock this time around. And I want to see more of that from Spain, because otherwise I think there's players out there that you should be getting a look at, especially they'll be going to Greece, and then from that they'll be there at the Cardamom Oval. You wouldn't want to, when you have the opportunities like this match, you wouldn't want them not to really have had a chance to have a game. Starting off with a wide here from Sharia Komati. She's probably been one of the pick of the bowlers for the Austrian side, but just goes a little bit too wide here. So wide to start, first runs on the board as Hartley is on strike. And Hartley has Amy Brown Carrera there with her at the other end, and Hartley has batted well, and she's certainly been probably been the aggressive hitter that Spain have often missed when it's come to some of those close matches that they've had. It could be some of those matches they've had up against Italy in the past. and one or two of the other big sides. So she certainly will give them the extra depth in the batting that they're looking forward to. That's going to be another wide from Komati. But having said that, I will dwell on the fact that this is a match that Spain can make changes to. So even with that, I mean, you've got her in the side. Still could have gone with somebody slightly different, maybe even with Uswa. And good areas. Well, Derek just wanted another mention. All right, Derek. And got to give the Dereks a mention, because I think the Dereks maybe sometimes have just been a little bit put off that some of the other animals around here have been given some attention. So Derek wants some attention as well. I suppose it's a good time for Derek to come out. The two batters are still on 0. And they'll remain on 0 as well. Shreya Komati just getting this all wrong. Now I want to see a stick to this. I don't want it to make a change, like start to go around the wicket. You just take 10 seconds, stop, think, and start again. That's why we're not. Nah, she's going to come around the wicket. You see, problem with this is I think every time now Komati doesn't get a ball or two right, she's going to feel that coming around the wicket is the answer. I don't feel that's the way. And see, round the wicket gives that opportunity for the batters to put that away. It's partially stopped. Goes a long way after making contact from the fielder, who's now chased after it herself. It catches a little bit of Bhardwaj. She chases after it herself. Hartley will get off the mark. So the first runs to the bat in this contest. So Spain looking to make it another win, make it 4-1 to them. Austria trying to reduce the gap to just the margin of victory to 1. That's well thrown in, attacking the field. One thing we've noticed also from Shreya Komati, I know that she did work hard on her bowling action when she was working with the ECN in Rome. She stayed behind on most nights to practice, and I know that Prabhath was giving her some drills to do, and she has cut down on her run-up, but so she's concentrated more on just getting the balance and the weight distribution into her bowling right, staying a bit upright. And I think what she wasn't getting right before was the way she lands. But I'm liking this. She's going back to having that bit of a run-up that she used to have before. So it comes in and just goes a little bit too wide. But yeah, I like that. I like to see her doing that. She's basically what she's learnt from when she's been training there in Rome. She's now looking to apply that and add it to her normal run-up. But again, I'd like her to go back to over the wicket. Try that over the wicket, so you're not having to work so hard to try to get the ball outside the off. Just loses that run there for a moment. And good on her for stopping if she don't feel right. Played away. They decide not to take the single this time. Probably was on there. I think Hartley just caught a little bit on the back foot there, maybe because she knows it is the end of the over. So 7 come off that first, despite a few wides in there. 4 wides in total. So fair play to Shreya Komati when she does get it right. She keeps it nice and tidy. Just a 7 coming from it. But yeah, just with the batting order, you can make change. Now, Spain might do so anyway. You never know. Let's say Hartley gets really going. Hits a lot of runs, they might retire her out so others can come in. So they might do that. I hope they do. And this is a good opportunity for some of those other players who we haven't seen too much of. For example, the likes of Mushtaq, the likes of Naseeb, and a few others come to mind. There's maybe Yanaris with the bat, Baradad as well, Olivia. So it's an opportunity for them to get a game. And the reason why that's important is what we're looking at here. The Euros of Cricket coming up at the end of the year. You want to have as many of those players who are featuring in your squad to actually have been able to have a hit, have a bowl, so you know as much about them as you know. And then obviously you then have to select a squad, and they of course will be playing on home soil in that the Euros of Women's Cricket starting, of course, the 9th of December. So they'll want to put a good team together. And I think they will also know, certainly from what we've seen from them, and because of the additions that they have picked up, especially with Jones behind the stumps, and it's already shown she's a very good, competent batter. Hartley, good all-rounder, good in the ball, and certainly seems to be using a lot of her knowledge and skills, applying them and adapting them well, or joining forces with Elspeth and putting some good field positions together. So technically they'll be better. I think in terms of ability they'll be better. They'll certainly be a team to beat at Kartama. And one that I definitely want to mention, so I've mentioned about the side Uswa, about the Olivia, maybe also about Rabia and Muskan getting a go. But the captain, Elspeth Fowler, if Elspeth doesn't get a decent bat here, I think that will be, what's the word I'm looking for? I think that will be a real goof up for me, in a nicer way of putting it, for Spain, because you cannot have someone like Elspeth Fowler in the side. She's a good player, not having a bat. Now this is worth having a look at, because if it's all on the bat, I don't think the bat beats. Let's have a look at this. I think this is closer than you think, Let's see here. Ooh, really close. Let's have a look. Oh, only just, and that's why I wanted to have another look. That was definitely closer than it looked like, because once again, she has the ability, Hartley, to get the bat back quickly. She's got a really good technique there, where she switches the bat over. Now she stops the shot. It's going to be in the air. Will they be able to catch up with it? No, they won't. Doesn't really go through with the shot here, but gets enough of it to beat the fielder and get to the boundary. Yeah, missed opportunity is probably not the word I'm talking about with Elspeth not getting a bat. I think you've got to do it. Tactically, it makes no sense at all to have someone like Elspeth in the side and not bat, because she's not going to be a bowler. I know she's a good leader, I know she's a good captain, but there will be times when she'll have to have a bat, and she has to bat. And I hope that she and the coaching staff realise that as well. Wide ball. The wind will always be a feature here, Priya Sabu. Trying to get through a good tidy over here. Played and missed. This one stays inside. So targeting that just outside the off-stump. I think that's good areas here. Very well bowled. We know where the strengths are. From Hartley, she's shown that plenty of times. Hard hitter off the ball, but another one that gets through. It's in the air. Oh, I just think that's a great save on the boundary, by the way. Excellent fielding. I just think Hannah just reads this one a little bit wrong. Hartley will come back for the second. I think she gets wrong-footed. I think, if I look at this once again, I think Hannah Simpson-Parker thinks it's going to be hit to the right of her, starts going to the right and then has to adjust, not able to get a hand onto it, but a great bit of defensive fielding on the boundary, stops the ball going through, and it's going to be the end of the over. So not a bad one there from Priya. Stuck to her plans outside the off, and majority of the time did pretty well, just the one boundary from it. 2 overs complete, 17 without loss, and Vinny Sandhu joins me back in the cube.
Yeah, nice to be back, and yeah, Spain, interesting start. Obviously deciding to stick with Hartley at the top of the order. ABC hasn't had too much of a hit, so we have seen her playing that role before. Yeah, I do think, kind of echo your thoughts there about maybe Spain having the opportunity to mix things up a little bit more in this last game. I see, winning form's good form, as we see Kamati coming back to bowl out the power play.
Yeah, Kamati. And I like it that she's given it a bit more of what I'd say her normal style. I mean, she's gone back to a slightly shorter run up here now, but we saw halfway through that first over first, she went back to getting a nice run into a bowling. Because when I've seen a bowl, I've actually liked her run up, going into her bowling stride. I know that she felt that she then sort of fell away a little bit, and she's worked on that. But now I think it's about having the confidence to apply the two and put them together. Okay, up in the air now. It's opportunity, and she'll take it. Oh yeah! What a moment this is! What a moment indeed! Well, Kamati picks up the wicket thanks to a great catch. And that is just brilliantly well done. Fantastic. I think that's Bhardwaj.
Yeah, it is.
That takes it. And you know what? She saw it in the end. You could see in her mind she was saying, I don't think I want it. I don't think I want it. And in the end she says, but I want it for my team. She goes for it. It pops out. And she takes it at the second time of asking. What a wonderful moment that is for Austria. And for those two, as Bhardwaj and Kamati come together and celebrate the wicket. And it's a good wicket to get. Hartley, who's been in good form here today, will go for 10 of 10. And a great catch there from Bhardwaj.
Yeah, life doesn't always give you second chances, but this time it does for Sheetal Bhardwaj. But you know what was good about that? She kept her eyes on it all the way. She knew it went up. She still kind of fairly well balanced. I love that. The old 360 hug and turn. And that brings Naomi Hillman-Bameko to the crease. So, you know, Australia will be happy about this start. Kamati. It's interesting, I think sometimes she's just more comfortable around the wicket, even though tactically I don't know if it's the best kind of plan for her. Anyway, let's see how she goes. Naomi's been in cracking form. Turns the first one round the corner for a single.
Yeah, it's just, issue with it is, as you and I know, like that delivery there, good length, pretty straight, but she's never going to get that LBW decision, is she? It's always going to be against her if she comes around the wicket. Yet, if you come from the other way and bowl that length, you're always in with a shout.
This one shouldn't beat the mid on. It doesn't. Hey, while I'm here, and I've been meaning to do this for a while, I know that Catherine Moretti, she's the assistant coach of the Spanish women's side, and her mum has been watching all of these games. Actually did meet her in Khartoum a little while ago. So I want to say special hello to Catherine's mum, Hillary, who's watching from Southport. And I have been to Southport before in England, believe it or not. Hopefully the weather's good to you there, Hillary. And I know that you're thrilled with the Spanish team's performance in this series. I'm sure you're happy with the improvement of all the players, though. But yeah, Hillary, hope you're enjoying. And Catherine's doing a great job, of course. Spain being coached by Molly Sellers and the team manager Marisol. She's actually one of my unofficial Spanish tutors. She gives me lots of good tips and conversations. Of course, Austria being coached by Marcel Bierstecker with Smriti Kohli, their manager. And also, I think they're really proud of the way the Austrian players have played this weekend. 20 for 1 then at the end of the power play.
Yeah, going pretty well. That's a good over, isn't it, in the end? Picks up a wicket, and a good wicket to get. Great catch there. First taken by Bhardwaj. 3 runs coming from it in the wicket. Always bowls a nice, good, tidy over in one of her spells, and quite often both of them. So Shreya Kamati, well bowled. That'll be the last time that we'll see her with the ball in this series, but of course improving all the time, and that's good to see.
Can I tell you something funny? You know, Kroom's always available to post the updated sweep in the chat.
Yeah.
He's actually meant to be playing cricket today, but shocker, it's raining. So he's got heaps of spare time.
Kroom, I feel for you. Nothing worse when you look forward all week, you work hard, you look forward to the Sunday to play your cricket, and it's not going to happen.
All right, now this is Bhardwaj, just took a great catch, and now she gets a chance with the ball. 50-50 game right now. Love to see that. It's really well struck. Excellent fielding, though. I love that. And I think I'm a little bit kind of, I don't want to say obsessed, but Nina Shalkovic, just the softball background, the way she gets behind that ball, she's got zero fear. And I love non-traditional backgrounds going into cricket. And yeah, she's impressed me a lot. She's only going to get better and better as well. Amy lets this one go outside the off stump for a wide. It's interesting. Most balls swing back, some don't. You mentioned earlier the women play with a slightly lighter ball, which probably gets blown around in the wind a lot more, and also the fact they don't bowl at the same velocity as the men do probably affects them Get it straight though. It's a bit tricky for the batters as well. This is going to be a lovely dive out there from Shalkovic, but she won't be able to make the stop. There's a little love heart out there. Oh, nice to see the ground helpers are doing a great job putting a little bit of style on it as well. 4 runs though to Amy Brown-Carrera. Nice shot.
I do like that. I think that's something it's definitely something that we've started here in Austria with a little bit of creativity happening around the boundary.
You see a love heart, I actually see a croissant.
You just had lunch, behave yourself.
Hand it over. Nice shot from ABC. Jabs this out and she'll get a single. But yeah, I wonder what the weather's like in England today. Most of it doesn't seem that great, but hey, you kind of get used to it. You played a lot in England.
Yeah,
I'm surprised you still like cricket.
You do. England is the worst was when you set off, and there's still normally about 2.5 hours or so to go before the match. So you set off, you got about a 40-minute journey, and you go through all the seasons on that journey. You think, well, maybe it's going to be all right there. Well, that's not going to be all right for the fielder. This one gets through. That's a bit of a shame, really. So it's going to be another boundary. And just when you got the squeeze on the Spanish team, I mean, I know she hits the ball pretty well, but just not able to make the stop.
I've put the old kibosh on Nina. Apologies in advance. That one did get through. It was belted, though, by Naomi. Love to finish with a big score here.
Yeah, so it's the 4 seasons. You think, all right, well, might be all right when we get there. Oh, and sometimes you're leaving home and it's nice and sunny. Halfway there, it's cloudy, and by the time you arrive at the destination, it's raining. It's just awful. And of course, don't forget, in the UK, I mean, that's where we're lucky in a way sometimes playing in Europe, with most of the pitches being artificials, that you can have a heavy downpour, maybe an hour and a half later you can play. But the UK, most of the grounds, of course, all turf pitches. Once they're wet, once they're damaged, most groundsmen, well, they're like their babies, aren't they? They won't let you play, even if you think it's good enough. The groundsman will say, no, you're not playing, and that's it. The groundsman has the final say. 31 for 1 after 4. Tossed up. And this time, that's more like it. You knew it was just a blip the time before. Well fielded.
Yeah, most of the time. She's been pretty solid. Takes some great catches out there as well. I also think it's quite a hot zone she's fielding in. They call third base the hot corner in baseball and softball. That's kind of where she is at the moment, as Hannah Simpson-Parkins loses this one down the leg side.
Yeah, I like this. I like the fact that Hannah's coming on the ball here a little bit earlier than she has done before. We, of course, talked about a great last over yesterday to give Austria that win in a must-win match yesterday to keep things alive coming in here today. I think she's got a lot going for her with the ball. I think this is where the umpire's just checking where this ball pitches, whether it's on the pitch or not. That, of course, is Metaguch, who's out there wearing the Grizzly gear. I wonder, we'll have to look at it again. Looking at it there, I think it might be one that has missed the pitch. Let's see.
I think it's after. Does it pitch after the stumps, though?
Yeah, that's what looks like it does. So it might just be a wide.
It's just a wide as called.
Yeah, there we go. Look at it in here. And that's just a little bit on the leg side, but that's how good that these two batters are, especially Naomi. If she gets a sniff at one that is short down the leg side, she's onto it pretty quickly. So the length was okay. It's just the line, a little bit too much down the leg side there from Hannah.
Yeah. So Naomi's very, very quick on her feet, isn't she? And I love the way she gets her head behind the line of the ball and gets her body inside the line of the ball for those kind of swivel pull shots, whatever you want to call them, to that top right corner. Really hits the ball hard, and generally she'll find the boundary more often than not. It's a better length that time, maybe just not the line. But this is the issue with this one. You're never quite sure what it's going to do. This one actually goes out. It's actually a pretty good ball, except it's just a little bit too wide. But the actual movement on it's pretty good.
Yeah, same issues again for Hannah. She's just started to get a little bit frustrated. I like to see, I mean, Joanne is standing there watching her. Just go up to her. I mean, I know she's tall. Get a little stool. step on it, put your arm over her for a moment and just say, come on, just compose yourself, like you did in the nets. Whenever she's here at the nets, I can tell you this, she bowls such a good line, she just gets out in the middle and just gets a bit frustrated.
We'll see what happens. That should be a no ball, actually, though, because it bounced off the pitch for the line. Although it probably won't really make any difference because this one's just gone a bit wrong. This will be a no ball, so free hit will be in play now. Now, Hannah's just having one of those overs. You know, it can happen from time to time.
Yeah.
I mean, under the most sternest of pressures last night, she was able to bowl an incredible over.
Yeah, just take time, take a breath, count to 10, and just start over again. Just forget what's happened. I know Hannah they can normally hear us. Forget what's happened, start over again. Just pretend you're bowling in nets. That's what I would say. Forget everything, forget the cameras, you're bowling in nets. That's what you're doing. You're having a bowl in nets.
Yeah, well, that one gets the length right. What's weird is she's getting the line right sometimes, length right sometimes. You can't seem to put it together. Anyway, this is where also, you know, you test yourself. And just that ability to put it out of your mind and just kind of treat every ball like it's your first one. This again, it's going to be a no-e for... Again, that's an example of getting the line right, but not quite getting the length right.
Yeah, look, this can happen to anyone, all bowlers. You just sometimes get into that phase where somebody's just got to come and be able to just snap you out of it, just say some encouraging words, and next thing you know, you got the ball right. You can see here, when she goes fuller, it ends up, she's straying down the leg side. And when she tries to stop going fuller, it ends up being too short. She just needs to find that happy medium.
Yeah, true. Right, so we're still on a free hit here, and I'm under a bit of pressure from the chat to finish off the sweep, and we are going to do it this innings. Just got Group D, and then, of course, England 11 to go. And so, yeah, free hit will remain in play at the moment, so I'm just going to get into it. And the next team I'm going to give away, Netherlands 11. They are former champions. Don't forget, they won it in 2022. So, these, in fact, everything from here, pretty good teams to get. Not that the others aren't. But, yeah, we'll let you know in a second. See if Naomi can put away the free hit now. Well, she does hit it pretty hard. And it won't be stopped. It's going to be 4 runs. You can see there, tried to go almost kind of fingers pointing away from her there. But, yeah, unfortunately, for Malika, couldn't quite make the stop. Nice hit straight down the ground from Naomi Hillman-Bameko.
Yeah, that's the 12th delivery in the over, by the way. So halfway through it, 18 has come from it.
Okay. The Empanada shop has got the Netherlands. All right. Golem Mustafa has the Netherlands. Much better ball, that one from HSP. Respected by Naomi. Turns it around the corner. Also, James Peel from the chat has the Netherlands. And Kyle Abbott has the Netherlands. Still no Corey team. He always gets one late.
Are you sure he's in there? Yeah, put him in there.
He's in there. I'm sure he's in there. Next one to go is Jersey. Corey actually said he'd like Jersey. Called a wire down leg side. And there's still 2 to come then. 50's come up for Spain. Check this one out in the replay. It does drop below the waist, but because it's down leg side, will be caught a wide. So, okay. Jersey are next. We're getting to the business end now. I'm just scared. What if Corey gets England or whatever and they're playing the final against each other? Pretty hard. That's into the gap, and that's another 4. Excellent placement from Amy Brown Carrera. That's 4 carreras.
Yeah, nicely struck in the gap. And so it's been a long over. And of course, an over like this also now, that normally none of the teams have had any real issues when it comes to the time. But of course, that over certainly will put them a little bit behind. And still not over yet. Got a ball to go. It's the magical one. 24 have come from it.
See if she can get out of the over. She will finish the over, and it will finish with probably a possible 2 there, but they're happy with the single. It's the end of 5 overs, and the score is 56 for 1. Next one at the replay. Pretty well knocked down out there. Speaking of knocked down, I'm a little bit worried that our equipment might be knocked down before too long. Again, it's that time of the day. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full with me. And look, one thing I will say is at this level of cricket, and in any level of cricket really, there's times where things aren't really going your way. I think it's one of the real skills in cricket is to kind of just refocus, to try and put those things out of your mind and carry on. And you know, that's what good players learn how to do.
Yeah, you're right, it is. And I think it's just pressure. And I think with Hannah, I bet you any moment, and I know it, I could take her from there, or she could walk off that pitch, we can go into the net, and she'd bowl 6 ball out of 6 on the back. I've seen her do it, and that's why they've used her. But sometimes just the occasion, and you know when the first one goes wrong, with some players it's like, oh no, here we go. But I think you've got to be able to just say, right, that's happened, move on. But yeah, it's unfortunate because I know that Hannah, she's had these issues before. But of course, yesterday she ended up being a bit of a hero. Bit of a hero with that over.
She's the reason that Austria is still in the series. You could argue. Obviously, she had plenty of help. Priya Sabu set her up with a really good 9th, but you know, she could have easily gone for 10 or 11 or more in that last over. Excellent fielding here. I love the way they're able to get their bodies behind the ball. And that's Prabha down there. Prabha Taloji. That does the fielding. Nicely done.
Yeah, we were seeing that to Joanne having a bowl as well.
Yeah,
and
I
this
like
is
that.
Yeah, this is the sort of things, I mean, this is what I'd like to see also, I think Spain do. I'm pretty sure they will. Is just change it around a bit. It's the last match, so players like Joanne, she hasn't had a bowl, she's having a bowl. Hannah, it doesn't go to plan, but she gets a bowl a lot higher up in the order, in the innings. And just try and give those players perhaps that haven't quite had a chance. And who knows, one of them could really take off and could end up being the star of the match.
Yeah, absolutely. Just quickly, I've drawn jersey, and that has gone to Jamie Dodger of the chat, Manus of the chat, as well as Roger Carolyn, got on to me from social media, and also Billy Whitlock, young Hornchurch player. And I have said that whoever Billy gets, Hornchurch has to get behind. But I wonder if they will. I suppose so. Jersey.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, England jersey, kind of some sort of affinity, but also a healthy rivalry, I think.
That's hit really well. I mean, that's going to be 4 runs. Good, solid, powerful strike. And just a little bit too short this time. You can see Joanne Diglitz gets the ball up there, doesn't she? So up until that one, it's sort of been just tiki-taka. But that's been crunched pretty well.
Yeah, it's tough to bowl to. No obvious weaknesses. I mean, whenever she can kind of just stay put and flat bat, almost a flat bat there. It's a standing drive. She hits it really hard, firmly, not catchable height or anything like that. So 65 for 1 after 6. Okay, now we're heading to the land of Carbonaras, Italy. We've just got 4 more to go now. Italia. Let's see who gets that. As we see Bharadwaj coming back. Again, tough one. Oh, it's proper Tortuga. So unlucky for Zapita, who was getting ready for the big dive, and she realised she was about to go down, but the ball had gone up.
We've seen this a few times. Zapita, just watch this. It's the proper
Tortuga.
Tortuga indeed.
Yeah, you said it. Amy Brown Carrera, well, she'll be happy with it. Good contact. Amy will tell you she was aiming for that little piece of grass she knew might create a bit of uncertainty for the fielder. Okay, Bharadwaj with the comeback ball, swings out. Unpredictable when they swing out, but that one did. That'll be a wide. So Alan from the chat has Italy, and also got some big numbers. Lauren Thomas Jr., as well as Khan S, who's been in the chat a bit lately. And also one still to be decided. This time slightly overcompensated, and again, well knocked down. I like the work of Taloji in the field so far. She's willing to put her body on the line.
Yeah, it's been good, and I like the way she gets all the way down and gets behind the ball as well. So it's been good. Good work. Keep it up. And Bharadwaj. Wonder if she can just get the ball to go just a little bit fuller outside the off. That's a bit short, and that allows the batter to make good, strong contact. Oh, it's another one that will get away from her, but she'll make a good recovery. Gets a good throw in afterwards as well. So that's a fine recovery from Nina. Does get through her. Now, we did see one get through her, go for 4, but this one She manages to stop the ball leaking away. Just keeps it 2-2. A good strong throw as well from her as well. The batters did have to hustle back. That's going to be another extra. So conditions certainly, I think, playing their part in the number of extras that we've seen here today, not just from the women. Don't forget the men have struggled as well. So that's 20 extras now in the innings. And I think 16 of those in wides, and that means that time becomes pretty important. Just keep an eye on the clock there now. So they're under a little bit of pressure, clock pressure.
A little bit, yeah. You know, if they keep it straight, I think they'll probably be okay. Most of these players get through their overs quite quickly. All right, next team up. They're here this weekend. Sweden. We've just got Sweden, Norway, and England. That's it. All right, see who's still around. Julian Dawson hasn't been drawn yet.
Firmly struck. Sweeper comes across and, well, gets the body behind it. Good fielding. So if it misses the hands, there's something there. Good long barrier there from Priya Sabu. Fielder comes across and Komati gets there, gets the throw in. So yeah, nice work, nice hustle. So Austria, that of course that one expensive over where Hannah Simpson-Parker just wasn't able to get a line right, which went for 25. It means that they've got a bit of time pressure on them as well. But other than that, they've still kept it reasonably tidy. So 76 for 1 after 7, 18 balls to go. I think Austria, if they can keep this to, once again, between 100 and 110, they'll fancy their chances to try and get a win here in the last match between these two.
Absolutely. Starting tomorrow, we have Croatia and plenty of Zagreb action there. Come back to the live action here. Mahadeva to bowl the 8th. So they've got basically 6 minutes to get through 2 overs. So yeah, that's obviously the main issue. A few too many extras. That's what Austria did very well. By the way, Nish, I realised we left out Charlie and Nish. I'll put Charlie and Nish in. Because normally we keep ECN staff out, but if Corey's in, I feel like we should leave Charlie and Nish in. We'll leave ourselves out of it because I'm trying to remain neutral. Otherwise I'll get quite vocal.
Yeah, but isn't that, so is that an advantage or disadvantage if they get added in now? I suppose they...
No, I put them on ones that haven't been drawn yet.
Okay.
So it's still random. Okay, so now we've got Sweden. Now Julian Dawson does get Sweden.
Okay.
And so does Georgie Parker, the judge.
Yeah.
Another request for her to be in. And then also we've got Peter Heptonstall, who got me on socials, and also Bajendra Yadav. So now we're getting right down the bottom. We've got 8 numbers left. So if you haven't been drawing yet, you've got Norway or you've got England. And Norway are pretty good, I will say that. But I will say there's probably a few people hoping to get the two-time champions. Of course, champions of 2021 and 2023. Do you want me to tell you who's left?
Go on.
All right, we've got Leslie the groundsman from Italy. Just
Okay.
missed out on Italy. Liam Day. Ian from the TPL cricket show. He'll be thrilled to get England. He can get it. He'll be over the moon. Charlie still actually to be drawn. Ivan B still there. This one dragged a bit leg side. Yeah, Austria. I think there's a little bit of fatigue coming in, I think, to the bowling as well. If you think about how well they bowled earlier in the tournament. And then who else? We've got Nawab Faraz Farouk as well as Siddiqui Karam Naeem. Got me on the socials. Koi Ruckers, obviously, still to be drawn as well. So now he's 50-50 to get England or 50-50 to get Norway. If this was a reverse raffle, I bet he wins it. Hit and run here into the gap. Having to push.
Oh.
Pretty good bit of fielding, actually.
The thing is, though, it's going to give away a chance for another, and I think they will get a couple here. So I suppose... Do you go for it? I think you're better off just saying they get the one, they get the one. You probably...
Maybe. But I mean, save one to... give one away to save... Risk one to save one.
I suppose it's a good partnership to break 2 batters in the 20s.
Okay, you put ABC on strike, back on strike. Isn't scoring quite as quickly normally as Naomi is. Down the leg side, that'll be another wide. Okay, so now we're getting... This is pretty much it. So if you get Norway... Then you get Norway. If you don't get Norway, you get England, and we're done.
Yeah, just before you go to that time here, Vinny, look, three balls to go. We're
Watching it.
under three. Oh, dear, it's another wide. Oh, they're going to go right down to the wire here. I really feel right down to the wire, but I think time is not on their side. So I think Spain could be picking up 5 extra points here. That's better. Get it on the money, and it's a dot ball right back to the bowlers. What you want to be doing. There we go. So that will help to save a bit of time.
All right. I've made the draw. You ready? Norway. First one is Liam Day. Hello, Liam, if you're watching. This isn't going anywhere. They won't get a run. Second one is Charlie Hunt.
Okay.
He's picked up Norway. 98 is Nawab Faraz Farouk. And then another still to be named. Still got 10 spots because people always say, oh, can I have one? And then I'll draw them at random out of the remaining numbers, right? So then I can tell you who's got England. Let me make sure my thing's working. Boulder. Nice bowling from Mahadewa as ABC plays around that one. Excellent Yorker, and Spain lose the second wicket, 85 for 2.
Yeah, it's the end of the over as well. Now, clock will stop. And
get 1 minute. So
they'll get a minute.
Add it on at some point, yeah.
Yeah, so you might find when you come back, I mean, it also all depends how quickly the batters come out, but I think they might gain about 30 seconds.
Sometimes
here.
you do, yeah. You got 60 seconds to face up, but most batters get there quicker. So you should get a little bit more.
Yeah.
True.
So we'll see when we come back. But well bowled.
Yeah, nice innings as
Well
well
done.
from Amy. You know, she was asked to open the innings. I certainly think she showed she can handle herself there. 27 off 25 was a good support. Did hit 3 boundaries off her own bat as well. 85 for 2 after 8. So drum roll, here we are. The final team. You know what this means as well? Yeah, it does. I just realised it.
What Corey has.
He's got a high number, so I'll announce him last. Leslie, the groundsman, gets England. Yeah, what do they got? They got 3 minutes 20 to bowl this. Also, TPL Cricket Show gets England. He's doing cartwheels, Ian, at home right now because he loves it. I need to be on his podcast next week as well. He only had a 1 in 32 chance of getting him as well, and he got him. Cracked, one bounce, good throw. Really good throw.
Oh, yeah.
What a piece of fielding. It's unbelievable work from Andrea Mazepeda, and Naomi Hillman-Bameko is run out again. Big moment in the game. It's a one-stump hit from downtown, 85 for 3.
HCL play of the day, everybody. Well, Zapita, he fires in a torpedo, and that's gone. And direct hit from there. You knew that Naomi would be in trouble. What a bit of fielding. Yep, let's watch it again. The HCL play of the day, and it's Zapita with the torpedo. Knocks over the stumps. Amy will go for 23. And Spain, who were definitely looking like they were going to get to a score between 100 and 110. Well, a couple of wickets falling at a bad time for them. It means you basically got 2 new batters out there. Amelia Jones and Andrea Davidson-Soler. Amelia Jones will go on strike.
Goes and hits this one. Probably didn't need to, Jones, but she'll hustle through for the single.
Oh, she can't stop doing it. She can't stop.
No,
She's showing off now. Oh, she's showing off now. Ooh, ah. Look at me. I can hit the stars no matter where I am. Brilliant. I love it. I love it. Fantastic. I want to see 3 out of 3. And makes the stop. And that was hit pretty straight, actually. I think even though you have got 2 straight fielders, I think that would have gone through them. So that's a very good stop from Priya Sabu.
Yeah, excellent. Excellent stop.
Nice, good full delivery, gets played out. Fielder gets down, makes the stop, gets the ball back in, so keeping the pressure on. I'm liking this. It's really good hustle. What a good finish here, and of course that means that the issue of time looks like it's with those wickets falling as well. Really come at the right time. Good delivery. And that will be another dot. And that's also the end of the over. What an over that one is. So just the 3 runs coming from it, and that brilliant bit of work from Zepeda to get that run out. So Spain 88 for 3 with this last over. 6 balls to come. Pia Sabu, good spell from her. Only the 13 coming off her 2 overs. And got to say, Panadiwa as well bowled a very, very good over the over before, and no surprise she's coming back to finish things off. And it's well bowled, nicely played though. On the Iba, and it will be 4 runs. That's really well played. It's a lovely shot. Just aims this in that vacant area. Amelia Jones, you know that she's a very good batter, has been fantastic behind the stumps, and now in this last over of Medawat, trying to get the big runs to get the 100 on the board. And gone. Great bowling. Medawat keeps her on the back foot, and she tries to work this away. There's Amelia Jones, but not able to. Fine bit of bowling. Sensational stuff from Medawat after giving a little bit of room to Jones and seeing Jones work that away to the boundary. This time she keeps the batter on the back foot. Look, she tries to come forward, then has to go back, but is not able to block this one out. It's just really good bowling, and that's a good example of a batter moving too early and the bowler saying, well, you know what, I'm not going to give you what you want. I'm going to stick to my plan. I'm going to go fuller. And you can see Amelia Jones tries to go back to counteract it. It can't. It goes through. She will depart. It's another wicket. And Jones goes. And, well, I wanted to see more of this. I have to say, me, on a personal and individual level, Vinny, I am very disappointed that Elspeth Fowler hasn't had a chance and not given herself a chance to bat. And now she comes in, and only is going to face possibly 3 balls.
Yeah. Well, I mean, sometimes I think you'd be too unselfish as a captain. Should watch this one go down the leg side harmlessly. I don't think I mentioned the last couple. So Ivan B got England, as well as Leslie the Groundsman and TPL Cricket Show, and of course, Corey Ruckers, who hates all English people. Not a direct quote, but he probably would say
Don't say that. You'll get everybody after him again. It's bad enough that Hornchurch are after him.
Yeah, I mean, he's not even allowed to go there. I mean, they stop him at the border. They turn around. Don't want your kind here. Anyway.
Oh, Corey, I don't know. He's got it in for you. I think Corey, I'm sure he's not going to show it, but he's going to be pretty happy with that, isn't he? What? So what does he stand to win here? What does everybody stand to win?
Technically, there's no official prize, but because it's not really about that. But Jeff there's been talk of some of 8 signed Maxim Olive
why don't we see if HQ can maybe give us a couple of caps or something that we can sign? All the commentators can sign a cap or something.
I think that.
We can work something out, I reckon.
Run it through the integrity department before we start having unauthorised raffles. That's why we don't really have prizes, but you know what I'm saying. Anyway, it's a grey area. Last ball coming up. It's a bit of fun. That's what we normally say. Don't really stand to anything, but a bit of fun. If something happens, fantastic. Terms and conditions apply. End of the 10th over, 95 for 4. Bang on that kind of middle ground, I think. And you know, these two, last time they played in the last tournament, they gave us a GB. Do you think we're in that kind of territory? 95 for 4. Austria needing 96 to claw it back to 3-2 in the series. Well, Spain can defend 95 and go 4-1 up.
Yeah, it's that sort of score. Just to remind yourselves of the number of times that we've seen the 90s, like when these two teams started, don't forget the very first scoring match was 94 for 1 to 88 for 5. So Spain have defended this before, but I think you've got to say it's a marvellous comeback from Austria. It was 56 for 1 after 5 overs, and that was after Hannah Simpson-Barker had that terrible over which went for 25. But the last 5 overs only going for 39, and that was a marvellous moment. And what a lovely catch that is, and that's what it's all about. That's what I love to see. The players really getting involved, and what a just great catch there from Bardawaj. And I just like them. I like the thought process you see happening in her mind. Do I go for it? Do I not? And in the end, she says, "Oh, you know what, I'm going to do it for my teammate. And she holds on to the catch. A couple did get away. That was one of them. We saw Nina one get through her as well. But you know what? They never gave up. They kept on fighting. They put it behind them. And they just kept on coming back. And in the end, by working hard and drafting away, they picked up the wickets and the key wickets they wanted. But there was some magical ways to do it. That was a great delivery. Just full and straight. Nicely done. Smiles on the faces. You can never get tired of seeing the smiles on the faces. And then how about this from Zapita? That was just sensational, and that certainly will be our HCL player of the day. Then even that, a really good stop, just getting down. And Priya Sabu taking one on the knee. This one, Hannah Simpson-Parker chases it. A little bit too much width, so what does the bowler do? Fuller and straighter. And gets the game back, and that's another wicket. Well done, well bowled, and Madhwa, it was nice to see her getting her line right and getting the ball in the right areas. And just like that, Spain, who looked set to be posting a score in and around that 110 mark, they fall short of the 100, and that really would boost Austria to sort of go out there fighting and try and get a win, which will mean that this series will be a 3-2 in the end in favour of Spain. So Spain, not too many changes from there, but still not able to get the big score they would have liked on the board. Be interesting to see how Austria go about their batting. Do they also make some changes there with the batting lineup, or will they still go with the likes of Priya Sabu and Zapata at the top of the order? We'll have to wait and see. Quick look there at the bowling figures. Once again, I think Madhwa bowled absolutely brilliantly. One wicket there from Shreya Kumati. We'll have to say about Shreya that all of her spells of bowling have been really good, and I like the fact that in that one that she started to add a little bit of that run-up that she's well known for into her bowling as well, and keep it nice and tidy. So with the women anyway, we're going to have a nice close finish, as this one is anyone's to grab.
Yeah, sure is. So should be another cracker for these two before they pack up their bats and balls and go home after a really successful weekend, I think, for both teams. Let's see what happens in the second half. Bang on a pass score, I think. Spain 95 for 4. Austria chasing 96 for victory. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. And Rico has more about where the European Cricket Network is heading from tomorrow.
Our 2-week adventure here in Austria is coming to an end. What a beautiful country, and the cricket has been explosive and dynamic as well. It's time for you now to start to join us once again on tour on the European Cricket Network as we get ready to start our next adventure. Starting on the 9th of September, we welcome you to Croatia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello folks, welcome back as we get ready for the second half of this really exciting ECI-W match, and they're right on the button, I think. So with Spain 95 off their 10 overs, and that means that Austria will need 96 if they're going to have a win. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with you, and something about these two teams, they're always playing some really tight contests. And you can see their bonus point won't really come into it, but it's there for your information only. You've got 66 or less if Spain would want to take all the points. But I think Austria, they seem to be kind of batting better and better as the series goes on. Maybe their bowling's fallen away a little bit. Maybe there's a bit of fatigue in that. Yeah, it should be a really interesting game. Hello to all of our viewers, and yes, we have completed the sweep, and now we're just kind of trying to work out if there's any anomaly. Someone's told me that Helix has 2 teams. Well, I don't see Helix with 2 teams. You'll have to show me that. But anyway, I want to say to all the viewers, big hello to you. But well, Spain, it's up to them to see what they can do. What's been a really kind of fascinating, gripping series. I'm looking forward to seeing what Austria are able to do with the bat. And no surprise as they go, Priya Sabu and Andrea Mazepeda with the bat first up. And Andrea Davidson-Soler is going to open the bowling. She's actually played this role really well, I think. She seems to have been super accurate in this series despite the slightly tricky conditions. Yeah. Well, you can see here we are in the box, and it's always nice to bring people in. And look, here we go. Got a few. Look, you're on the screen now. They don't even know. There we go. Well, who's missing? There we go. There we go. That's Team Austria. Obviously pretty confident. No need to get the pads on just yet. But I like that. I think you should be confident with these two. No, it is awesome. The only thing is they look a lot better than us on the camera, don't they? It just shows you this is real where we are. We are at the ground. We're not in some sound stage. All right. Game on, and it's going to start with a Maximo. What a start that is. And how do you like it? It's Priya Sabu. Oh, shades of ECI-W 23 as she takes the first ball up and away. Wasn't a bad ball, really, from Andrea Davidson-Soler, but how is that confidence to take that up and out of the ground? 6 runs. Wow, Priya Sabu goes bang. Fantastic. Well, that's going to be swing and a miss. And, well, for Andrea Davidson-Soler, it's a good challenge, isn't it, to bowl to 2 good players. Austria actually given the responsibility, I think, to try and remove these 2. Bowled it. Perfect response from Andrea Davidson-Soler, and there you go. She's happy about it. Well, she hangs out the bait. She gets the big fish. Really, I think Sabu's disappointed because this is a full toss. Don't think it's too high, though. Crashes into the bottom of the stumps. It'll be 6 and out and a 6 for 1. Rico Full comes back in the commentary box.
Yeah, she misses a full bunger. You'd expect her to put this away, but yeah, look, no issues with the height, just below the waist, and she's got it. And that's a big wicket. It puts away, hits 1-6, and Priya Sabu then gets a full toss that you'd expect. I think the issue with that ball is we often say that a low full toss like that can quite often be a wicket-taking ball, because I think batters feel that they should be hitting it to the boundary, and sometimes when a ball like that can be much more dangerous than a shorter ball outside the off, because batters just think they should have it away. She swings at it, misses it, and I think Andrea Davidson-Soler is just as surprised as probably the batter that she's got a wicket there.
But if in doubt, go full. That's what she tries again here. The long on's there, but can't do anything about it. That'll be for Žaljković. Lot to like about her. Austria, you know, they're not being passive in this chase at all. I think one thing earlier, remember, when they got out of the power play, they kind of got stifled a bit with that wall of 4 outfielders out there on the leg side. They don't have to worry about that right now. Let's see how Nina goes in the power play. Starts with a good boundary.
A nice shot, and what was nice about that one is that she actually goes straight. So whereas they probably think that she's a player that likes to go out in that cow corner area, this time straight down the ground, it's another boundary. So 10 off the over so far. Still 2 balls to go. They like it, and gone. Caught behind. Good sharp catch. Amelia Jones takes another one, and that's good comeback there. So both batters that have gone have hit a boundary and then depart. And Andrea Davidson-Soler gets another one as Nina gets a slight tickle on this, and it's well held. Here it is again. Yeah, there's the touch, there's the catch, no doubt from bowler and from the keeper. And no doubt at all there from Meta Gooch, who puts the finger up. So another wicket goes, and that's 2 big wickets. 2 batters out of the 3 really who are able to get the big shots in are now already back in the shed. And Austria are 10 for 2 with a ball to go in the first.
Yeah, well, boundary out. Just a little bit of a feather on that. Simple catch for Amelia Jones behind the stumps. It's a bit of bad luck as well. I mean, you can easily miss that, and actually he's still there. Žaljković, again, oodles of potential, but she'll have to take a seat. Johan Stiglitz, captain, steps up. Double strike for Davidson-Soler, and almost gets a third. Again, like that length for Andrea. She's bowled so well. For me, I think she's been the bowler of the weekend in the ECI-W.
Okay. Oh, that's a big shout. Yeah, I mean,
I think she's never had a bad game.
yeah, it's between her and I think Uswa was being very good as well.
Uswa's been good, yeah, 100%. But I just think Andrea's had to consistently bowl to the best players at the top, and she hasn't let herself down.
Yeah, I think agree. And she hasn't also always had it her own way. Luck's not been on her side, but she's never given up. She's kept on fighting, and sometimes, well, players who go and take that approach, well, things always come back in favour of them. So that's a good start, 2 wickets. I mean, they do get the 10 of the first over, so in terms of runs, they're okay, but it's those 2 wickets that they lose. Can they get a good... It's all about partnerships here now, and you just get the feeling here that Andrea Zepeda and Johan Stiglitz have to get a good partnership going. That's nicely struck, and that's great bit of fielding. Fantastic, outstanding. That's what you're wanting to see out there, and that's brilliantly done. I couldn't see in all of the haze and then also the mist that goes down and she goes down who that was, but it was just sensational fielding. Hit that really well. You think it's going to be a boundary. What a good stop that is. I think it might be deeper, actually. I'm taking a guess at deeper. And now that's going to be a real challenge. Oof. That's a real challenge. Well, that's one way to get back in the game, to be given a minimal. Well, they weren't able to get the boundary thanks to a great bit of fielding from Deepka. But then 5 wide, just too much swing on this one.
Yeah, well, Deepa, I'll tell you something. I saw her, it was the end of April, start of May, and she still has that fantastic left armers kind of natural shape. 5 wides given there. But, you know, she's had to get all new kit because she's outgrown it. True.
Is that right?
Yeah. So she's still obviously very, very young, and she is just shooting up. How tall? How high can she go? Right in the air. Well, this might be a catch. It is a catch. Oh, and it's dropped by Uswa Saeed down there. Just didn't quite get the hands in the right position. It gets away. And Johan Stiglitz, well, she got quite a piece of that. Not quite the whole journey, but she gets dropped on naught.
Sometimes you just need a little bit of luck to get things to go your way. Could that be it? Uswa, we've seen her take some good catches in the deep, but that one doesn't stick. Oh, now that's pretty high. Now we're going to have a good look at this. It's going to be a boundary, but is this 4 or 5? I feel it could be 5, you know. I think this is too high. We'll have a look again. And I don't think she charges it. Let's have a look.
It's high. It's definitely no ball. It's coming in. And it will be called. So you're right. 5 carreras. Yeah, this innings has had a few swings and roundabouts. I don't know. I just got my ECN classic tingle happening at the moment.
Deeper in the areas. Just goes a little bit too full this time. Wants to get the Yorker in. Goes too high. And now it's a free hit as well, remember. Goes for it. Up in the air. It's going to get over Elspeth. Where's this going to land? She does actually very well and keeps it just to 1. It was one of those which, if it hits the deck straight away, it could have shot away from her. But what Elspeth does, she runs hard, sees it, finds it, and gets enough on it to stop the ball getting past the boundary. So it ends up being a good save.
Yeah, such a good fielder. Deeper. Flying in. Bit short, takes on the pull, but it's in the air and it drops. Well, you wouldn't expect that. That's Naomi Himmelbermeko. Is such a good fielder, but for some reason that one just got away. Interestingly, Austria at the moment, they've got their noses in head. I've got a feeling though, if that gets taken, Spain are back in charge. It's 2 dropped catches in quick succession for Team Spain.
Yeah, well, they've dropped the captain of Austria on 0 and now on 1. All right, up in the air. It's similar to the one before, but I think this has more legs. It does. It's going to be 4 runs. So 4 más. So that ends up being a big over. There was the 5 wides. There was the no ball that was also hit to the boundary, which went for 4. So that was 5. And now 4 off the very last ball. And that over goes for 18. There were chances in there as well that weren't taken.
Miles high, really, wasn't it? I think Austria, even though they've lost a couple of wickets, they've had a chat to them. They said, look, attack the power play. Let's kind of make hay while we can. Well, that might have taken a fingertip down there. Elspeth Fowler prowls around the boundary and keeps it to one end of the over. And Austria, a couple of wickets, but I think we're really seeing the difference in attitude towards the first half of the innings. Not just with Austria, but I think across the board in the ECI-Ws we've seen with the batters not too afraid to be unselfish to risk their wicket, because look, you'd much rather be 29 for 2 than 15 for none at this stage, or even, you know, sometimes we see 11 or 12 for none. You got to have that intensity all the way through. You can't just leave it for later in the innings.
Yeah, got to be brave, got to fight no matter what. I think we've seen that a number of times already, and we've seen some dramatic wins as a result of having that mindset. Okay, Andrea just clipped away. Gonna have to run hard, and I think the understanding between the 2 batters here is pretty key as well. Zapata just quite happy to, if the singles won't take the singles, I think Johan Stiglitz will be the same here. Andrea coming to bowl her 2nd over. And she will know as well, the Equipo Rojo, that one more wicket here, that could really really be into Team Austria, especially. They could have got some of the key batters out of the way. Oh, that's so close. Just misses the top of the stumps.
Didn't miss by much, did it? Andrea Davidson-Soler. I just love her her attitude. I just really relate to the sense of competitiveness that she's got internally. Always fighting. Again, love that length she's bowling. She's just wheeling it out consistently. Joanne will get one down the ground. I suppose here we're seeing Spain, particularly through Davidson-Soler, with a strong showing with those overs. But I think it's going to have to be a team effort. Okay, you've got probably a bit of spin coming up with Naomi Himmelbermeko. I'm pretty sure Alexis Hartley gets 2 overs as well. Again, you know, will they take the opportunity to try and bowl someone that might not have bowled? Even with this game in the balance, you know, I think you got to kind of weigh up your long-term objectives versus your short-term objectives.
I get the feeling that if they get to a point where they can make the game safe, they might do, but they still, from what I'm seeing so far here, Spain still want to get this win. That's a good hit. That's going to go all the way. Bowling Bolle, bolle, bolle. Brrrr. Well, Zapata, what a great shot that is. As the two Andreas do battle. And Andrea Zapata gets this one right out of the middle. Well, that is sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a bowl of Rasmalai. 6 runs.
Yeah, and that's actually not a bad ball. That's a ball that's probably taken out her stumps if she misses it. But I just love the confidence of Zapata. She's improved so much. I think it also helps being around the Team Europe setup, kind of seeing how those players go about their business. 18 off 7 now. Comeback ball, though. I was going to say, every time she's been hit for a boundary, she's come back and taken a wicket the next ball. Davison sold out. She gets called that time.
Yeah, I think probably in two minds about playing it as or not, and in the end, it just gets it right over that line. That's a good call. It's a good delivery, and it's one that's been misjudged there by Zapata, so a dot ball.
Yeah, pitched up again. That's hit pretty well. Bit of work to do. Great effort from Saeed, but she can't reel it in. So Zapata counter-attacks. And Austria, I think it's a productive power play. 41 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, I'm loving this from Uswa. She just says, oh, what the hell? I'm just going to throw myself. I'm going to chuck myself at it. And watch her come here. Throws herself, but unfortunately, the ball still gets past her. So just have a look at this. Now, if you want to compare the two power plays, they are well ahead. 41 opposed to 20, but they have lost only that 1 wicket more. But you just get the feeling that, Billy, they go at another 3 overs like this. Well, they could be already there.
Here's the thing. There's only one number that matters. Now we talk about all these stats and all that, blah, blah, blah. All that matters, runs. That's what I think they're starting to learn. We saw a lot of kind of, 50 for 1, 55 for 2 in the old days. The old days being last year. Here's Saeed with her right arm unorthodox. First one's a single. But now we're seeing, look, Austria going, yeah, okay, we lost a couple of wickets, but how'd they get out? They didn't get out prodding. They got out trying to play big shots. Okay, not being crazy, but just being attacking, having that bravery to go after the power play. And that's why they're in charge of this game right now. A little bit of a mistimed sweep that time from Zapata. Doesn't go too far.
Yeah, she just needed to get down a little bit lower on that one, didn't she? She just doesn't get down into a nice position. Got to be careful, though, because if you don't get a good position, there's always a chance of putting it into the gloves of the keeper.
Yeah, might as well run on that bottom edge. She got done with the bounce a couple of times by Saeed.
Yeah.
And I think by now, that's the thing with Saeed. I've had one thing, and I know it's so unnatural for her, is to develop a leg spinner. And it's, when she first tries it, she'll probably go all over the place when she's practicing. Probably hitting the roof, she'll be hitting the side net, whatever. But Shane Warne, you know what his biggest weapon was? It was the flipper, right? Which I still can't work out how he does it. But do you know when he got taught the flipper, and he was pretty advanced at this stage, he was already playing kind of senior cricket. And it was Terry Jenner that taught him this how you bowl the flipper. And they went there, and he was useless at it. And I mean useless. Like, they were going everywhere. They were going about, hitting his own foot, and going left, right, and everything. But he practiced it, and it became his biggest weapon.
Yeah.
Now, the reason I say that with Uzwa is she's got an over-the-wrist action, which is hard to pick. Now, if you just weren't paying attention, you'd think she was bowling leg spinners already, but she doesn't. She bowls all back of the hand, and they turn the other way. But the thing is, once you know that, then you can play it, because she's only ever got that one. Here it comes, left to right, just like that. So that's the challenge, and I know it's tough, because to find any coaches, never mind leg spinning coach, is pretty difficult. But maybe she can look at some videos, try and work out on herself. All it is, I'll show you. I don't have a ball here. Oh, there we go. We do have a ball. So when Uzwa was bowling, I'm going to try and show you what she's doing. Is she is coming out of the back of her hand, and it's spinning like this, right? And then going like that. But it's just to come out and turn it without the back of the hand, but out of kind of the other side of the hand, so that it's going to turn like this. Okay, so you see how where she bowls at the moment, it's back of the hand, and it's turning left to right. So the only reason I'm saying that, even if she only bowls it once and over, it puts it in the batter's mind that it might happen.
The thing is, though, and the thing she has going for her, and I think you touched on this already, is this. It's another one that gets missed out. It will be a wide, but I think Zapata really needs to be putting those ones away. Get those away. Now, what's happening? I think this might have caught the helmet off Jones behind the stump. So I think that's why the umpires have gone over to check that she's okay. And she seems fine. She's picked the lid up again here, but yeah, this one does catch her on the lid. But going back to Uspa, the thing is that she's already got the action.
Yeah.
Which is the hardest thing to do.
Yeah, definitely.
So let's watch here. Yeah, right on the
Did
lid.
she, was that the ball that hit her or was it the bat?
Well, I think it. Yeah, I think it must be the ball because it looks like the bat was going up in the. Let's see it one more time.
See how the bat? I can't see from behind, but I know occasionally you can get hit with the bat.
Yeah, I mean, if we got sight of it, it could be the bat actually on the way, and she swings the bat over.
Because here's the dangerous thing about that is, you know, a bat can actually fit through the grill, you know, and I don't know if that's the situation there. I mean, it seems like the helmet's taken it, but yeah, I mean, one thing about her, she's kind of got the keeping DNA, I call it, Amelia. And there's still a few things I'm sure that she'll probably watch and tighten up, and people will say to her, and that's the thing, you'll never stop improving as a keeper if you keep working on your game. But she's got it in the DNA. I love it. And also, with that comes a bit of toughness. She's got that kind of keeper's toughness. She wants to put herself up to the stumps. She knows that sometimes she's going to take a bat or a ball or whatever. But yeah, I really like what I've seen from her this weekend.
Here we continue. Austria staying in this contest, and they're staying there because they're being super aggressive and, well, hit it down the ground, get the win behind it, and take it all the way for 6 as Andrea Zapata gets another one away. She's holding the key to a victory here at the moment. Every time that ball is just a little bit short, she goes back and she hammers it. 6 more.
Excellent shot. Really good shot. It doesn't look like the player that... I'm going to pull up her numbers from game 1. But game 1, she scored 18 off 20. Doesn't look like that player now, does she? What a difference today makes. Oozing with confidence. Now whacks this one as well. It's towards the fielder, but it's going to get away. It's going to be 1 bounce 4. As Austria, they've gone past the 50 now. Andrea Zapata, she holds the key to this chase for me. She moves up to 34.
That Naomi is the bowler. She's not used to this sort of treatment. 6 and 4, and come on everybody, all together now. It's hungry for more. Zapata definitely is hungry for more. Right, Naomi's got to get this a bit fuller.
Well, she does. It's a good comeback, isn't it? Now mid-off's up, but it's going to Tortuga away from Fowler. It doesn't make too many errors. That one just took an unexpected turn. She zigged when she needed to zag, and it's 4 more for Austria.
Yeah, it was an awkward one, wasn't it, for Elspeth? Just have a look at this. She's normally a very good fielder. Just watch the bounce. She was expecting it to bounce higher again, but not only does it not hardly bounce, but it also goes away from her. So another boundary. Oh, what a big over this is. 36 runs. And look how quickly they have brought that rate down. But 1 wicket, Spain know 1 wicket can make all the difference. It's short, it's hit hard. There is fielders out there.
Well, you know, Tortugas, they breed quickly, they multiply it. So, you know, when you see one, they suddenly, you start looking for them everywhere. And look, they've gone to that at 4 outfielder wall, haven't they, out there on the leg side now. Naomi Hillman-Bameko off 16 in the over. And now she'll get the wicket of Joanne Stiglitz. It was hit back, was blowing around, but the Austrian skipper hits it straight back to Hillman-Bameko, who comes up with a wicket at 61 for 3.
And that's Joanne Stiglitz. She, well, she lived a charmed life, didn't she? But you can see that there's a big difference between the power that she can generate and that of the opposite number at the other end. Zapata is still there, though. That makes all the difference. But Joanne Stiglitz, after being dropped on 0 and a 1, will depart on 5 of 9 deliveries. So Hannah Simpson-Parker gets her opportunity, and let's see if she can just, I think it's a key is stick around and get a partnership going here. That's what it's all about. A ball to go, though, in this over from Naomi.
Loved the efforts from Joanne Stiglitz this weekend. She'll take a seat. HSP comes in. That's probably one you don't mind turning down because the Peter's running hot. She'll get the strike, end of the 5th over, and it's 61 for 3. That's one thing that I'm noticing though, is that with the amount of players that are stepping up and being able to kind of fill out bits of the team, like the middle order is a good example. Both sides look now and look, okay, HSP, she can definitely do a job.
Yeah.
You've got Malika Mahadiwa. Again, she could easily be batting kind of in the top 3 or 4. You know, she actually did a really good job when she was put at the top of the order in the ECI-W. So, yeah, still, I think the most important thing is runs. They're on course as far as the run rate is concerned, and you sometimes got to back your teammates to help you get there.
Yeah, and I think each time that we see teams that we've seen before, what you're looking to see is that that continuous improvement from them. And both of these sides have shown us that. I mean, the depth is there now as well. There's a bit more to come in the batting, whereas probably wasn't before. Just little things like that. The ground fielding from both teams has been pretty amazing. I love the way that they've got down, they made those stops. There's been very little errors in the field, and that's very important. So just clips that one away. So the strike, you can see that Hannah Simpson-Parker didn't take the single. I think it would have been a tight one. Decided that Zappeto on strike was key.
Yeah, you don't want to run out.
But
first
the thing
ball.
is here, I don't think you turn singles down. Don't worry about it.
But I don't think it was an obvious single, right? That's actually a pretty good shot, and that's going to go for 4.
Good shot.
Hannah Simpson-Parker. Well, we saw her coming good yesterday. I want to check this for height. The thing with Hannah is she's pretty tall, right?
Yeah.
It's not like an Andrea Davidson soul there at the other end. Let's check it out in the replay. Ball, I think it's okay. I think with the angle, it's going down slightly bent. So I have a feeling that'll be okay, just 4 runs.
Nice shot. It's a really nice shot. Good technique, gets into good position. Oh, maybe even, well, Mark has been giving her a bit of coaching with some of those shots.
Maybe. Here's ABC to HSP, and that will be fine.
Yeah,
grabs a bit of the line.
Watching Amy, the Brown Carrera bowl, she's still got that little skip when she comes to running. If you watch her running in, she starts and she almost hops on one leg halfway through. Just if you watch her run up here, just watch when she comes in. So in she comes, and there you go. It's the little hop before she goes.
Well, that one goes to the skies momentarily. I think a 2. Wasn't really attacked by the outfielders. They'll just settle for 1 in the end. I suppose the key here, you know, score off as many balls as you can, even for Simpson-Parker. 1's fine. There's the Austrian men's team getting ready for their deciding match 5. That should be an absolute banger of a game.
Yeah, they're giving a lot of support to the women out there at the moment. They'd like to see them finish. Oh, well, that's going to be a big wicket. This ball just kisses the bail on the way through. That is a huge wicket as Andrea Mea Zapata will go. And Amy Brown Carrera has got the big wicket, and I mean, it just kisses the bail through on the way.
This might be one that hits the off stump and knocks the leg bail. Look, I can't really tell what happened, but it flicks top of the stump one way or another. And Amy, she was the first to say, she said, look, I really wasn't here yesterday. I mean, I was here, but I wasn't here. But I've turned up today, obviously. Big moment for her with the 3-fer at the start of the day. Andrea Mea Zapata, though, she puts her team in charge of the game. And again, she loses her wicket, but she can be really proud of that innings of 40. She's had a very, very good weekend. Can't wait to see where she goes in the next year or 2. This one actually comes back a bit. Maybe it did just swing back, hit that leg bail, knocks it off the top of the stumps. And that means it's 67 for 4. Mahadiwa again. These two under pressure. I'll probably have flashbacks to, you remember Austria chasing in at the Carter Oval?
Yeah,
late in the day.
Run. Leave it alone. It's a wide, leave it, run.
It's very long enough now, they've gotten over it.
But that's the thing, all of those things at the time which maybe the teams weren't aware of, they've learnt so much since then, these teams. And
we'll see, because we might have another one of them coming up.
Let's see how they go here, these two.
Shaping up to be very close. Last ball for ABC. Pretty good one, and she got
I think she's got it.
Excellent catch, she claims it.
This is great.
Yeah.
I think she takes this. What a catch.
She says, I've got under it. Obviously, we'll have a look at it, but I don't think this is a clean catch. We'll check it out in the replay, thanks to Spring Media. But Mahadiwa is actually a very handy bat to get early. Watch this one.
Let's have a look here.
Comes back. She spots it. Has to dive forward, which is always tough. Gets under it. No problem. Fingers under the ball. Excellent catch. Amy Brown Carrera, take a bow, take a dive, because Mahadiwa goes for a golden duck, and Austria suddenly they find themselves with a few issues at 68 for 5.
What a play. What a play that is. What a grab. And take it from me, when you're bowling and the ball is then hit back towards you and it's going down and you're diving forward to take it, one of the hardest catches to take, because it's not like when the ball's being hit straight at you, when if it hits you and it hits you in the right place, you hold on to it. You've got to create that opportunity. She's created it, and the way she finishes it off by making sure when she hits the deck it don't fall out, that's a great catch. And it changes the tide of this match.
Well, geez, they keep playing quick, don't they? This could be another one, you know. Oh, it's going to go over the top. Well, the counter-attack's on. We're going to see if this is 4 or 6, as Hannah Simpson-Parker has gone after this. But the wall kind of caved in here a little bit, because I think if you're back on the boundary, you've got to play on this ball. Yeah, you see she's come in there, and there's the ball, bounces. Yeah, just inside. It's going to be 4 runs. But, yeah, just a misjudgment, right?
Yeah, misjudgment. And Hartley, so you can see they're not hanging around. They're going with Hartley here. So this is what I mean with Spain. They want to win this match. They, you know, I just thought and I said that they would give others an opportunity if they were secure of the win. Now leave it alone. That's a wide. So Hartley goes a little bit too wide here. So you can see Spain definitely want this match. As you see on the board there, that last wicket, Amadouar doesn't get going thanks to a brilliant caught and bowled.
ABC then, she was the one actually that went back to the boundary. She might have small work here, although it doesn't go to her. It goes to Naseeb down there. Oh, good game this. Again, a wicket or two could change. I know 22 off 22 looks easy, but if you think it's easy, grab a bat, head in the middle of the Saban cricket ground right now.
Not easy because you've lost 5 wickets. You've got batters in there that haven't had a lot of practice. It's all about applying yourself. I like the approach from Hannah. She's been super aggressive. And gets bat on ball. They think about the run, decide not to.
Well, now, sorry, Rico, but now you just know if you score off every ball, you can't lose. So I'm not saying you don't go for those shots, but you know, you're not necessarily taking huge swings unless it's a Gundy ball you can go after. I think hit, run, be ready to run. That's what happens here, because you're not going to get caught in that infield. There's one. Nukala is off the mark.
What's your thoughts on this field here now? Because, I mean, you haven't got a Nina out there. You haven't got Zepeda out there who's going to be looking to hit in that area all the time. One of those 4 surely has to come inside into the short mid-wicket.
I agree. Maybe you can still have the same field for HSP, because she's in and she's just kind of established. She can almost hit a 6 at least. Yeah, good point. I think new batter, you need dots to get back in the game. Yeah. Probably need to bring one of them up.
Yeah, I mean, I would even to Hannah. I mean, I don't think you need 4 back. And one of them does come in a little bit now. That's been hit pretty well. Fielder has to make the stop. Does. Nice, tidy hands. There's one bounce take, so it's just going to be a single. But yeah, that's what the message has to be here from the bench. It's got to be, look, run a ball. You get a run a ball, and then in between there, you get a boundary or 2, you get a few extras, you take that. And it's going to be an interesting finish. There's a single off the last ball there, so that one from Hartley goes for 9, and it is 77 for 5 at the end of 7.
2 and 2. Austria and Sweden go to a deciding 5th game. Austria winning the toss, electing to bat. I don't even think you needed a toss.
Yeah.
Because Austria would have batted, Sweden would have bowled. That's what they've chosen every time. So it's quite unusual, but in every one of the 5 games, Austria have batted first, whether they've wanted to or whether Sweden have wanted them to. Get set for that. Starts in half an hour. The decider here in ECI Austria. All right, now one thing about HSP, I noticed she got pretty close to hitting a 6 here. Never has hit a 6. Pretty close. All right, that's in the air and gone. Thick outside edge. Taken by Jones, who made a quick movement back into her right. So Amy Brown-Carrera with another 3-fer. So not just 1, but 2 3-wicket hauls for ABC here on day 2. She has arrived, and it's a pair of coat hooks at 77 for 6.
Yeah, it's a good catch as well. Sees it early, gets into a good position. The thing is, I mean, yeah, she's got 3. There's 5 balls still to come in this spell. So where can she get to here? That's what I'm asking here. So we could really see something special.
I'm squeezing now. They've brought in their mid-wicket. That's smart. They've brought in Hartley because you know what Bardwaj is thinking. She's thinking, get me out of here. Just let me get a single. First one's a big swing and a miss. Well bowled by Amy Brown-Carrera. The other thing is he's got a bowler on fire in ABC.
Yeah.
And if she can keep it really tight here, suddenly you're looking at maybe kind of 19, 18 off 12, something like that. Pressure. And poor Hannah Simpson-Parker, she was right at the crease at the end of that dramatic GB game back in December. She's in the middle again. Gets some bat on this. Will get it past the bowler. Well done by Bharadwaj. She gets off the mark.
Yeah, that was good. For one moment there, you had both batters running the same way because you saw Hannah was backing up and then didn't think the run was going to be, and watch this. So it gets hit, and Hannah starts to run the wrong way and then decide, well, actually, why don't we take a single?
At least Hannah turned around around the right way in the end. Well bowled. It's 4 for Amy Brown-Carrera. 1, 2, 3, 4 afueras. Can you believe it? And maybe she could get that fiver. She gets Hannah Simpson-Parker. And Spain have stormed back with the ball. Austria now down to the lower order at 78 for 7.
Good bowling. It really is. Qué guay, qué genial. Qué fuerza tienes eso, chica. Well, that's the 4th. And thing is now she knows she's got 2 balls here to get a 5-wicket haul. And you know what? If she gets one full and straight, there's every possibility. Batters coming in now haven't really had a hit, and that's pretty important. Also, wow, who's? I think it's Surya who comes out.
All right, we've had 16 5-wicket hauls. A lot of them in T20 games though. All right, here we go. Oh, it's a good delivery. It's a really good delivery. Hadn't had more than a twofer before today, and she's gone 3 wickets, 4 wickets. Excellent stuff by Amy Brown-Carrera.
Really good bowling. I still back her here. Full and straight. Let's see if she can get it full and straight. The pressure is on, and how the tide keeps turning in this match. This rate was that run of ball and has gone to over 8. And oh, it's so close, isn't it? So close. It's gone through, but it's stopped balls, and that's the thing. It's a big win, big over win, that one for Spain. But what a spell of bowling from Amy Brown-Carrera. Que espectacular for Amy. It's been absolutely brilliant. And that over, only the 1 run coming from it, and picked up 2 wickets.
78 for 7. 18 runs to get. They've left it in the lower order. And that's the thing here at the moment. A single's actually not a bad result for Spain once again. I need to find probably 2 or 3 boundaries in here if they're going to pull this off. It shows you it's never over till it's over. And you've got to credit Amy Brown-Carrera for kind of ripping out the heart of the order, including the big wit of Andrea Mazepeda. Now Uswa comes back. It's a pretty good shot, but again, the mid-wicket's in there. Could be a run out. Slight fumble, and I think Jones grabs that first time, would have been out.
Yeah, it's definitely opportunity. And here it is here. She went with it with the 1 glove, and then he allows the batter to recover, Komati.
It's probably one of those where you need to have an internal clock, and there's to boil it down, I always say there's 2 types of takes, right? This is a bit short turned away. Yeah, that could go all the way. It has. Nice shot by Komati. She gets off the mark. Surya with a sensational strike down to the deep backward square leg region. 4 runs.
Yeah, a little bit short down the leg side. And the thing is, maybe the advantage that Komati has got against someone like Saeed. Saeed, we know, gets good bounce, but Komati's tall. So she's able to be above that, gets a good swivel on this, makes good contact. That's 4 runs.
Yeah, so I was going to say, maybe I'll wait this ball because this game's right in the balance. 13 off 10. There's one of the boundaries. Another boundary would get it down to run a ball. Saeed needs to keep it outside the off stump. Does more or less. They get 1. They want 2 here. Wasn't really attacked, but Naomi's probably not the fielder you want to take on. I was going to say with Jones, again, I said keeping's in her DNA. It's obvious. There's still a few things she can work on, obviously. One of them is just that kind of internal clock. That was one she didn't have to rush. So just catch it. Don't worry about how you can take the bails. If you've got lots of time, then you could just, I used to treat it like a catch. Catch it cleanly, could have walked to the stumps, that would have been out. There are times you do need to rush and you do need to kind of cheat on your technique. You have to snatch a bit where you think, oh, it's going to be really close. I need that extra fraction of a second. Anyway, 11 off 8. Oh boy, this could be going to the wire.
Could be happening again, you know. It could be happening again. Kamati, it's in the air. And they've got to really push and try to put the pressure on the team. There's a misfield, but it's not well fielded.
10 off 7. Oh, boy. Shades of December 2023. Oh, what a night. Late December back in 2023. Great song. All right, smashed. That's hit pretty well, but straight at the fielder. Pressure's on all the time. They won't take on the arm, so we go to the last. Oh, get your heart attack medication. It is 9 to win. It's 8 to tie. Last over of such an entertaining ECI-W coming your way. And it's anybody's game at Shaban.
Yeah, anybody's game. Now, this is where I think Elspeth has to have a discussion who's going to bowl it. I can probably tell you who's going to bowl it because it's the one bowler that they always go to when they are in a bit of trouble, and that would be Naomi Hillman-Berhamo. I mean, whichever way this goes, well done to both teams for once again putting on another spectacular display of cricket. It could have gone either way. 1 minute Spain were big-time favourites, then Austria come back. Now Spain maybe we're looking to be the favourites again there, and then of course Kamati hits that boundary. Go to the wire. It's Naomi Hillman to bowl it.
It's their old nemesis at the end. It's Naomi who's come on again. Right, 8 to tie, 9 to win, last over. Oh, not going anywhere. Worst case scenario, first ball. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Bardwaj needs to find a way. 9 off 5 now. Naomi got to pitch it up, put outside the off stump. I'm not so sure. Austria will be able to get that boundary they need. Got to go this time. I think they know this. I mean, the experience of last year. If there's half a run there, you go for it. Still got 3 wickets in hand. But you can't let this game fade away. Every run counts. Changes the strike. Kamati's been pretty good so far. Does have a boundary to her name. 8 off 4.
Yeah, she'll be looking to go back and play across. They have got the field right. He's set to her. They've got the square leg deep. And
misses. We well bowled though. Credit to Naomi. She gets in a good spot. This is where also I think you're taking a 2 if you think you're any chance.
Yeah.
You know, if it doesn't go to the boundary, you're not getting too many more chances to hit a boundary. So, well bowled by Naomi Hillman. Bonamako. Okay, now you got to run. You got to run fast. I'd probably be taking it on. Can you get it back? Look. Probably would have been out. I don't know, but you don't want to die wondering. You know, maybe a run creates an overthrow. 7 off 2. Getting real tough now.
Yeah,
not too many ways.
You had to take it on a few times. They should have pushed. All right, this becomes a big delivery, and it's missed. It's there for the taking if you get there. But Naomi gets it through, and that means that a Maximo could give us a golden ball.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, though. I mean, Kamati has hit the boundary, and that's why I was kind of keen to see her try and get back on strike. Oh, well, 6 for the tie. Oh, it was short enough to probably go. They might get a run. No, they won't. I think it'll be run out. But, oh, well. Oh, Bardwaj, unfortunately for her, she was the one that was thrust into the spotlight. But it's another thrilling game. It's 95 to 89 again. So look, the scoreline will end up 4-1 when you look at the weekend. But even that one, super close, wasn't it? You can see there, I think in the end it probably was Bardwaj that was run out. Or stumped, we're not sure. But anyway, credit to Naomi again. She holds her nerve. And look, let's be honest, we've got the player of the series coming up. She has to be right up there when you're talking player of the series.
She has to be. I mean, she's such a good player, quality player. Came here yesterday on her birthday, her 18th birthday, and she performed marvellously well with 2 match-winning half centuries. I think Hartley has played very well as well. But of course, Naomi, when the chips are down, when Spain needs somebody to come up with a super magical performance, and Naomi Hillman-Berhamo never really lets them down. So the players, they shake hands. It will be a 4-1 victory there for Spain. Spain are very, very happy, of course, the way they played and to get the victory. But I have to say, I am still a little bit disappointed that we didn't see the likes of Muskan Nasir, we didn't see the likes of Rabia Mushtaq, we didn't see the likes of Olivia or even Mamuna Riaz Qureshi. And for that, even the captain, Elspeth Fowler, we didn't see them really make an impact or even get an opportunity to make an impact. That still leaves me with, I suppose I have to say it, a slightly sour taste in my mouth, because I think in this match, when you already had the series wrapped up, you could have given those girls bit more of a match.
Yeah, I can take your point there. Can understand that. Obviously, one eye on the ECC at the end of the year, but yeah, I think you want to put as many players into those situations you can. Let's focus, though, on who's been sensational this weekend, and there's a lot of players to mention, but I've loved Andrea Davidson-Soler with the ball. Mentioned she hasn't had a bad game. Consistently has had to bowl to the top batters as well, and has done a good job. And Andrea Mazepeda, loved her weekend as well. I mean, I'm super excited. You know what? These two teams, they'll meet again at the December edition of the ECI-W, and they're in the same group, the Challenger Division.
Yeah, and they certainly would have learned a fair bit about each other. I think with Austria, I think they know what they've got to learn. How do we get past Naomi? How do we get one over her? Because she always seems to be the one that gets the win for her side over us. So there's a bit of work for them to do, but you can say that they have taken a good look at her here. And also one or two of those other new players in the side. I think Jones has once again established herself as a key player in this team. And Hartley as well. And I think Hartley and Jones, what they will do is that they'll bring a lot of skill and knowledge into the side as well. But you got it for me. You got to just have a look at the bowling there of Amy Brown-Carrera.
Love this catch. How good is the catch?
It's wonderful. I mean, just look at that. I mean, that's that for me there. I mean, there we're looking at your player of this match. And I think even in the last match, I know there was that half century there from Hartley with the bat. But again, I think Spain win that last match as well because of the bowling of Amy. I know that I said at the time that she was my player of the match with that threefer, but surely this time around, there's nobody that's going to take that prize away from her. She bowled brilliantly well.
And look, at the end of the day, I look at this Austrian team. They don't have any players playing in regular club competition in England, for example. I know that some of them do play in sometimes here in Austria, but it's not regular. Some do play in the neighbouring countries' competitions and things like that. But I think they've played out of their skins. And I think credit to the coaches, the managers, everyone putting in the work, and obviously to the players themselves. That's where the motivation ultimately comes from. 40 for Zapita turned out to be a bit of a lone hand, didn't it? Because Sabu went 6 and out. Shalkovic went 4 and out early on. Stiglitz wasn't able to kind of recapture some of the form of earlier in the tournament. Hannah Simpson-Parker with 11. And she went at a crucial time. Amy Brown-Carrera, player of the match, and deservedly so for that 4-wicket haul. And Spain kind of won the battle with the extras as well. I think anytime you're going single-digit extras, you're doing pretty well. 4 for 8, ABC. Sensational, including that return catch. 2 for 22 for Andrea Davidson-Soler. And 1 wicket for Naomi, but she holds her nerve in that last over. That's the reason Spain get the win. And they end up making it 4-1 in the series.
Yeah, well done to Spain, but of course some exceptional bowling figures there all round. But yeah, Amy Brown-Carrera really, really well bowled. And very happy for her as well, because it didn't always go well at the beginning. She just didn't have the rub of the green, but today she showed a true quality with 7 wickets in the total in the 2 matches, a 3-fer and a 4-fer. And of course, once again, Naomi holding a nerve when she has to. 1 for 18 there for her. And also 2 wickets there from Andrea Davidson-Soler. And don't forget, she started it off taking those important wickets right at the top of the order. So another exciting match from these two. We thought it was going to go all the way down to the wire one more time. But unfortunately, needing 9 of the last, they just couldn't get it. It was defended once again, and they win by 6 runs to Spain. So congratulations to them. And of course, they'll be in sort of very good form when they go over, and well, be looking to do it all over again when they go to Greece. So going to leave you with the match summary there. And remember, the last match of the day coming up in around about just over 15 minutes time. Of course, this one will be a decider between the men of Austria and Sweden. That is at 2 apiece. The decider coming up there in about 15 minutes time. So time for us to take a quick break, but we'll be right back, and do join us there. And it's the last match from Austria as well. So do come back to us with your random questions, and certainly we'll have plenty to talk to you about. So until then, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Well, it's always exciting when you get a best of 5 going down to a decider, and that's the way it is between two teams. We picked them even before ball 1 this weekend, that Austria and Sweden, they'd be very, very neck and neck, and that's the way it is. 2 wins apiece heading into a deciding game 5. I've got a feeling we don't even need a coin toss, but we're going to have one anyway. Tyrone Peters as the 2 captains.
Sweden to call.
Head.
Head is the call. Ho ho. I'm telling you, that's a tails.
We're going to bat first.
You're going to bat.
Well, the reason I thought we didn't need a coin toss is because I think Austria want to bat, Sweden want to bowl, and that's the way it's been all the way through. So for a 5th consecutive game, Austria will bat first this time. They win the toss, and it wasn't Sweden sending them in. But Austria, they continue to have their batting fire. I mean, their lowest score in the whole series, 145. They actually won that game back in the opener, but since then they've been kind of piling 150 plus, 160 plus. Thing is, Sweden have made 2 monstrous chases in the series so far. Sweden will be hoping maybe this is the game that Austrians batting falls over. It just hasn't happened so far for the host. But one thing I know, whoever wins this, they take the trophy. Rico Full is standing by. Let's get ready for the first ball of the deciding match 5 in the ECI Austria-Sweden.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu. Winner takes all. That's what it comes down to. These 2 teams have battled it out, and it is, 2 wins apiece. And let's have a look at what we saw yesterday. It was 145 to 115 in favour of Austria to make a start. But then Sweden came back strong, didn't they? They chased 162 to win 162 to 166 in the second match that they played earlier this morning. It was another victory there for Sweden. This time it chased the 156, did it with 3 balls to go. And then we knew we needed Austria to come back strong, and they did. 168 to 102. Bowling Sweden out with 4 balls to go. A win by 66 runs. So it goes down to this one. This one is the decider. So everything to play for. Austria winning the toss, and 60-40 is what the win predictor does say here. I think the win predictor just can't make up its mind. I think it would have been better off, I think, like I said, way back at the start of yesterday, just to say, you know what, it's going to be 50-50 all the way through, because that is what I think that we're going to see here. Now, one thing I can tell you, and now maybe it's only going to be just temporarily, but the wind has died down. So no wind at the moment. It's probably the calmest it's been for the last 2.5 days. So let's see if it stays that way. Well, it might be calm in terms of the wind front, but I don't think there's going to be calm when it comes to the first ball being bowled there. Umpire Bounty and Adavint are out there in the middle. They are the grizzly men, as we like to call them. And Lenin is going to be the 3rd umpire, and of course Tyrone Peters has been great all the way through. So we are ready to go. And not only is the wind just died down slightly, but also the wind may have gone, and the sun has gone behind some hazy clouds. Quite strange at the moment, because over above where we are, Seabarn Cricket Ground, it's all a little bit cloudy and a bit overcast, but to the left of me it's still very clear. So ready to go. Welcome back, everybody. Of course, congratulations to Spain, the Spanish women. They win 4-1 in the women's ECIs, but the men, who will be the winners? Will Sweden also upset the host, or will the host himself come back strong? Now that's pretty lazy, I think, and I think if I'm sat down and I'm one of the coaching staff here for Austria, I'm looking at that and I'm getting up and looking the other way, because you've got to take a single there. And it's even a slight misfield. Still no single taken. So I suppose Ahmad Naeem is the sort of player to say, hey, give me more than one ball to try and get a boundary, because once I start, I can't stop. Well, he has more than one ball, and he can't put this one away either. And Nasir Baluchu has certainly bowled with a lot of pace and firepower. Starts off here. So 2 balls, 2 dots. Dot balls. Dot balls are a killer. That's what they'll tell you. That's what the coaches say. And Aman gets 2 dots, and that means he's going to be really hungry to get this one away. And he plays it down straight to the field. There's a 3rd dot. 3 dots, 3 balls. Pressure, pressure, pressure. And on this day, back in 1925, a very good and popular character of mine, British actor Peter Sellers, and was born. Now this one will get through, so finally they'll get a boundary. That's going to be 4 runs. A lovely one-hand pick up there from umpire Lenin, who comes out underneath the umpires of the match officials tent and takes a very one-handed stop. Yeah, back on this day, 1925, British actor Peter Sellers, who portrayed an astonishing range of characters, but perhaps was best known as Inspector Jack Clouseau in the Pink Panther films. Some of my favourites, and I know that they got remade, but I think Peter Sellers was the best. This one just gets played out. It's a slower delivery, doesn't pick it, and that is going to be the end of the first over. And what a good one that is. In fact, it's not quite the end. There's still a ball to go. Beg your pardon. 1 ball still to go. 4 only off this over. And that will be another 4. Doesn't quite get it out of the middle, but you'll take whatever you can get. 8 will come on the first. So 2 boundaries, but plenty of dots in there as well. Also, I think staying with cricket here now, back in 2001, a moment in history in Colombo as Mohammed Ashraful of Bangladesh became the youngest man, or boy if you like, to make a test century. Ashraful made 114 in Bangladesh's second innings against Sri Lanka a day before his 70th birthday, back on this day in 2001. 8 for 1. And John Heasham is just trying to make me extra hungry, as that one is fired in, and the umpire says 2 wide. John talking about, I think, his Sunday dinner: full roast chicken, giant Yorkshire pudding, and yummy flapjack and raspberry sauce, and of course gravy. What's the veg with that then, John? Come on, what's the veg? Some roasties, roast potatoes. This time a little bit closer. It's a swing and a miss. Sweden wanting to fight back here. This is Khalid Zahid. Bowling over number 2, and now it's Karambir Singh who's doing the swinging. You can't not say that there won't be any nerves in this match. There will be. The decider, that's going to be a little bit too wide again from Zahid. All about catching that line, isn't it, for a bowler? If you can do that, you catch the line, you get a dot ball in, it's a great delivery. If you just miss it slightly, it becomes a wide, but again, I don't think that's the worst scenario. I think if you go too short, it could be these batters, you know what they want. And, well, that one's taken off. And eyes on the umpire here. It's going to be called another wide. So let's have a look how much he's missing this by. Not a lot, but enough. And small margins, isn't there? That one gets through. Ajay Mundra behind the stump. So will we see some more spectacular work from him behind the stump? That's going to be another one. So, look, like I say, I don't mind it. I think you're probably better off going for this line. But if you keep missing it regularly, then it can turn out to be pretty expensive. So that one, it's going to be another wide. And so Well, that could be another, you know. Or does he catch a little bit this time round? Well, let's have a look at this one more time. It's so close. So close. Let's have a look. Oh, it just comes back. Just rolls his fingers on this and it just goes back, so he gets this one. Like I said, it's a matter of small margins, isn't it? Shot. Well, that's the difference if you go too straight. And now you know just why the bowler, Zahid, is trying to keep it away from that area. Because whenever you get it wrong, these guys will latch onto it. And Aman Naeem gets the ball that he wants and smashes that one away. The first Maximo then in the innings. Austria move to 19. Zahid again. Okay, up in the air, but this will go. Shaka Seis Carreras. I think this is another one that would have been pushing on the wide line. But I think Naeem just decided that he's going to launch himself into this. Yeah, I think that probably is. I think it probably would have been called, you know, because I think he hits this going into the ball. If he allows it to pass the line, it would have missed it. So it's another one that gets put away. Naeem did miss a few, and now he's starting to catch up again. And that one's hit firmly down the ground. A good stop from the fielder. Just be a single. And the Karambir will have a chance to get off the mark himself. He's only had the one ball and hasn't been able to get off the mark so far. Short. Goes over the offside, chases on, bounces. Oh, well, this bounce is backwards. And a little bit of backspin on this. And you can see the two fielders, well, they were looking to chase this one to the rope. And in the end, they had to, well, if I could do the screeching of the cars, I would have done, because that one, yeah, they had to pull the handbrake. And they get to it. So end of the over. 20, what, they get two there, or just the one? And they take just the one in the end. Well, this is the way it's looking, of course. You know that this is the decider. So winner takes all, 27. So they only just get the single at the end of that, 27 without loss after two. So that one almost goes magical, 19 of that, 8 of the first. But let's come straight back and gets another one through. Just got that angle, hasn't he? He's got the angle, which if he puts it in the right place, no matter how aggressive the batter is, they just can't get back onto it. It's almost like they have to launch themselves at this. And ooh, that's a good take. It's a really good take. That's pretty low. And let's have a look at this. I think, again, it's a tough call. Tough call. I can see why it's called, but it's a good take there behind the stumps there once again. Staying pretty low, but Ajay Mundra does the job. This one is not where the dangerous Karambir wanted that to go. So it's another one that doesn't go to the boundary. Another dot. Baluch. This is hit pretty well, coming just onto the post of the cube, and hits one of the chairs, and everybody gets running out of the way. Good solid strike. Now those that are being crunched are being crunched. And, well, let's just say that at least the chair serves the purpose this time, because it's no good to sit on, because the wind just doesn't allow it to stay on the floor, so it ends up on the floor. Stops that ball going into the field behind. And now this one is going to get in the gap as well. That's a good shot. And Karambir is saying it's a controlled shot. In other words, he's not just swinging wildly. gets another one away. And Paul Kempin. And, looks like he's liking the Pink Panther, of course. I just mentioned that on this day, of course, it was back in 1925. It was the birth of Peter Sellers. Was, I must admit, one of my favourite actors. And if you like that sort of thing, back on this day, 1966, it's one that's going to be called a wide by the umpire, takes off, and once again, Ajay Mundra. Look how high this is when he has to make the stop. So yeah, back in 1966, the first episode of the sci-fi series Star Trek aired on American television. And of course, that went on to be super big and successful. High in the air. Well, I'm talking Star Trek. Well, this has gone up to the stars and back. Comes down. 6 runs. Karumbir starting to find his momentum and his rhythm. Gets another one away. And well, the wind that did disappear for a few balls at least is now starting to come back with a bit of vengeance. This time, for now anyway, is playing straight into us in the cube, so it will favour the batters hitting down the ground. That's the really wide ball, a little bit erratic this time. And this has been a pretty good workout for Ajay Mundra behind the stumps. Baluch, a little bit more expensive than the norm this time. 26 from his spell, trying to get a good finish on it, and he won't, you know, because Karumbir is waiting for this one, and it's another sucker punch down the ground. It's going to be 6 more, and it's going to be the end of the over. It will go magical. 25 will come off this one. Remember, the over before was an expensive one as well from Khalid Zahid. 19 came off that. So they're on their way after their quiet start with just 8 coming off the first. And Austria, they do get to the 50. This is one thing I think they were trying to do on several occasions in the matches previously when they got to 150 or 160, trying to get into that 50 score in the 3 over mark. They fell short, I think, on the first time round when they made the 160. They got to 40, 42, I think. In the last match, they were on their way, but then that third over, only 2 runs came from it, from Nasir Baluch, so they fell short. They were in the 30s, so it's a much better start. Even though it was slower in terms of what happened in the first over, overall, they're happy with it. Haven't lost a wicket. That helps as well. So we're going to miss, and Mundra not able to take this cleanly. It must be so difficult for Ajay, because some of these balls are coming up and he's taking them over the shoulder. He's standing so far back as well because of the pace from the likes of Nasir Baluch, and then a new bowler comes in and he's got to make the adjustment. This is Sahid Ahmed with the ball, and Sahid automatically, as the batters change over, wants to make a change in the field. Up in the air, and it will bounce just short of the boundary rope. It gets over the infielder, but doesn't beat the sweeper on the boundary. Be a single. Naeem gets back on strike. Oh, dirty. That is a dirty ball. It's a Gandhi. That is going to be a 7 up. And that is going to be struck away with power. Oh, that is too high. It's a Gandhi ball, and it gets walloped. And that's smashed away. That's not a good ball. That's far too high. And I'm in him where he fires it away with a little bit of grizzly action there for you. Well, that's gone. Well, there you go. I told you a bit of grizzly action. I suppose we can, maybe a good time to mention Grizzly Bear Sports as well. And well, the Grizzlies are hungry for those balls. Get out there pretty quickly. Yeah, that was not a good ball. 7 up. So no ball. The free hit to come. Aman Naeem is already licking his lips, ready to go for another biggie. Well, he misses. Big swing, wild swing. Just sneaks this in. Slightly shorter. And it's the difference with this delivery is it is slightly shorter. It's got the width on it, so it's not in the hitting arc. So swing and a miss. Gets a dot ball in, a valuable dot. That's high, and it will go all the way. Manos. Arriba, Vitro, as this one gets banged in by Ahmed. And let's see how high this is. I mean, that's pretty high, isn't it? So that'll be the one for the over. So the short stuff. And I mean, Naeem says, I like the short stuff. Well, I know it. And Vinny, who joins me back, knows that. I mean, he loves it when it's there.
I don't mind the short stuff either. Talking about shortbread. Fruit chat. Goes forward this time. 10 away for a single. It's just going through the stats of the women's. Obviously, Spain getting up 4-1. And that might make it seem about one-sided. But actually, if you look at their average scores and everything, the average margin, if you kind of aggregate all the games, is 7 runs. Spain are 7 runs better than Austria, which isn't anything in this form of the game. Is that what that was? It was hit back pretty hard, wasn't it, Saeed? Let's have a look at it.
I think where this goes afterwards as well. So batter backing up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you could do. Like, I wouldn't even say practice those unless you're using a tennis ball or something, because all you can do is break your body. But anyway, let's call it a good stop. End of the 4th over, 68 without loss. Now, the other thing is, I do have to go a little bit early because people are a bit worried I'll miss my plane tonight. But what we're going to do is we're going to have the presentation for the ECI-W in the halftime of this game.
Oh, that's good. That's
if you don't mind, at the end, I'm going to slip off just at the end of the innings, and you can throw over to me in
what time
the fan zone.
What time is your flight?
It's 9 o'clock.
All right.
So I'm leaving 6, but I could feel I can go later. I like to push
you'll be all right to watch the golden ball then.
Oh yeah, I'll be watching it. I mean, to be honest, oh jeez.
Because you know that happens every time you're like at an airport waiting to get on a flight.
I'll be thrilled. Well, we've had a golden ball in a final now, but we've never had a golden ball in like a deciding ECI game. So maybe that's another first we can do. That no ball off the pitch, was it? Takawi coming on.
Well, doesn't quite get it out of the middle of the bat, but in terms of placement, he's pretty happy with it because that's right in between the two fielders. It'll be another boundary.
I like this. Speaking of food and drink chat, we always scored a 7-up, but John Gray saying other lemonade brands are available. Yeah, let's get the 7-up people in. Let's see them some cashola from them. Imagine if we could have a whole ECN merchandise. Huh? All right, up and out of the ground, Naeem. Let's just say he's having a pretty good week. Here's Maximo, and he's been a revelation top of the order in an Austrian shirt this weekend as well. 44 off 18 now.
Yeah, it's a really good shot. I mean, look, see, little step back into his crease, and he gets right underneath this and elevates it. That's probably the difference between the likes of Naeem and some of the other batters, the big hitters we've seen. He does get right under it. He doesn't give you a chance really to catch him on the boundary.
I know we don't have too long, but I'm going to do random questions. I want to hear your best kind of ECN-inspired like products. So I'm thinking like Tortuga Lager or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let's say, what do we... Give us your best ECN vocab products.
Good bit of fielding. That's a good shot.
Tortuga Lager. You kind of... I don't know. Yeah, jalebi flavoured ice cream. I don't know. The jalebi catch. I suppose jalebi's already a thing, isn't it? It's already a food.
Gone. 6. And these two just complement each other so well, don't they? I mean, Naeem and Karimbi are saying when Naeem gets a single, Karimbi then says, all right, it's my turn to go big. And in no time at all, you can see the 80 has come up in the board. So they do go with Zaka Takawi here just to change things up slightly. I don't mind that, but well, let's just say he got to try and get the ball just a little bit fuller.
Shukla still out of the side. Oh, well, that's going to go as well. I can tell you, Karanbir, he's certainly had his Maximo brand protein shakes. He's muscled that out of the ground for 6 more.
It makes it look so easy, doesn't it? And just like that, well, these two are just staying up with each other. It's like a little battle about who's going to get to maybe that half-century landmark first. Karanbir just a little bit behind Ahmad Naeem, but those deliveries are just in the slot. Can he get a bit fuller? Can he get into play round one? Shorter, gets played away. There are fielders out there, but once again, it's going to get over them. It's going to be 6 more, and that is going to be another very expensive over. That one will go supersonic. And one thing that Sweden have learnt in this series, that every time the spinner comes on, it ends up being supersonic. We saw that happen with Shukla, and now it's happened again here. And this time it's Zakwa that goes for 30.
Yeah, well, this is something that I will be missing, actually. It's real. Are we going to do
very real,
Where's
people.
the ball? We're still at the ball.
You're not
Is it
throwing
time
the
for
ball
another
away.
run?
No, you're not throwing the ball away.
I love, look, you know it's real because a car just went past. But this is not a postcard. I'm just going to, let's all sit and enjoy the view. But I did have a random question, and it was, give us your ECN vocabulary inspired, made up products. And I said like Tortuga Lager. It's a good one. Is it green? Maybe.
Interesting.
Doesn't even have to be clever. Just put words together.
Yeah.
Anyway, Samuel Romani gets absolutely hammered first ball, and that's gone out of the ground as well. Maximo brings up the 100 and the 100 partnership for the hosts.
A lovely shot, and that brings up 50 as well, I believe, because he's got this clean out of the middle. Adios, Balota. And that is going to be, 50, 51 in 20. Well, we know he did. He made 50 in 9, so you'd have to say he should be at 100 by now, didn't you? That's a good delivery, good comeback. It's good. Give another wide side on. Do you think it is?
Maybe.
No, that's a tough one.
I reckon it is, and we don't know. We're just guessing. Let's have a look. Umpire's waist. Oh, close.
I think he
50-50. Live. We
live, yeah.
Live,
yeah.
Feel it. You call it. Just go with your feelings. And of course, they are doing it live. Might have grazed the top of his helmet, I think, if he was standing. I love this. We read some coming in from John Gray. Minimo gloves, but aren't they? Are they for kids?
Minimo gloves.
Minimo gloves. I like it.
Oh, now I'd like to see this again. I think this could be a no ball.
Yeah,
because
I agree.
He's banged this in short, and I get the feeling that this could and would have gone over the shoulder. It's been smashed for 6. We know.
I think it is.
Yeah.
I don't see how it's not, unless I'm crazy. I'm not crazy. That for me is above the shoulder, and it will be called a no ball. So it's going to be a 7-up or an ECN brand lemonade of your choice. You decide. I don't know if you can be banging it in. Because here's the thing. In this series, look at every ball's worth 2.5 on average. That's how quite fast they're scoring. So you've just given them 1 free run for the no ball. You've given them 6, but you've also given an extra ball, which is worth 2.5. So it's almost like a boundary, 3.5 runs. All the mathematicians out there will be applauding. Even if you don't follow it, it's costly. And have a look at the expected score. It's 203.
And it's another one that's going to go. It's 6 more. And Naeem is liking this length that's been offered to him at the moment from Samuel Romani. Good, powerful hitting. And, well, we have seen 200 scores here. We know that. We've got up to 51 now, right? That's 200 scores.
Would you say they will be going home in an ECN branded car, the Supersonic? That sounds a bit dangerous, actually. It's not as easy as I thought. What are other sayings?
There's half a chance. I think that's all you can say about this. I mean, he's got hands to this. If it sticks, it sticks. We saw one earlier from Sahil Zedran, and it's the same sort of thing, but this time it doesn't get taken. The umpire's taking no chances.
Yeah, again, they stick or they don't. Oh, so high. He should catch it, and he won't. Well, if you want to know why it drops out, I'll tell you why. Because it came down with a bit of cumulus on it. That was so high, and it's in the kind of cloud cover as well, so it's not easy to find your perspective. But it is a chance that goes down another one.
There's a chance it goes down. Poor batting though from Naeem. He's just not even, he thinks he's out. He's not even thinking about getting to the other end. And then he goes back. They don't even take a single. All right.
Easier to put him off from there though. Couple to come.
These all matter. All right, now this time it's, what's the spin? Watches it well.
Don't run again. No, he's not here to run. These two, no interest. Just trying to hammer it.
He's just not. We saw that from the very first ball. Plays it out, no run. Second ball, plays it out, no run. They're not running.
How about 6 and 4 hungry for more trail mix? Or like your peanuts or your popcorn. 6 and 4 hungry for more. Available at all local stores.
That's 4. There's nobody stopping this. Goes down on one knee and he crunches this through the gap. And he says, that's why I don't run. I just hit the ball to the boundary.
I mean, that was absolutely murdered. I'm glad there's no fielder in the way of that, because might have gone straight through him. Anyway, end of the 6th. It's 123 without lost. Magical pace here. All right, so there's some good ones here. I love this from John Gray. How about umpire's call mobile phone case?
Yeah, that's a good one.
It's
that's
way
clever.
cleverer than anything I came up with. Shrug. I mean, Shrug's got a good brain. We know that. He's gone for balaclavas. It's the sound of me clapping. Shrug. Very good. All right. Over 7.
That's a really good shot. It's a very, very good shot from Karambir, who now, with that sweep, an intelligent sweep, moves to 46. I mean, Karambir, I know a lot of people associate him with a very hard hitter of the ball, but he's a very clever player as well. And he knows there's no fielder there, so rather than just crunch this and go over sort of that mid-wicket area, he plays a very good sweep shot, and straight away it means that there's a change in the field. So another one goes back now on the leg side. So very much kind of an orthodox field now, you feel, with you got the 3 on the leg, very straight, long off, and sweeper. And that's the ball that we've seen Karambir get into trouble a few times. But it's a good comeback this from Javed Stanagzai.
If I'm quiet, because I'm thinking. Second for the over something. I'm not a very good brainstormer.
Ouch. That one's in the belly. And he's giving that. He said, I don't care. I know they'll say, don't make it a subtle lagi yaar. Ali roti vini hajam hoi, tirde lagi. Ale. There we go. That is right in the belly.
Well, they need some of the magical over cream for that, won't he? After the game. Just rubs the washboard. Does Karambir.
And then he goes short. Short just won't work. These guys are so good picking up on the length. It's a big chase. It's almost like the two fielders are chasing each other. Well, he might have got hurt. He wears one in the belly, but he then comes back and gets a boundary. That's 50 now to Karambir Singh. 50 off 17. And that partnership just keeps on moving along in the 130s now. 131 these two have put together.
See where he's hit his runs as well. Just that one boundary behind point. Everything else in front of the wicket. Still 20 balls to go in this innings.
Firmly hit. A great stop. Really good stop. And, well, this one is just all about hoping that the bounce is true.
I got a bad feeling here. He steps on the rope. Let's check his feet.
Nah, I don't see it.
You don't think so?
Nah.
About to find out.
Let's have a look. I don't see it.
Yeah, you see it yet?
Yeah. Is he on it when he touches it?
Yeah, it's 4 runs.
4 runs.
You know,
Blackman is our
hey,
survey.
to use some man-cutting terminology, he wasn't trying to gain an advantage. Just let that go, shall we?
We're just trying to save
It's
his
just true. He
bacon.
wasn't trying to step on the line. But he did. 4 runs. All right.
It is up in the air and...
Oh, no.
Okay. Now then, now we'll have to have a look at this. So, is this 6? Is it just going to be a single.
He spat it out, but was it in time? That's the big question here. Let's have a look. Where's the feet? It's this step here. Where is he? Oh.
Let's see what happens here. He's leaning back. Of course, we can't see the foot there right
Here
now.
comes the zoom.
So
It certainly looks like it's on the line. I think it's going to be 6. I mean, again, we'll have a look. It seems like the heel's behind the line, yeah. And it has been given 6.
yeah, 6
I
score.
know it's tough when you're that far away. It's actually pretty good work from the camera to get that, but it certainly suggests the heel's touching the line. That's what they see. That's what they call 6 runs.
End of the over, 7 in, and certainly looking to get a big score here. We've been saying that Austria, I think every time they bat first, they're looking for 180. That's what they're looking for. They're well on their way to that here. That one from Jobid Stanigzai goes for, in the end, goes for 18, so 141 for 7.
Oh, John Gray with the HCL net run rate calculator. The ECN, John Hughes. The ECN Golden Roast Derek. Poor Derek.
We're
Leave him alone.
plucking at things now.
Oh, this is going Grizzly Burgers. Yeah, thanks, Dave.
Yeah.
All right, Maximo ice creams. Yeah, I'll go for that. Very good. Muller Rice Cow Corners. What's going on here? Athlete's foot fielding spray. Oh, Shrug, you gotta start your own branding business. That's brilliant.
That's pretty good as well, isn't it? It's just lovely shot, just clipped off the pads. Karanbir, wow, where's this wicket going to come from Sweden? They're trying all sorts. It's just not happening. They go back to Khalid Zahid, and he's first. He's clipped away handsomely for 6.
What about like a knock something? I was thinking door knocker, but that's pretty obvious. Sometimes I think that I've used all my creativity in my life because I've got nothing. I got writer's block
you
here.
started
idea.
this, and
'Cause
I thought you had loads of ideas lined up, and you got nothing.
I had one good one. Shrug, help me out. In the air. Oh, that would have been sensational. I think this is 4, but we'll have to check it.
Let's see. I mean, it's a great effort. Diving to his right, and that's 6.
It's gone all the way. Thought because where he dived, it might have been just short of the rope, but yeah, bounces over. And says Karanbir. He takes the lead, doesn't he? With 72 off 21. How's the pace he's going at the moment?
He's
And
still
the 150's up now for Austria as well, you know.
He's still rubbing the belly. Maybe he needs some of that that spray.
Golden Roast Derek.
Dot. So a rare dot. I mean, they've gone through. I know there were some dot balls early on at the start of this innings, but now, I mean, it's a rare dot.
Can I mention something just quickly?
Yeah, go on.
Because now we've had probably about 5 months of the wide rule with the offside. I think it's worked well. This wouldn't have been a wide, but doesn't matter. Prashant. Oh, well, there you go. Get him in the side. He's bowled 1 over for the weekend. His vest's far too big for him, but he takes a wonderful catch.
Yeah.
Prashant Shukla, take a bow.
Well, he does it in front of the coach.
Sit down. You see that?
And the coach, let's just say at the moment, he's got that look of concern
And I was
about
like,
him.
is it a finger injury or something keeping him out of the side? Obviously not, and no issues. Anyway, put that at 6 more. I was just saying that the wide line, I think it's provided some certainty, and it has provided the bowlers a little bit more. And everyone's saying, oh, everything's tilted towards the batters, but it's provided them a little bit more width to work with. For batters, again, it stopped a lot of the arguments, I think, where it was like, oh, he moved, he didn't move, when did he move? I think it's worked pretty well.
Shot. That's drilled. I think that's 6 as well, you know. They're giving it 4.
I saw it as 6 too.
Do you see
but
it 6?
We're a long way away.
I mean, he's just hit it so well. He's hit it well. He's hit it flat.
Alex thinks it's 4. I trust him. It is 4. Yep, just
Yeah.
inside. It might have actually just gone in one of those little undulations in the ground. That's why it fooled us from the commentary box. Anyway, 165 without loss after 8, and they're on 206 pace. Crazy stuff. I was just thinking, we've got the ECC coming up. One thing in this format, and I know it is a bit different to how we interpret wides in other cricket, but again, we'll say it again, the T10 on ECN, it's different format. So every ball is such a bigger proportion of the innings that these calls, like I said, they're worth like 3.5 runs. And they're being decided by millimetres, and sometimes they're being decided by judgment. Oh, well, this is an absolute annihilation of the attack at the moment. Maximal to start the ninth, up in 171. Well, Sweden wanted to chase, they got one. Just going back to that, judgment's fine, but everyone probably has a different judgment. All umpires have a different judgment. This time, at least all the umpires are intending to make an actual what they see call, not what they think call, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Not having to put imaginary lines there, and I just think it's worked well.
Oh, that's another really good shot. I tell you what, at the moment these two are just oozing, and I mean oozing with class, with shot after shot. देख लो ना अपने सामने कितनी जुतियां पै रही हैं बॉलों ਨੂੰ ਚੰਗੇ ਛਿੱਤਰ ਪੈ ਰਹੇ ਆ. Just the hitting is immense. ਪਟਾਕੇ ਚੱਲ ਪਏ ਦੁਪਹਿਰ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਥੇ ਆਸਟਰੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ. The fireworks have started, and there's just no answer to this. And you can see, if you have a look at Sweden here now, remember you still got this over, one more to go. They're scratching their heads. They just don't know what the answer to this is. They can't find a way to stop these two.
You know what we could have? Wait for this ball. Could. Well, that's 4 as well. And now I will say it. We could have both batters getting 100.
Yeah.
And it's a long shot because they both need 18 and there's only kind of, 9 balls left between them. But the way they're going, they just have to hit 3 more 6s each and they both get there.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that the coach is trying to maybe give some instructions out there to the captain, but at the moment I think Himal Zuwak sort of looks at him and it's almost like a shrug of the shoulders. But yeah, you're right. We could see something that we've only seen ever once, and that happened earlier this year.
And you've never seen it because you weren't
I've
there.
never seen it,
You
no.
get to see it.
Either way, good
fielding.
stop.
He's actually a really good fielder. Saeed gets his body behind the ball. Yeah, Jeremy Polarutu and Sheikh Razik for Cobras CC.
Yeah. Quite amazing. Yeah, two batters scoring a century. That's it. Nicely played, and it's going to give you 4 runs. And just look at the way Karanbir plays his shot. Plays the shot. You know when they say hold the pose? Kenda mabni pose farunga, but natunguga. Look at this. He holds the pose and then he runs with the pose as well. I don't know if we get a good shot of him here, but plays his shot, and as he's running, he's holding the pose as well. Let's have a look at this. Look, there's the pose, and he runs while he's holding the pose. Ay, 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 que guay, que genial, que grande. So Karanbir, 86. It's up in the air to the walls, the fielder, and he'll take the catch. Karanbir will go. So we're not going to see Karanbir get to the century. He'll go. He'll fall on 86 off 25. But that partnership worth 184. Wicket falling off the last ball of the over. But can Aman Naeem do it?
Yeah.
He will be on strike for the last.
Classic jinx. Might have neither do it now. 184 for 1, but Sweden mile behind. One thing's for sure. We know Sweden like to attack. They're going to have to go into overdrive. And one thing on my list that we haven't seen happen yet, 200 chase. Anyways, it could be happening. Karanbir 86 off 26, 10 Maximo, 6 4s in there. Really good knock from the big guy in this deciding game. 184 on the board for 1.
Yeah, well, even the big D gets off his chair to congratulate Karanbir. And that's a good start. A dot ball. Start this last over. 184 now for 1. 5 balls to go. Where can they finish with? That expected score still staying at the 200 mark. All right, that's 6, and it's a biggie. Arey wah, kinna sona shakka lag gaya. Well, that's what I'm talking about. So Naeem moves to 89.
Yeah, look at that. That is another monster strike. Naeem within a couple of blows to do it now.
All right, is he going to get a bit of luck here? It's in the air. It bounces to the fielder. It means that he ends up with a non-striker then as he moves to 90. Rasmus Shigwell. Now, Shigwell surely is not thinking about trying to get Naeem on strike. He'll just be looking to belt the balls to the boundary here. It's a team game, and I think he knows it, and I think Naeem at the other end knows it as well. Is going to be okay. Dot ball. What a delivery at this crunch time from Ahmed.
Perfect. Kind of locks him up. So you just got to throw the bat at it anyway, even if you hit it back. Still no run. Shigawal. Run. It's the only chance you got to get the 100. We can still got 2 balls left. And it needs a 4 and a 6. It needs a boundary to keep the dream alive. This would be a perfect way to cap things off for Amar Naeem.
Yeah, 4 and 6 looking pretty slick here, Gel. There is golden egg in the hole, is saying John Gray. They're still coming in, by the way. Right, here we go. Century watch, 193 for 1, 2 balls to go. Short. Hammered, hard, and now this one, it will be 4. That's 4 of them.
All set up. And it would bring up the 200 as well, the magical 200. But he's on 94, needs a 6. Don't clap too hard, because I'm pretty sure that ain't it. Oh, random clap.
There
Obviously,
was 2 lots of random claps there.
Alternative facts being handed out. Anyway, 100. On the card, needs a Maximo. He won't get well, unless we see something that was a late no ball call or something, it isn't. But gee, Naeem, what an innings. 95 along with Karambir doing the damage. Those two score all the runs off the bat, and Austria 198 for 1 after the 10.
Well, we know, and they know they wanted 180 because they feel that that's what they need to try and get against this very strong and powerful Swedish batting. Well, they go beyond that. 198. Amar Naeem, he doesn't get to that century, mainly thanks to some very good bowling right at the end there from Saeed Ahmed. That, in fact, ended up being a really good over and darts the Yorker in when he had to. So he bowls a good over. 14 come from it, but Austria needing to win this one for the home side to take this series. They've given themselves a huge opportunity with that big score. What a great knot that was. You can see that handshakes and high fives all around for this man. I mean, he's been absolutely class, hasn't he, as Amar Naeem. So let's have a look at these highlights. And one thing that we will find is plenty of boundaries when really the 2 big men there, Amar Naeem and Karambir Singh, well, they went muscle to muscle as they were sort of outgunning each other, shot after shot to the boundary. It really was some superb hitting. Karambir, when he got to his 50, you saw that he did play shots the most part on the ground, whereas Naeem, he was looking to do one thing and one thing only, hit it big down the ground and swivel on it and send it big into the field. No matter where they pitched it, if it was short, it went. If it was pitched up, it went. There was that chance to remove Karambir there. It wasn't an easy one for Saeed. Wasn't able to hold on to it. But the chances came, well, not that often, few and far, but the balls were hit pretty far quite often. And that's another one that sailed into the fields.
Yeah, well, it was an absolute destruction, wasn't it? One thing I would say is the highest chase so far has been in an international match, hasn't it? So could this be bettered? All the conditions are there. I mean, it's an attack that probably is getting a bit tired as well from Austria. Can Sweden step up? You know, with players like Sher Ali in there, players like Imel Zuvak, Samuel Romani, I mean, the list goes on. They'd have to bat almost perfectly, but if one team can do it, the other team can do it. But, Rico, I'm just going to step out now because I do have the ECI-W presentation. I'll let you take it from here. I'll see you in a moment.
Okay, looking forward to that. Of course, That presentation will be coming up straight after these highlights, but there was a nice moment there for the two batters. That one, not the best of moments there from the fielder. He does step on the line. That one also was adjudged as foot on the line, so the runs kept on coming, and the pain, well, it wasn't the pain just for the fielding side. Curran, he felt the pain of one that went into his belly, but he rubbed it off. Well, if you like, he shrugged it off and just kept on going. Shukla would take a catch to try and impress his coach. And, well, here we go. Well, we must have missed this one as there was time to do a few press-ups there as well for Aman Naeem. Well, he might have done the press-ups, but those press-ups still didn't quite allow him to get to the century. And there was one shot that Curran played where he held the pose, but then after that he held the pose again. But this time the catch was also held by the fielder as Saeed Ahmed, who has been pretty spectacular in the field, holds on to the catch. Curran went back, but he went back to a very warm reception from his teammate. And not long after that, it was the end of the innings. And Aman Naeem, well, what a reception he got. First man to congratulate him was his opening partner, Curran Singh. He went for 86. Aman Naeem, 95 of 36 balls. 10 sixes for him. The same number of sixes for Curran Singh. And Naeem hit 7 fours where Curran Singh hit the 6 fours. Both of them just brilliant hit, brilliant knock. Great partnership. And that partnership, of course, was right up there as one of the highs that we've seen. 184. Here's the bowling figures. And there was a lot of pain there. They just tried a number of options, but just couldn't get the one they wanted. And I think with Zaka Atakawi going for 30, that one over, that took the spin out of the equation straight away. But couldn't find a way through. And I think a lot of that was just because of the sensational hitting from Naeem and Singh. So that is the mid-match summary. It's 198, so that means that 199 is going to be the chase. It would be the highest that we see on the network. Well, remember, we will come back to this match, the conclusion of our time here in Austria, and of course this must-win match in about 10 minutes' time. But before then, we have got the presentation ceremony for the women. So let's go straight over to that with Vinny Sandhu.
Hello. Trophy ceremony for the ECI-W between Austria and Spain. And look, it's been a really, really great weekend. Once again, we've seen two teams that are really competitive. And I love it when rivalries get created. And I feel like you guys both have such a great rivalry already. Obviously, that golden ball last year. Even going back further to that, to the March 2023 tournament, first time we saw you on the network. So firstly, I want to give you a big round of applause. Well done for a great job this weekend. Now, we don't have too much time, obviously, but quickly, I want to thank our partners, obviously, Dream 11, fan code, HCL Software, to Paramatch, to Local Lifestyle, provide these fantastic trophies, which are very heavy, so hopefully you've got enough baggage to take them home. Also, Grizzly Bet Sports for providing all the balls for this weekend and providing all the equipment for the ECI-W coming up as well. So, let's get to it. So, don't want to mention too many people because I've probably mentioned everyone. But I've got to say, great to see personal bests being achieved all the time. Priya, I loved your 80 yesterday, top score by a country mile that you've scored. Well done, there you are. And also your bowling, keep going with it. Andrea Mazza-Peter as well, fantastic today. Even going to shout out someone that we know pretty well, Hannah Simpson-Parker, the Ice Queen last night, delivering the last over. But I go on and on. Joe, I love the way that you lead the side. Congratulations. I'd like to mention everyone. Spain, obviously, I got to say nice to see a couple of new faces in there. To Alexis Hartley, nice to see you in there and smacking a few big bombs at the top of your order. I love to see that. Also, I want to say that I love Amelia Jones behind the stumps as a keeper. I love the way you did your job. And congratulations also to Amy Brown Carrera. First ever 3-wicket haul, but then first ever 4-wicket haul all in a day. Congratulations. So to Elspeth and all the team, wishing you all the best. Andrea, best I've seen you bowl as well. Uzwa, keep doing what you're doing. Everyone, just keep working together and look forward to seeing you all at the ECI-W. But the MVP of this weekend, well, she's done it again. What a birthday weekend for her. It's Naomi Hillman-Bermejo of Team Spain. The Golden Girl, the Golden Girl Queen does it again. Yeah, sensation, obviously, those runs yesterday and obviously being very, very good with the ball. I know you're so humble. I said this yesterday, I hope that you're playing when you're my age, in which case I'll be 68. But I hope you are. So congratulations. Big weekend for you. Look forward to seeing you soon. Now, obviously, I want to just acknowledge the Team Austria. 1 win out of 5 doesn't really tell the whole story for me. You were within a handful of runs a couple of times. Don't let that throw you. I think you've got time to work. You've got a clear goal, I'm sure, which is to win the Challenger Division. I think you've got the team to do that. You're improving all the time. And I just see you got the fire in you. So I want to wish you all the best. Let's hear it for Team Austria, everybody. And just quickly, before we hand over the winner's trophy, big shout out to all the coaches, the managers, the assistant coaches, the spectators, everyone, all the support staff. I think you've been outstanding. Great to see so many people travelling. So players, let's give it up for everyone that's helping you on this journey. Finally, I'd like to invite the Spanish captain, Elspeth Fowler, to come up and receive the trophy. The winners are Spain, 4-1. Congratulations, nice. Can see you very soon, I'm sure. So that concludes the ceremony. Safe travels, everyone. Keep working on your cricket, keep improving, keep watching. Obviously, you've got the men's ECC, I'm sure. You can learn a lot from that as well. That's going to be a crazy 4 weeks coming up. Starts on the 23rd of September. But for now, we'll see you next time for more cricket on ECN. Thank you very much.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. Firstly, congratulations, of course, to Spain. A very short and sweet presentation there. Well done to Vinny Sandhu. And, of course, I know that Vinny is going to have to make his way now to the airport. So thank you very much to Vinny. But well done to Naomi. Once again, she gets the MVP. And great performance from her with the bat once more, scoring 176 with that highest score of 66. So she certainly is just growing bigger and better all the time. And I think a magical moment there for Elspeth as well, and for a whole team to be picking up that ECI trophy. So well done to Equipo Rojo, to Cricket España. That's a good win for them. But of course, this one is still very much in the balance. Well, you say that. Well, we know that Sweden will have to do something quite amazing if they are to be victorious here. At the moment, it looks like that at least that for the men, their home side look on course to get the win here. I mean, of course, the bonus point equation doesn't come into it at all in this. This is whoever wins this match takes everything. I mean, that is something that's out there for maybe Sweden to think about, and maybe also Austria as well, when thinking about, right, we're going to win this match. If you wanted to take all the points away, what we would have to do. So it's useful for that, and that's why that 138 becomes the key number. But this is just about going out there and Sweden just trying to go at, well, a magical pace is the only way to describe it. They need to go at a magical pace if they're going to win this match. So they're going to go with no change. It looks like you're still going with the normal two openers. Imal Zuak, the captain, will be opening up, and Sher Ali, the non-striker. I just wonder whether it's when a run chase like this, when you're needing about 19, that you could just say, well, you know what, Cher takes the first ball. But maybe he's one of those batters, sort of a superstitious thing where he doesn't want to face the first. So it will be Imal Zuak. And remember Sahil Zadran, well, he's first over in the last match when these two teams met, was where he took those 2 wickets. So he's 1 to fair. So Sahil Zadran ready to go. The last innings of our time here in Austria. It's hit pretty well down the ground. Bolle, bolle, bolle. And it will start with 6. A lovely shot, 6 carreras. Now, welcome back is what a lot of people are saying in the chat. And yeah, welcome back to what has been a quite amazing high-scoring event here in Austria. The European Cricket Series, we saw the highest number of runs being scored daily than any other event. It even beat Barcelona. And we've seen high scores all the way through this European Cricket International Series as well. That's been cut away viciously. And it's 6 and 4, hungry for more. That's what the captain of Sweden is. Imal Zuak gets into position and cuts that away. So Zadran, not quite the start that he got in the last match. Welcome back to everybody. Chris Smith, John Heasham. John, I'm still thinking about the dinner you're going to have later. And John Gray is there as well. And of course, to Dave. That's another biggie. Oh, that one is going to end up in the sunflower field. What a hit that is. And Zadran just gets his ball to move in, but he's just a little bit too short. So that one ends up in the field. Well, watch out when you're going in there. There's all sorts happening. Hello, everybody. Well, well, I think they were trying to tell me, Rico, watch out behind you. Well, I'm out of here. Oh, well, thanks for giving the heads up. And, well, that's why you don't want to be going, you want to be going into those fields. All right, now he's going to get through one. Yes. Can he get past the other? Yes. It's another boundary. What a start. Well, Sweden, you don't expect, do you really expect them to just take this line down? Or you expect them to come out and fight? Well, fight. That's what they're going to do. They're going to try and make a match of this. They're going to try and take this to the wire. So 4 balls, 4 boundaries, 6-4, 6-4. Well, he's double hungry for more, isn't he? There's the walk. Gets this one through. Oh, the intent on that was there. And if you got hold of that, I think that would have got to the airport quicker than Vinny. And Mr. Maximo will make his way. I can't wait. I still can't believe that we'll meet. When we meet again, it will be at the Cardamom Oval. And I think we're both looking forward to it, because I know that the Cardamom Oval is going to look pretty sensational. It's going to be new and exciting. That's all they're telling us. High in the air. Watch the spin. Does well. Kogani keeps it to 1. It's the end of the over. It goes magical. 21 of the first. They need to be going at around about the 20 mark. So it's the perfect start. Still got all their wickets intact. And the captain, Imal Zuak, will also be on strike for the start of the second over. Welcome to everybody around the world that's tuning in. And must mention that it was an International World Literacy Day today. And it's on the 8th of September every year to raise awareness and concern for literacy problems that exist within our own global communities as well as globally. So that's something, of course, that is very important. On this day in 2022, after more than 7 decades on the British throne, Elizabeth II died at the age of 96, and her oldest son became king. Of course, that was Charles III. That is another 6. The captain, he's on something here. He's on something special, as that one also gets blasted away. What strike rate this is at the moment from Imal Zuak. Akib Iqbal, captain, bowling over number 2. It is the battle of the two captains. Gets this one through. I think he just rolls the fingers on this one. It might have been the slightly slower delivery. And dot ball early. It's almost like you get a couple of dot balls in the over and you win the over. That's the feeling that you get about this sort of a run chase. That's why it's so difficult to maintain this all the way through. And that's another slower delivery. Takes the pace off. It's a miscue, but again, it's not a boundary. So you've seen a dot ball and a single, and now all of a sudden, I think this over could be a big win for Austria. Sher Ali now gets set to face his first ball. Well, just making a change in the field. So they're setting up the Sher Ali here. I'm surprised they haven't gone for third back. They've got them for backward point. And it's in that area, but it's just going to be wide off Kogani. Kogani, of course, took the catch to remove in the last. But yeah, I'm pretty surprised that they haven't gone for the third man back as well, because I think the plan here is to keep that ball a little bit short and wide and get Sher Ali to play that shot that he likes to play over that third and backward point area. Field changes again here for the captain as square leg and long on get back. Short, but nobody out there. That's going to be 6 runs, I think. Yep. It goes over the rope. The umpire just double checking and they say, come on, put them up, put them up. Like, you just don't care because that's 6. So that one goes all the way. But even with that one, so that's 2 6s. That's 14 off the over with the ball to come. So the need to stay with the rate, they'll be wanting another 6 here. Captain Imal Zawak has given them the perfect start, striking at almost 350. This becomes a huge delivery in the over. And he's just placed this one away. There's no backing up from Sher, so they're not going to take the single. So just with the 2 dot balls and 2 singles, it maintains that over being a big win for Austria. Just 14 come from it. 35 without loss after 2. I'm surprised they don't try and run there. I really do. And it's almost that he plays it in that way because he's looking to take the single to stay on strike, and then when he doesn't get a response there from Sher, so they don't take it. Okay, Sahil Zadran. He will come back to bowl over number 3, despite the fact that he went for 21 in the first. This time though it's to Sher Ali will be on strike. So first time he's bowling to Sher. And it's okay. I was about to say a little bit too wide. Let's have a look at this. And no, it's okay, you know, it's okay. And they do have that third backward point on the edge of the circle, and also point on the boundary for this shot. But Sher is a bit clever. That's 4 runs. He's actually making sure, and he got out last time cutting, but he's trying to make sure this time that he's hitting the ball in front of that fielder. So he's leaning into it. Watch this here. So when he's making contact, you see the extra effort on the wrist. So rather than slice it, he's making sure he's hitting it in front to keep that ball going over the infielders, but not to the man who's placed in the boundary. Oh, that one goes through pretty quickly. What a good ball that is. So again, just winning the battle with a couple of deliveries and over. Austria 3 wins in that last over from Akib. It's another win this time. That's 2 wins in this, and every time you're winning, it's almost like, because they've got such a big score, that you're thinking about winning the balls as opposed to the over. this one? Well, the umpire looks like he was going to signal here. Sort of makes the move and then decides against it. And I think he's absolutely right. The umpire looked like he was going to signal and then decides, actually, no, it's over the line. And well, I think that might be the umpire just saying to Cher, hey, I'm giving you, enough of this. Otherwise, I'll give you a warning. And Cher, well, he comes back and he fights. Well, that's better. And that's probably what the umpire would say to him. That's not bad advice. Hey, you got a bat in your hand, use it. Because, well, getting the odd wide or two is not going to help you. You've got to be super aggressive. And I'm not sure what's happening here, but a load of flies have just turned up from somewhere. And that one gets played away. That's a nice big shot. Duran. Uppercuts again and gets this out of the middle. 6 more. Good shot. Excellent, exquisite timing. And I think that's the approach. That's got to be the approach, isn't it? You're needing a lot of runs. So don't worry about those little calls on the wides. Just back yourself to get bat on ball. And I know that Dave will be enjoying this. I think Dave is probably a bit of a fan of Sherry. And I think Dave is saying that Zuak, he whacks it pretty big as well. He certainly does. All right, now. There's a bit of a change in the field here. Now, what's the plan here? Because they've taken away the man who was backward point. They've brought third in, and they've packed the leg side. And it's the slower Yorker. Oh, it's been misfielded, and it will go for 4, or will it? Now, Currenbeer is showing off his footballing skills. This is going to be a good look at this. I think we're going to have a look at this now. So he goes for the double bluff and gets the slower delivery. And you think he was going for the short ball, but the fielder totally gets it wrong. And I think because he's watching the fielders now. Watch this from Currenbeer. Now that's okay. Currenbeer showing his defensive footballing skills. He gets a touch on this. But look at Sweden, 54, and I can tell you that this is 54 to 52. Sweden ahead. Well, tense moments at the moment. It's neck and neck. Nobody's in front. Sweden as well haven't lost a wicket. All right, Kagani. Can the left arm make the difference? It's just beautifully played. That's a lovely shot. I'm just waiting to see if it went all the way, but what about this for a shot? Talk about getting into the perfect position. Goes down on one knee like he's wielding a sword, and he plays that away for 4 runs. It just bounces inside that boundary rope. So Kagani comes in. They're sticking with the pace, and it just bounces before the boundary. 4 carreras. Okay, Kagani gets back. Batter just composed himself here. There's the captain. Imal Zuak. What a time for him to find his rhythm, to find his form. Slow ball gets played away. Sher Ali has to run hard. He's made to run hard. Now let's just remind you, folks, of the highest run chases that we've had on the European Cricket Network. So this one would be the highest chase we've ever had. And there's a few Spanish that would like it to go on the top of that graphic, because I think they don't want to be reminded of that Netherlands chase when they chased 185 with the ball to go against Spain. But you can see this will be right up there. We've had some high ones from here already. You saw that Salzburger up there. Short, goes for it. Fielder's coming across. Can they stop it? Yes, they do. So Sher Ali just not able to get this one away. It goes more aerial than distance. It's another one that doesn't go to the boundary. Can they win this over, Austria? Can they win the over? That's what they're looking to do. The over score so far, 21, 14, 19. So much tension in between the balls. You can hardly hear a sound. Played away, and that's going to be 4 runs. They make a change in the field, and you can see now it's all sort of finger pointing and all right. And I think they're just trying to get the right field to the right batter, but that's that slower delivery, but he gets the width on it, doesn't he? And I think that's what makes the difference on that one. Gets the width on it, and it manages to get it away. And once it gets past that infield, you've only got the one sweeper out there. Kogiani looks like he wants to make a change to the field, but the captain seems to be saying, no, come on, go with it. In the air. This one, it's another one that won't go to the boundary. It's a key big ball who makes the stop, so just a single. And, singles are so big, aren't they? So big. So once again here now, so even if there's a 6 of this last ball, that means they get to 17 in the over, so they fall behind. That's played beautifully. Well, that's the 6, and they needed that desperately. If that didn't go for 6, then they wouldn't have even got the 17. So 17 in the over. They're about 4 runs shy of where they needed to be, but it could have been a lot worse. That's a very important hit there from Sher Ali. He moves now into the 20s. 20 of 8 for him, but it's the captain at the moment, Imal Zuak, who's doing all the hard work, who's doing all the heavy lifting, if you call it that. 65 becomes 71 with that 6. That was such an important hit. And at the moment, like for like, they're ahead still, just by a few, by 3 runs. Austria at this point were on 68. I mean, more I'm watching what's going on ahead here. I'm quite surprised. All right, they are going for some spin. So Action Yusuf. So they go with Yusuf before they go to somebody like Bilal Zalmai. Just drags this down, doesn't quite get the hit. Bobbles away. Karambir makes the stop. Just a single. Karambir, he almost celebrates that it doesn't go to the boundary. Probably because there was one that went through him last time. I think even the big D, Danny Eckstein, has a little giggle about that one. Firmly hit in the gap. That would be 4 runs. They've got to surely be thinking about making a bit of a change in the field here, because both these batters do like to go in that area. I wonder if you're thinking here, I mean, maybe you chance having the extra cover coming in and you put the point back, or you just go with both the cover and backward point back. So they've gone with the point back. That means, well, who's come in now here? I'm just having a look. So they've still got the 3 on the leg side. No, they're bringing back up. I was going to say you can't add that, because especially when you got long off, up, back as well. So they're just trying to tighten up that area of the field. It's one of those, whether you think that Sher Ali is more likely to go over the off. I'm not sure what's going on here now. Well, that's also, I think Sher saying something's happened to my glove. So Sher saying, देख लो अंदर चूहा फंस गया, चूहा आ गया यार, पता नहीं किधर आ गया, अंदर चूहा आ गया. हेलो कहता मैं मारूंगा, हाले चूहा कड्डो, मेरी डंडी बड्डी है, पता. There's a mouse in my glove. There's a mouse. There's a mouse in my glove. It came and bit me. Well, you see it all. And, well, they're still trying to sort it. I know what's happened. You know, the gloves obviously have the little plastic protectors for your fingers. Well, obviously one of them has moved. Maybe he needs another set of gloves. But yeah, that was a nice moment. Well, I'm sure there are plenty of mice around here. Right, so it's just a slight delay here. I suppose also don't forget that Sher Ali does have that injury to his finger. So I suppose before he puts those gloves on, he wraps up that finger pretty well. So if he is changing gloves, then that means, maybe it's the plaster that he had on his, now I got it. I reckon I got it now, folks. I think the plaster that he has on his little finger does probably come off, and he was trying to find it again. Anyway, we're ready to go. And it will be a wide. As I don't know what. I'm a bunty here. He sees the wide, then he goes to call it, and it's almost like he steps on something and then looks back, and then he thinks the ball is coming his way. It does. He has to pick the bells up. It's a wide ball. That's a good shot. That's going to go all the way. It's a little bit of width, but look how quickly Sher gets into position for this. It's really nicely played. It's all about the footwork. Watch that front foot here, watch. Yeah, in position, leans, and plays it wonderfully. Good shot. 6 runs. More changes in that field. So now they put the cover in, an extra cover. Sher. Oh, well, you can't set a field for this. The chase is on. Iba. Si puede, si puede. And a big shout of no from Zuwak. He sends Sher back. Sher wants it. I think it probably, if you look at this, probably is too. But someone like Sher is coming, and it's not easy for someone like Sher Ali to have to stop and go back, but he does. It's in the slot, and that's going to be mullered. That's a biggie. Shaba. Ginna sona shaka lagia. And Sher Ali and Zuwak doing the damage. And that's Imal Zuwak, who then goes big. That's his 50 for the captain. And these two are doing exactly what we saw from the Austrian openers, Karanbir Singh and Amara Naeem. Short, high, in the air, gets it over those two. Chase is on, can't stop it. It's going to be 4. They're toying with the field out on the offside. They are toying with the field. And that one's another one gets away. So where are we here now? We're at this halfway point. What a sensational match that we're seeing here. The two batters will take on some water. Let's just see what's in the making here at the moment. So it's 94 without loss at the halfway point. They're 94 to 98, so they're only 4 behind where Austria were. They haven't lost a wicket, and this is what we could be seeing here. Remember, we did see that chase from Salzburg when they got to that 175 against Cricketer CC, and that went up on our board. You can see that was equal 6, because we did see another 175 chase from Aroma Bangla Morning Sun against Royal Aroma. But this one would be the icing on the cake of what has been a high-scoring extravaganza of cricket here in Austria. Are we going to see the highest run chase ever on the network? Sweden. They've done what they need to in the first 5, but can they maintain it? And that's always been the question. Can teams go the same way they did in the first 5 and the second? Same 2 batters are there. Bilal comes on, and he starts with one that's too full, and that one is going to go into the field. And over that goes. And Sher Ali, with that one, moves to 49. And we've seen things that are hungry in that field, and we've seen some nice things as well. And what's in there now? The old zebra just coming and saying, time to say bye. The zebra on his way. And thank you to all the animals, and of course, big thank you to Diana Horrors for all of her creativeness and giving us the animals. The hundreds also come up with that shot. Zelmai. It's hit firmly, but it's the fielder there. Catch taken. Massive moment. I think that's Safi. It's Safi who takes the catch. Sher Ali stands in disbelief, but it's one of the things. No, it's not Safi, actually. It's Zadran. And Safi is, I think, to the right of them. It is Sahil Zadran that takes the catch. And Sher Ali hits it, waits, sees the catch taken, and then can't believe it. He has to go. Just watch him here. He just stands, and, well, there's applause there from Bilal. And Sher is saying, it's nothing. Come on, just go out there and do the job. Finish it off. 43 or 14 is giving them the start. But now with that wicket going, it can be the real momentum changer. So Bilal Zalmai, who's had an amazing couple of weeks. Remember, he was the winner, or the winning captain of Cricketer CC, who won the European Cricket Series. High in the air, could be 2 in 2. Fielder getting behind it, can't hold on to it. But he does stop it going to the boundary. That's Kogiani, who's normally got a very good, safe pair of hands. But I'm liking this from the fielder that goes across to him. I think that's Jinan Gulzai, who normally actually is in that position. And Gulzai just goes over to him and says, look, don't worry. Don't worry about it. Good effort. Doesn't go to the boundary. It's a massive win for us. Oh, huge. Oh my, that is the biggest off the lot. And I reckon this one is going right into the shark pond. And we know that right in the deep there is where the sharks are. And I think there's a big splash as the shark comes out and takes this grizzly. Well, this one is not coming back. Adios, Balota. Oh, that was huge. That was massive. The quicker delivery gets it through, and that's what Bilal Zalmai offers. He has the quicker one. He darts in that Yorker as well. So this over with the ball to go. You need a boundary here, don't you? You badly need a boundary just to stay in touch, just to stay in around that 20 mark. He won't get the boundary. He will take the single, and Zuwak will stay on strike. What a good catch that was, by the way, from Sahil Zadran. An important one. Sher Ali just not able to get under it, and he picks out the one man that was out there. You can see the captain and Samuel Romani had talks with each other. Just a quick look at that scorecard. So they go with Romani, so a bit of a change. I think they've literally gone with whoever they think is the bigger hitter here. So they don't go, they could have quite easily gone with somebody like Ajay Mundra, who's shown good form at the top of the order, but I think they need an outright hitter. And I think Romani is certainly that man. You probably next, you'll probably go with somebody like Nasir Buluch. You've got to go with those big hitters. 108 for 1 after 6. This is where the first time they have effectively fallen a fair bit behind. Here's the next delivery. Let's have a look at this. It's quite a spicy one. And that one, well, definitely over the shoulder. So that's the one for the over. In fact, they've called that a wide. They've called it a wide. And, wow, I think it's a tough call, but remember the umpire, they don't have the advantage of technology. And now what's this one? I think this one is okay. Loses his shape, loses his balance, tries to play this shot, and when he goes back and has a look at this, he'll see that that one just sneaks in, just gets it in by a whisker. But that's a legal delivery. Slow ball. Has it got the distance? I don't think it has. Karanbir Singh holds on to the catch and maybe holds on to the match. Karanbir takes the catch and Imal Zuak, his brave fight in this enormous run chase comes to the end. And, well, I think if we have a look at this from Karanbir, he's got to be a little bit careful here, Karanbir. Doesn't want to get into trouble with his celebration, but watch the catch. And I think Karanbir maybe gets a little bit too close to the Grizzly here. Let's have a look. And, yeah, there's the little kiss. He gives it a kiss. I think if Tyron Peters sees that, you might just want to say to Tyron, hey, we don't want to have any of that. I'm not sure what they're checking here, actually. Are they checking this for height? Because don't forget there was a wide given. I don't think it is over the shoulder. So they're saying that is out. Yeah, that's not over the shoulder. You can see that in the replay. We did have a good shot of that side on, but yeah, I think the captain knows. So it's another one. Now that's the key wicket, isn't it? That's the one you really wanted. It'd be interesting to see who they do go out to join Zubak out there. 62. Captain goes for 62 of 23. 6 sixes and 5 fours. But Karanbir takes the catch. And it's once again Kogani. Hasn't Kogani been good? I've liked him from the first day that I saw him. I wasn't here to see the supersonic over, or hypersonic, I think, because it went for 40. He went for 41, I think, in one of his overs where there was a lot of no balls. He wasn't getting it right. But I saw him on the next day when I was here, and since then I think he's been very impressive. I liked him with the bat as well. And he's pretty young as well, but he bowls with some real pace. We've seen him play some good innings with the bat as well, and I think with that wicket there and that catch from Karanbir, I think that now really will start to sort of suck the life out of this fight back. That's going to be a wide. So Kogani is not really liking this one, and I can see why, because that's very similar to the one that wasn't given earlier, which Zuak was wanting. You can understand why the bowler's a little bit not so happy about it. Up in the air, chases on for the keeper, and it almost gets a glove on it. Doesn't go to the boundary though, as Naheem chases that. He's another one who's had a very good couple of weeks. Aman Naeem scored plenty of runs, and that's why it's given him his spot in this team. And I think him at the top of the order has been good as well. But this time round, he stuck out a glove. He hoped it would stick. It doesn't. It is Nasir Baluch that has joined Samiullah out there. It's another one that goes through. Now this is quick. It's a very quick delivery, and you can see that you've got to be really ready in anticipation to play this. Look at how quickly, from the moment it gets delivered, it goes past. So Nasir Baluch having to go big straight away, and that's the problem here for these batters. It's not like you can think, all right, we'll take even 2 or 3 balls, just get our iron and get going. No, you've got to get going straight away, and that's why this is so difficult. It's another one that goes through. So magnificent over there from Kogani. And I think here, if you're a key big pile, you probably would just go straight back to something like Bilal. And I mean, I think you could go to Bilal, or you give something like the Yusuf the second over. Of course, tomorrow we will be starting in Croatia, and I think the national holiday in Zagreb, because everybody that's got anything to do with Zagreb will be at the ground. We'll see the Assassins and the Warriors. Well, that will definitely be a battle. And we will also see Zagreb Sokol and also the Zagreb Chiefs in action. And I do believe that Nish will be arriving on Tuesday. And, well, a little birdie is telling me that there might be an issue with Charlie Hunt arriving there on time. And Charlie could be in a bucket of trouble. So, well, somebody else might have to start the start the day off tomorrow. And we'll have to wait and see. I'm not gonna delve into that too much. Let's see what happens tomorrow. But right, that's been played away. Let's just take a quick look. So that last over from Kagani only went for 4. So 4 came from it. The over before that from Zalmai, again, not a big one. I'll give you the exact numbers on that here. So that second over, that went for 14. So you can see how they put the squeeze on, and just like that, that means this rate has now turned to 29. This gets played away. Will it get in the gap? Yeah, it will. It's a little bit of a late tie from Arslan. Well, Arslan going to make sure that somebody's going to do his laundry. I think he just loses his footing there. Almost trips over his own feet. So back-to-back 4s here. But yeah, that over from Kogiani. Only going for 4. That's what's really made a big difference here. In the air, and this one is going to be 6 runs. Seis Carreras. Well, that one does end up behind me. Well, we can prove to you that we're live, because there we go. There's the captain. Hello. Yeah, well, yeah, give us a wave. That's a key big ball who has to pick up that ball from the field behind me. Told you, it's not a screen behind us. It's actually the live action. That's a key big ball who has to fetch this one from the field. So 4, 4, 6. It's still doable, but you're needing, forget magicals, you're needing supersonics. And the win predictor is giving Sweden a 1% chance. And that's where it all goes pear-shaped. That's where the possibility of it goes wrong, because you're wanting a boundary every ball when you're needing 30, and whenever you don't get it, whatever happens now, this is going to be a win in the over front for Austria. That's a good shot. So that's 6 more. It means that that's 20 that's come off the over with the ball to go. So even if you hit another 6, it's 26. It still means you're going to be below where you need to be. Well, that's nice. A little bit of catching practice being done there. Well, there's MSP. A few people were wondering if they would see MSP. So MSP there with some of the Austrian youngsters, the women's, the juniors doing some catching practice. Always nice to see. That always gives you a feel that you are in a real, what I'd call a real cricket ground. Now that's played up in the air. It's a nice shot on the travel. It's going to get to over Kogiani. That's going to be 4 more. So the over comes to an end. It's a good over. Of course it is. And Zalmai, after bowling a very good one that went for 14, well, this time he'll go for 24. The problem is you're not needing 24. You're not needing magical. You're needing supersonic. Takes his score to 136 for 2. So they're needing 63 in 12. But there's a big but here. Remember when this Austrian team were in Romania, they needed 62 of 2 overs. They got it. So Akib Iqbal, who's taking the ball here now, the captain, he knows that this is not impossible because he's done it. This team has done it. So he's not going to be taking anything for granted until he gets this over done with, because this is a big over and it's Akib Iqbal that's taking responsibility for it. And asking the question, it's missed out on. It will be probably leg by, signal by the umpire. Still waiting for the signal. Still no signal. And I'm guessing it's leg byes. Yeah, it is leg byes. So again, with that ball not going to the boundary, the best that it can do in this over now is 31. It ain't going to be enough. Short. That's a wide. Now that could help, because it means they get one back, and now they could go for what they need in the over. Well, that's one for the over as well from Akib as he bangs this one in. No run. Gets it played into the deck. We're at the situation now, if you can work that out yourself, 10 balls to go. If everyone is hit for 6, yeah, we have a golden ball. And that one won't be 6, it will only be another single. So you can see now that Austria and the Austrians around this ground will feel and will know and will believe that they will be victorious here. They've had to do it the hard way, haven't they? They've had to fight back. That one is 1-6, but it's come too late. It's a good hit. And Sabina Romani gets another one out of the middle. But it's all in vain. You can even, normally if a team is hitting 6, you know that the batting bench is cheering with delight. But even that's not happening here now. They're going to go down here, Sweden, so remember the way it started. Austria won the first. Sweden then came back and won 2 on the spin. It was 2-1 at the end of yesterday. And then we saw a win to make it 2 apiece. And of course, that meant that this is the decider. So Austria coming back from 2-1 down. And they're going to go on here and certainly be the winners here in what has been, as we expected it would be, a high scoring and exciting European cricket series between these sides. Akib Iqbal, the captain, wasn't here yesterday, but certainly coming into the side today, hasn't he made a huge difference? Swing and a miss, end of the over, and Sweden at the end of 9, 148 for 2. It's one of those, isn't it? When 148 for 2, you think that Sweden has been a fantastic effort with the bat, and it has been, but it's just not enough because of what Austria did there, 198. Of course, thanks to some extremely good hitting from Amir Naeem and from Karanbir Singh. Both of them hitting big runs, 95 for Naeem, and Karanbir made 86. This is up in the air and it will be held. It's another wicket that will go. That will be the end of Nasir Baluch, who just tries to get a little bit imaginative with this one. It puts it high up in the air, and that's Janan Gulzai that comes in and takes the catch. And I know Janan Gulzai, he was telling me that his family watches from around the world. And if the Gulzai family is watching, I want to say hello to you. Sat Sri Akal. And I hope you're enjoying the action. And but take it from me, Janan Gulzai is a very exciting batter to watch. I think he was sensational. Don't forget, Janan Gulzai was somebody who's done something special. In the European Cricket Series, we can maybe go back to him in a moment, but in this European Cricket Series, he has scored 5 half centuries on a spin. There he is. So next time we see him, well, see if he can make it 6 out of 6. Well, that will be smiles on the faces from Arslan. He holds on to the catch. So 2 in 2. Abdullah Akbarjan coming on. Could we finish with a hat-trick? Akbarjan has taken 2 in 2. He gets the wicket of Nasir Baluch. And now sees the next batter come in and go. We're going to see maybe Goldie for perhaps the last time here as well. And, well, Goldie, you've been wonderful. And, of course, if we do see Goldie again, it will mean that we're going to see a hat-trick because we've seen Ajay Mundra go first ball. So Zahid, hat-trick ball, and the field is set as well. Well, wait, they say. Maybe they want to have another catcher, and they do. So we've got a leg slip and 2 slips in. Have a look at that. We'll take a shot of that. Hat-trick ball from Akbarjan. Up in the air. Right, hat-trick opportunity. And it gets away from him. It's a brilliant effort. Look where he started from. Can somebody get a tape measure out and measure that? That's a Janan Gulzai Well, we were talking about him already. They moved him to the leg slip. Look where he goes from, and look where he ends up. It's a marvellous effort. And if he did take a hat-trick, that would have been special. The next ball, by the way, is... Oh, no! They're out! It's bumper cars. I hope this ain't nasty. I hope it's not nasty. The two fielders go into each other. Oh, well, looks like they're getting up. Oh, yaar, kitna ball far li thi. Te mere thappar maar ditta. And Karanbir Singh, he is not one to mess around with. And, well, that's Zadran and Singh. And have a look at the two. They're pretty big unit, but Karanbir Singh, well, he's had some makkiyan di rotiyan with Saag. You don't want to mess with him. And Zadran might have had Dal. Dal does nothing. Not to when you've had Saag. So down he goes. Thappar Maria Putti Harda. Get up, get up. And they are up. It's all happening here. We could have had a hat-trick. And then, well, we see a knockout blow from Karanbir. He gets up first. He wins. And then it'll be a dot ball here. Well, yeah, I mean, Saag with Maki and Rotia with Joel and Dal. Well, you know what's going to win. The Saag every day. In the air, well, why not finish it the way that we started? And I think that's quite fitting that this international series and our journey, our tour here in Austria ends with a 6, because that is what we remember about this series. The number of sixes has been absolutely phenomenal. And Sweden, fair play to them, they don't get the win. They'll finish on 159. Quite outstanding. So in this match alone, with the 198 and the 159, 357 runs scored in that one match. Austria will be the winners. They will get the winner's trophy. And I know that will make Aqib Iqbal very happy. They did it in Romania and they do it on home soil as well. But they're being made to work hard for it. And you can see just why they needed to get every one of those extra runs to get past the 160 mark. And they get the big score on the board, and they needed it because, look, again, if they got to that 160 or 150, it wouldn't have been enough, would it? Sweden would have got there. Extra runs is what it's about, and they got there this time. It's been a fantastic series. So, end of the match. It's been absolutely delightful, isn't it, our series here. We'll just stay on the players here, let them come off, and you'll see the two teams give each other congratulations. There's Aqib Iqbal, he's leading the team off, handshakes all around. It's been breathtaking. The cricket here has been exceptional. Well done, of course, to all the teams that were involved in the European Cricket Series, and of course, well done to the teams involved in the International Series as well. The men from Sweden and Austria. Austria winning in the end, 3-2. That was the decider. Well done to them. And, of course, well done, of course, to the women as well, to the women of Austria and the women of Spain. That one was, let's just say, a little bit more one-sided, with Spain winning 4-1. But it has to be said, and Vinny Sandhu did touch on that even though Spain did get those victories, they were only by small margins, which goes to show that it was pretty close. This, of course, is what's going to be happening tomorrow. So we have no break. Don't worry, there's going to be no end to the cricket. We will do it and start it all over again there in Croatia, where the Zagreb Assassins will play match number 1 against the Zagreb Warriors. Those two teams have had a lot of history in the past, so that will be a good start. And then Zagreb Sokol will be in action as well, and also the Zagreb Chiefs. So that, of course, will be coming up tomorrow. What a match. Absolutely exciting, I mean, absolutely fantastic. And let's have a look at the highlights. And remember the way it started for the first 5 overs. Sweden were in this run chase, and Sher Ali and his captain were hitting the ball big. And I like the way that Imal Zuak went about things. He just took things into his own hands. Some of the shots that he was playing were incredible. They were impeccable. And he played them all around the ground. 62, 6 sixes and 5 fours. And that partnership continued to grow. It was 94 at the halfway point. They actually won the power play 54-52. So it was neck and neck all the way through. But they needed a wicket, they needed a breakthrough. Well, at this point, Sher Ali and Khagani were just having a chat with each other. And Karambir, well, he was pleased that he made the stop for one that went through him earlier. And, well, we'll see a little bit later. Well, there's a little bit of everything in Karambir. Well, this is when there was a chua. Chua, parlo, pakalo. And, well, that was the plaster that came off from Sher Ali. And he was trying to get the plaster out of his hand. He got that sorted. But the action just came thick and fast. Talking about Karambir there, I mean, don't forget, there was one that he managed to stop and he wanted to get all of the entertainment excitement for. Then there was one he caught and he gave the ball a little kiss. But then there was also one that he knocked over that man's Adran when the two came head to head. So just brilliant and exciting stuff. That was the catch that Khagani wasn't able to hold on to. But you can see them saying there, don't worry about the catch because, you know, it didn't go to the boundary. And just amazing stuff all the way through. That was the one that Karambir took the catch. Well, you can see that Zawak, of course, is not going to be too happy about it because it was always going to be a difficult one with that one getting away. And there's the shots there. And, well, just to show that we were live, that was Akib Iqbal just getting the ball from behind. There was some practice going on there as well. And there's the big catch. Well, Danan Gulzai holding on to the ball. And then that one there, Arif takes the catch. So this was then hat-trick ball coming up. And that was the hat-trick ball. If he was able to take the catch there, that would have been quite outstanding. Wasn't able to hold on to it. Then we had this when it was the battle of the man who had the Maki and the Rotia with the Saag or the Jordan Rice. And of course, Maki and the Rotia with Saag was always going to win as the two collided with each other. Fantastic match, it really was. 357 runs were scored. And it was just absolutely brilliant as the players then made their way off. So the players come together, shaking their hands. But what a match. What a match that was. And let's have a look at that scorecard. So Imal Zuak, 62-23. You can understand him being disappointed when he gets out because while he was there, he kept his team in it. It was a sensation or not. Once again, 62. He made a 23 deliveries, 6 sixes and 5 fours. He was well supported at that time by Sher Ali. But Sher Ali going for the big shot, well caught by Sahil Zadran. You just got the feeling that that was the changing point when he went for 43 with 5 sixes and 2 fours. Samiullah Rahmani, when he was there, he made 45 of 50, but by that time, you got to a point where they needed to go supersonic all the way through. So that one, and then after that, of course, they just started to fall away. We can have a quick look at the mid-match summary. So let's have a quick look at, we just saw the mid-match summary there. So well done to Austria. Not only do they win the match by 39 runs, they win this series. We're going to leave you with the highlights of the day. But remember, straight after that, you come straight back to me when we'll have a presentation with the winning captain and also the MVP. Let's leave you first with the match highlights or the highlights of the day. Wow, absolutely sensational. 357 runs, that's what we see scored in that match. And it was just very exciting. The action non-stop all the way through. And do you believe that at one moment that Sweden were probably on to pull off that amazing chase, and up to the 5-over mark, it could have gone either way, but Austria needed every one of those 198 runs, and in the end, they do get a win. Absolutely brilliant. Look, our time here is coming to an end, but we've just got a few more presentations to do, but before I do those, once again, I know that Vinny has done this already, but I want to say a big thank you to everybody here at the ground, to the Federation's been absolutely brilliant for looking after us. So I want to say a big thank you to Bilal Zalmai, somebody who we might see a bit later on, and also to somebody like the Big D, but the efforts around the ground from the Federation have been absolutely fantastic, and the hospitality from the Federation has been great. Of course, talking about the Federation, of course, have to mention our partners, Dream 11 and Fan Code, also to Parry Match, to Locker Lifestyles for presenting us with the trophies. Bizaway Travel has been brilliant as well. It's just been a good team effort. Have to mention Spring Media, of course, all of these magical things that we see happening here that you are then seeing around the world just wouldn't happen if it wasn't for Spring Media. And I want to say a big shout out to the umpires and also to the whole of the European Cricket Network Blue Crew have been brilliant here today as well. Talking about Locker Lifestyle as well, we have got some trophies to give away. And the first trophy that I have here is for the MVP. Of course, this is given to the player of the series for the international series. And, well, it is my pleasure and privilege to invite Bilal to join me. Bilal, please come through. Bilal, come a little bit closer. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Marvellous performance from you. Now, Bilal, a couple of things to talk about before we talk about this beautiful number. Great 14 days for you, really. I mean, you led Cricketers CC to winning the European Cricket Series. You were the captain there. And now I'm going to present this to you as the player of the tournament for the European Cricket Internationals. Congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
First of all, thank you very much. I feel fantastic because we just recently won the T10 on a domestic level, and now the T10 International. So I can't describe the happiness, to be honest. And I have to give credit to the Sweden team. They give us such a hard time. I did expect that, but I didn't expect that they will chase this target till the last 2 hours. So congratulations to them really for playing so wonderful cricket.
Of course, you are also part of the Federation here. So once again, I want to wholeheartedly thank you for all your efforts for making us welcome here. And of course, putting on what has been a marvellous show. But one thing I will say is that, of course, what we've seen here has been high-scoring matches. Now, you getting the MVP award there for your bowling. You were the leading wicket taker with 9 wickets. Also scored 100 runs as well. What's it like for a bowler when you're up against batters that are crashing the ball all over the place? What's it like for you as a bowler when you're coming onto the ball and the captain like Iqbal is saying to you, right, keep it tight? How do you feel?
Yeah, you're right. It's high-scoring ground and also a wicket in T10 format. It's so hard for the bowler to contain. And to be honest, I'm just so happy that I did my part and I helped the team to win the matches. But as a bowler, I have to admit, everybody is asking the same question, like, this game is belonging to the batsmen and not the bowlers because there is nothing for us. And I say, yeah, you have to be smart enough to, deceive the batsmen. So
yeah, I think you bowl very well, and I think your go-to ball seemed to be that quicker Yorker that you fired in. It was one that's got you. I seem to remember last year that it got you a fair amount of joy, and it did the same this time. Look, congratulations, well played. I know that you want to join the teammates and get ready for some celebrations, but the stage is yours for a few moments. Anything that you want to say?
First of all, I thank the ECI members, the management, the commentary team, the media team, the camera crew, everybody that did a fantastic job coming to Austria and providing this ECI tournaments here. So it's a wonderful, what can I say? It's a wonderful thing to have. We didn't have this platform in the past, and now because of ECI, we are having so many great players coming forward. So thank you very much for that. And I'm looking forward for the next year to host you guys again here.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's our welcome. We're looking forward to come back. And I know that we're going to now hand over to Akib, so I'll let you go. Thank you very much again. Well done. It's been an absolute pleasure. So we heard there from the MVP to Bilal Zalmai, who thoroughly deserved, I think, that award. But now it's time to talk to a young man that I've known for a number of years, and I always used to refer to him as the man that had the best hair in cricket. And I have to say, Akib, it's not so good looking here when you're playing in Austria with some of the wins that you've had to deal with over the weekend.
Yeah, definitely. Playing for 1 week straight, 3 games per day, it's difficult to maintain the hair, but the performance was up to the mark, so I'm quite happy with that.
Now, talk to me a little bit about, because once again, first things first, I know you've just been involved in a long and hard European cricket series here. That took a lot out of not just you, but all the players. So what were the stamina levels of the players coming into this weekend of international cricket?
Obviously, in the trainings, we are working hard on our fitness, so we saw players maintaining their fitness, even if we had to postpone our practice sessions because of the T10 tournament. But we still need to work a lot on our fitness if we want to compete on the highest level or compete against good playing nations. So we will definitely improve our fitness in the next training sessions.
Now let's talk a little bit about this, of course, this series. I mean, it was a tough one, wasn't it? Sweden are a good team. You know that they were going to press you all the way through. You fell behind to them as well. And of course, you weren't here yesterday, but coming here today, you knew you needed to get those wins, and you got those wins. Talk a little bit about the opposition, and what do you think was a turning point in you getting that victory?
Credit to the Sweden team. They played really good cricket. We were surprised they adapt to the conditions so quickly, but I think losing the first game was a great wake-up call for all of our players. So we told them in the meetings, let's work hard, let's play to our potential in the next 2 games. So players performed. Great partnership in the batting in the last game by Amar Naeem and Karambir Singh. So I think that losing 1 game in the first game of the day was a great wake-up call for us. Yeah,
it really was. I think the performances, they were really good. I suppose when you got something like Amar Naeem in the side, who now, of course, holds the record as the fastest 50 on the European Cricket Network, and Karambir Singh at the top of the order, I mean, when they're firing, it certainly does help to get that big score.
Yeah, definitely. Really happy for Amar Bhai for performing on the performing throughout the tournament, even in the T10 ECI. And yeah, he was ignored by the last management, so I'm really proud of him, really happy for him for performing on the stage and proving everyone wrong who doubted him.
Okay, well, I know that you're very keen to join your players and celebrate, so without further ado, I want to congratulate you one more time and present you with the Winners' Trophy. Well played.
Thank you very much.
Lovely talking there to Akib Iqbal, the captain of Austria, who of course win the ECIs here and winning that crunch match 3-2 in the end. So that's it from us in Austria, but we'll show you one more time what's happening tomorrow, because remember, it all happens all over again. It will be in Croatia, and we got 5 matches for you coming up in Croatia. The European Cricket Series will start there, and then of course we will have some weekend activity for you there as well when that European Cricket Series is over. So the teams from Zagreb will do battle. So it's time for us though from here to Austria, sadly, because we are going to miss being here surrounded by, as you can see behind me, some beautiful countryside. The landscape is wonderful. The cricket's been quite sensational. It's been one of the highest scoring events we've ever been to. Thank you very much. Thank you for watching. But remember, it all happens again tomorrow. Hasta pronto, mi familia.